They're tagged, and they aren't at full health.
U is for utility. That's what we call an ability that works as a useful zone control tool. Things like smoke, walls, blinding abilities, and flash grenades.
This post is very aware.
Speaking of control tools, did you know that it's pretty much impossible to cheat at Valorant? The Vanguard is always watching.
Moving around makes a lot of noise. Pressing shift to walk makes it easier to lurk.
If they do find you, hit the X key. That's the default trigger for your ultimate ability. You'll want to save that for when you really need it.
Yoru is the 14th agent to join the Valorant roster. A skilled illusionist, his unique abilities include Fake Out, Gate Crash, and Dimensional Drift. New agents drop at regular intervals, so you'll want to try them out to get used to their abilities.
Last but not least, zoom mode. Different weapons have different types of zoom mode enabled. Zoom in by right-clicking. So, that's Valorant, from A to Z. Now that we're primed, I'm gonna go play. BRB.
Oh, we almost forgot the most important letters.
What's that?
GLHF. Good luck. Have fun.
Because you get to see all sorts of players, old and new, mostly new. By old, I mean all of them will probably be in the final years of their college, struggling with their studies and this tournament at the same time. Valorant is this very good, very unique game which has taken over everyone's minds, and it's everything that people are talking about right now. With more than 50 countries taking part in this tournament, this event is dedicated to all the students aspiring to play Valorant like a professional. So grab 4 of your friends, show off your flawless skills, and let's see if you have what it takes to make it to the World Finals. That's correct. The team that win over here today will go over to the India Finals, and then they have a chance to represent their colleges at the World Finals. It's a big deal.
Absolutely. I kind of felt like that line of college students in their final years struggling with their studies and still going esports. That was kind of targeted towards me, right? Because I'm a college student as well, and I kind of feel like this tournament, these are designed for people like us. You know, Crips, you started your casting journey when you were at the final year of your college studies, and then you went on to LAN events and all. So it kind of reminds us of the fact that this is the prime time to start your esports journey. And if you're in college, if you're playing Valorant or any other game for that matter, aspiring to become a professional, this is the right time to do so. And Red Bull, they're bringing us the platform.
Yep, and this platform has a lot of good things at stake. All the national finalists will be invited to the World Final, where they will compete in a live tournament experience with students, of course, from all around the globe. In addition, the winning team will receive a grand prize of 20,000 euros, and they will have the opportunity to see the biggest stars in Valorant compete at the upcoming Valorant Masters event, the VCT event. That's the official tournament within the 2021's Champion Tour.
Absolutely. I guess that is probably one of the biggest prizes that you can get, trying to, or rather getting the opportunity to watch your favorite teams internationally, compete at the Valorant Masters. That's like the biggest prize that you're going to get out from this particular event onwards. But again, this is the India Finals, and this might actually kickstart a lot of esports career, Crips. I kind of feel like if you win an India level championship, if you win a tournament this big, it is being conducted in more than 50 countries. So if you win a tournament like this, you're going to attract a lot of eyeballs, and that means you're going to get more sponsors for your team, or rather you can get picked up by an org itself.
Yeah, and speaking of sponsors, I would like to introduce you guys to our partners for today. Of course, the biggest partner is Red Bull themselves. Thank you so much for making this tournament possible. Our gaming PC partner is Intel NUC. Now, the Intel NUC team is proud. They're the proud gaming PC partners of Red Bull Campus Clutch, and they have been graciously providing all the PCs for our offline tournaments as well. the folks on the Intel UC team are now changing how desktop PCs are redefined. So the Phantom Menace Canyon is like only a 1.3 liters small, and that's like what, 4 to 5 Red Bull cans, yet it delivers outsized performance. Our other partner, our peripheral partner, is SteelSeries. They also have been arming the esports professionals with top-notch gear since 2001, and they've been around for a very long time. Our monitor partners are AOC, and I would like to thank all of these guys for making this tournament possible.
Absolutely. Not to forget about our global partner, that is Red Bull Campus Clutches, presented in collaboration with global partners who are providing cutting-edge hardware for the tournament and national gaming hubs. Again, this tournament is not just about sponsors and not just about esports professionals. We are doing this as a noble cause as well. So each and every one of you viewers, if you're watching this, you know for a fact that we are facing a very severe COVID-19 pandemic, right? As a result of which Red Bull teamed out with Give India as well as Hemkunt Foundation to gather relief funds so that they can provide relief to all those families who have been affected by the pandemic. The links and the UPI IDs, everything is given in the description. If you guys want to donate something to these charities, do make sure that you do so, because it is going to help so much.
Yep. Just to let you guys know a little bit more about these organizations, Give India is an online donation platform that allows you to support a cause of your choice from the NGOs that have been evaluated for transparency and credibility. Of course, these guys are helping out a lot with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. The other organization that has been valuable to this tournament is Hemkunt Foundation. They are seeking funds for oxygen cylinders to help COVID patients across the country.
Absolutely. Moving back to Red Bull Campus Clutch Crips, I mean, I really want to know your thoughts on this particular tournament. I feel like since it is an university stage tournament, we don't really get to see like proper professional gameplay, but I'm excited to see some new metas. In terms of gameplay, what are you expecting?
Well, I'm expecting something rash and fast-paced today. That's the best part about casting campus tournaments, right? We have these teams who will be going to professional tournaments like the VCT circuits. They will be at least getting a chance to, you know, interact with their professional teams over there. And those guys competing at the highest level of Valorant have a certain level of discipline, which after some time becomes a little boring to witness, because these guys are so good. When you watch their games, it's like, I can't replicate this. But then you watch tournaments like Campus Clutch, which is full of people in colleges, people like us. So, you know, you can feel more included in the tournament. And I'm expecting to see a little more freestyle Valorant. I'm expecting to see a little bit of YOLO strats, some well-defined strats as well. Maybe a healthy mixture of both of them.
Absolutely. Young blood performances and more aggression. That is what I'm expecting as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see 5 duelists though.
Why not? Why not? Hey, 5 duelists in Spike Crush, that's a wonderful thing to do. Will that be a good thing to do in tournaments? I'm really not sure, but hey, why not? Why not if you feel confident enough?
Absolutely. But again, I mean, in terms of the esports journey, a lot of good, well-known people are going to come in and talk about their esports journey as well. We have Ankit Pant, we have Ketan K18. All of them are Red Bull athletes, and they're going to come in. They're going to talk about their journey, how they started through their college careers and build their entire journey as well. We're going to get there as well, Crips, right? We're going to get there as well.
Yeah, so we're going to be having some really cool gaming personalities come in and talk about their journey, so that every question that you have to ask them, you can ask them out in the chat. So keep interacting with them as you go. Of course, don't forget to donate to these noble causes as well every now and then. So, you know, we don't just enjoy our games, we also help other people breathe. We also help them survive this deadly pandemic. And I'm hoping that when these personalities come into the screen, they also will, you know, help us with some inspiring words and maybe their stories as well.
Absolutely. I mean, especially if you talk about Ankit Pant, that guy is really an inspiration. And when he joins us and when he, you know, gives any sort of information to the players, any sort of, you know, gaming intel on how to build their esports career in terms of how to get an organization, how to build your gameplay, how to get into content creation as well. I guess these players are going to be benefited quite a lot. But once again, this tournament, I guess, is a very noble initiative, and I guess Red Bull did a very good job in doing so. Not just giving the youngsters a chance, but also kind of channelizing that effort and helping India in a very noble cause. And it's not just on an India level, it's being done on an international level as well. So you understand how big this is. 50 countries are taking part, and the winner, again, goes to Valorant Masters.
Yeah. And not to forget the wonderful prize pool of 20,000 euros. I mean, if you guys are representing your colleges in the best tournament of the country so far in the national finals, it's going to be such a bigger opportunity to do so at the international stage where more than 50 countries will be joining you guys. I think that's a wonderful starting point for anyone's, esports career.
Absolutely. And something which I actually noticed, we do have the intel on which are the teams and which are the players who are participating. And something which I realized is that most of the teams, most of the colleges are from Mumbai, which is your home city, Crips. And you recognize a lot of these colleges. We can build some interesting storylines out of those, can't we?
Yeah, sure, we can. I mean, now that we have the time for it, let's talk about the teams a little. The first team that we have in front of us today is called Team Villainous. Now, it's a mixed team, people from Mumbai University, NMIMS, Indraprastha University, Christ University from Bangalore. It's mixed with all of them. That's one of the teams that we have. And they came in from the second online qualifier. A team from the third online qualifier is called QQQ. Again, a mixed team having people from Pune colleges and a couple of colleges which are right in my neighborhood right here. So I'm kind of excited to see what these guys bring to the table as well. From online qualifier 4, we have Team 7 Sins. Again, mixed team from people from Pune, people from BITS Pilani as well, and a lot of other colleges from areas in Kerala. So people from all over the country are, in this team. There's another team called Sane Clan ESP. Again, most of them are from Pune. Only one of their guys is from Pune. Most of them are from Mumbai. One of their guys is from Pune. Then we also have Team Exam on 29th.
Nah, that's not Esports, who have exam on 29th.
Jesus, that means they're gonna be having their exams on the day of the finals.
Yeah.
How does that work out for them? That's gonna be difficult. I wish them all the best because I'm scared of exams. I'm not scared of tournaments. You can put me against the best players in the world. I will be destroyed by those players, but I will definitely fear the exams more than those pro players. That's just me.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, I would also like to introduce the captains of each and every one of these individual teams. From Villainous, we have Gaurang Yadav. And he's from Mumbai University, from Mumbai itself. From Team QQQ, we have Kaustav Rahul Kadam, who is from Savitri Phule Pune University, from Pune again. From Seven Sins, we have Srihari S. Nair, who is from Annamala University, Trivandrum. From Team Sane Clan, we have Pranit Sehgal, who is from Mukesh Patel School of Technology, Management and Engineering. We have Nasha Esports. Again, a pretty interesting name for an esports organization. I wonder how they're going to get some sponsors for themselves, but never mind. Let's go forward for it. Jishnu Narang, who is from Jagannath Institute of Management Sciences, New Delhi. We have Snehal Shukla from IP University, from the team The Five Friends. This is a pretty nice name. And I mean, something which I've noticed, Trips, is the fact that most of these teams, they are mixed teams. None of them are from a single city itself. So that will be interesting to find out how their synergy builds up. Like, I know for a fact that a lot of friends who start playing together, most of them move out of different cities because of their colleges and everything else. But then I don't really think that is the case in this particular point. But again, we'll have to find out.
Yeah. Let's talk about the other teams that we have. We have Team PGE. Their captain, Akash Nair, is from R.A. Poddar College in Mumbai. And last but not the least, we have Team Random 5, whose captain, Chiran Saluja, is from Trent University in Delhi. Now, all these teams, I mean, they're going to be having best of one matches today. The teams that win today will get a chance to play in the finals as well.
Yeah.
So there's a lot at stake, and that's a bit too much at stake for just one match. So these teams are going to have to be very careful in picking up their maps because the veto process is also kinda challenging. So we have 5 maps in Valorant so far. One team bans a map, the other team bans a map, and the process repeats until there is only one map left. That's the map that these teams will be playing on.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know about you, Crips, but I absolutely love the new map that's Breeze. I kind of hate the fact I kind of hate the fact that Breeze won't really be played in this tournament, but I guess so. I'm not quite sure of it, but it might not be played this tournament. And if it doesn't, then I'll be a bit sad because I was playing Breeze this morning and I got absolutely slapped by those operators left and right.
And I think you will get slapped by those operators no matter what map you play, Salty. I've seen you play.
This didn't. I didn't hear that. This didn't go live, right? Production team, can you do something about that? But anyway,
no, everyone heard this. It's okay. Sorry, guys. There's a little bit of banter between me and him. It's okay. We're friends, right? We're still friends.
Chef's kiss scripts, but either way, I hope that these players, they don't get slapped either way. I am kind of expecting cutthroat competition because all these players, they generally have the same experience levels. When you look at teams professionally, right, you have players who are 30 years old like Hiko and all, and then you have players like all these wonder kids like Asuna and anyone just coming in from school, keeping their school bags away and then popping heads like it's anything for them.
Yeah, that's the beauty of gaming. I mean, it's not regulated by age at all. For most conventional sports, if you reach the age of 30-35, you start to approach the end of your career because, the human body just cannot stay at the same level of fitness as you are when you're a teenager. That's not the case with gaming. You can, play games well into your 60s and 70s. And, of course, I mean, some people do say that, as you grow older, your reflexes drop. But then, hey, we still have some really old dogs competing in this competitive circuit. You spoke about Hiko. Get Right had to retire last year. But then, hey, he was, 31 up until he was competing? So, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Absolutely. And that we're talking about the highest level possible. Definitely in terms of national tournaments and maybe subcontinent level tournaments, they'll be doing much better. But eventually, I guess that Valorant, if you talk about Valorant in general, this game, it has taken the PC market by storm. And a lot of people who come in from the mobile gaming community, which eventually built its esports, it took some time to actually get accustomed to it, but it has been well accepted by both the PC community as well as the mobile community as well. And I just love the fact, I love Valorant. I love watching as well as casting Valorant. Though I'm a bit sketchy in both playing, but either way.
Well, at least you confessed it yourself rather than having me expose your secrets. Either way, I mean, there are rumors of Valorant Mobile also coming to the market. There's a lot of exciting games, especially their mobile adaptations, which should be online by the end of 2021 or early 2022. I can't even imagine what the esports scenario of the country will be like if Valorant Mobile does come to India. That will be a massive opportunity for a lot of players over here, because there's so many more mobile games available right now. And which one do you follow? Which one do you play? Maybe all of them.
Absolutely. And I love the fact that India is such a big market for mobile gaming. But again, the PC gaming community has even got its share of bigger tournaments. We know for a fact that the largest tournament in Asia has been announced in Valorant again. And this just goes to show that both the PC gaming and the mobile gaming communities are rising together. And India as a gaming region is just starting to make a mark, and I just hope that it goes beyond just India or national level tournaments. We go international and win trophies and come back home with style.
Oh, I certainly hope so. India does have some really talented teams. Team Mahi, Global Esports, all of these guys are really capable of competing at the Asian level, maybe even at the international level. I believe Global Esports was ranked 6th or 7th in Asia last week. That ranking might have changed by now, but then, hey, top 10 in Asia is still a pretty big feat, and I'm sure that these guys will only go upwards and get better.
Absolutely. We have some amazing teams coming in from Korea as well as from the Southeast Asian region. They are competing in Valorant Masters. We know Vision Strikers, they had like what, 104 match winning streak or lost like streak? Like that is insane.
Dude, I mean, 104 matches, that's more than NIP's win streak of 87. NIP used to be this legendary team in CSGO that had the longest win streak on LAN ever. And Vision Strikers have gone much beyond that. So I don't know if that's like a world record or something. It definitely should be a world record, but their win streak was broken.
It is.
Yeah, it is a world record, right? So their win streak was broken a couple of weeks ago. Hopefully hopefully some other team will also rise just like they did and put up another world record. the more teams that are available for us to fanboy on, the better it is for us.
Absolutely, absolutely. But again, we'll have to find. I mean, it's not just, I guess, global esports. I remember Team Mahi also coming out third in the PvP Singapore tournament where they represented India. So even that was a good feat. And when these teams go international, I guess there was plans of Riot as well giving India a slot for some sort of official tournament. I don't know that if that's confirmed or not, but if that happens and if one of the teams from the country goes in, that's going to be immense. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, when India starts getting slots in official VCT tournaments, that will be very, very interesting because we have some pretty talented players. We have some pretty talented pretty talented teams. And I really want to see them compete at the international level. If they do start competing, I'm going to be their #1 supporter. I know that for a fact.
Definitely, definitely. And with that being said, we have a small bummer that's going down below. That is the UPI ID for the donations and all the organizations who are supporting the cause of Red Bull trying to provide relief during the pandemic. Guys, it's down below. If you want to donate some sort of amount, the smallest amount is going to help a lot. So please do make sure that you do so. I guess that is the best thing that we can do. Start contributing little by little, and that just, drops make an ocean.
Yeah, little drops make an ocean, and every little drop counts over here. Hemkunt Foundation and Give India organization are doing their level best to save the country from this pandemic. They're doing everything that they can to provide relief, oxygen cylinders, and any sort of support to the people who are in trouble. Any amount that you donate today will go ahead and save someone's life. I mean, we are over here. I feel lucky and privileged enough to be sitting at home speaking about video games right now.
Yeah.
Even when there are people out there who are struggling to breathe, the least we can do is donate tiny amounts and hopefully save someone's life. Enable these two foundations to save people's lives.
Absolutely. I guess that's a great initiative, and I'm pretty sure the gaming community has been such every time there has been not pandemics, but every time there has been times of distress, be it cyclonic. I don't remember the names of the storms or names of the times of distresses, but I remember the fact that the gaming community stood up every single time, and there were huge donations, there were huge charity streams being set up, people coming in together, generating huge amounts, and none of the amounts were actually taken by the creators themselves. They did it for 0 fees and they donated the entire amount. So that's the beauty of this community, and I just love it. Absolutely.
I love it too. I hope that the gaming community stands tall once again and helps out the world when it needs it the most. That's the beauty of games. We get to get inside a game, be the hero, be the protagonist. We are the kind of people who take down armies at once, but there is an actual army out there who's fighting against this pandemic, and we need to do everything that we can to give them all the support that they need.
Absolutely. And again, guys, I mean, the brackets, the matches are going to come on your screen pretty soon. Ankit Pant, Ketan K18, they're going to come in as well pretty soon. So stay tuned and continue watching this stream. Do all your donations and stuff. Do all your things that you have to do. Bring in some, Red Bull cans and pop them off, because the action is going to start pretty soon. And I really hope that you stick together till then.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, just a few more minutes until the action starts to unfold. We have a couple of, not just a couple, we have a lot of well-known personalities of the gaming industry coming in today who are going to be speaking their minds out, speaking about their journeys and what they have been doing during the pandemic and how they have been helping out people. Stay tuned for that. Of course, within a few minutes, the matches will also start. All these people, all the players who have been preparing for weeks now to, do well in this tournament, all of their efforts will finally bear fruit today. Some people will move on to the national finals. For some people, the journey will end today. I'm kind of excited to see which one of these teams comes out on top. And if they do manage to win, I think that these guys are going to be really, really happy. Of course, they have just, reached the tip of the iceberg. The real finals will be beginning on 29th of this month. And on that day, we're going to be having a lot more people come in, and a lot more prominent personalities in the Indian gaming industry will be there to witness and share this experience with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, today's matches are sort of virtually a quarterfinals scripts. It's a best of one. You win the game, you move on to the semifinals. Again, and the semifinals, which happen on 29, you play a best of one. And from there on, you qualify to the grand finals where you play a best of three, and eventually you go on, you know where. You know where. You go to Valorant Masters.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, imagine sharing a screen with the best Valorant personalities in the world, people that one looks up to, will soon be sharing a screen with you. And if that isn't a lifetime achievement, I don't know what is.
I want a picture with 10 scripts. I want a selfie with
Me
him.
too, bro. Me too. Me too. Not a selfie. I mean, I can't hope to meet him anytime soon, given the pandemic. But yeah, if I can get a screenshot of me with him, I'll be happy with that as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it was madness, right? To remember the qualifiers when he joined Sentinels. Everyone thought that, all right, it's going to be something. Might be the team didn't get any sort of days to practice, and then he just started his onslaught. It was his journey. It was his ship, completely wrecking everyone apart. Or rather, it was his rocket kind of wrecking everyone apart. Whatever you want to call it.
I mean, the way he moves, he is kind of like a rocket. He goes up, peaks, dashes back to safety faster than any rocket could ever be. I mean, his reflexes are fast as lightning. So that's enough speaking about tens. We have mini tens in the making. All these people, of course, the players that are going to be competing today, they also are looking forward to this tournament and looking forward to get their matches started so that they can unleash their inner tens. They can unleash their inner Hiko and Sinatra. Hopefully, they will be able to wreak havoc and destroy their opponent teams while also helping Red Bull and this noble cause.
Absolutely. And I guess all these players are pretty much prepared for it. The matches are supposed to be starting at 4:50. We have like a small interview session where Katie and Ankit Pant are going to be talking in between. And then the matches are going to start approximately from 5 o'clock or 4:50. I'm not quite sure of it. But when the matches do start, I'm ready to see some explosions. As Scripps rightfully mentioned right at the start of the stream, it's probably going to be rash and aggressive Valorant. I'm not expecting any sort of discipline whatsoever. Sure, this is a tournament, but then these are young kids just like me. And I know for a fact that when you are in game, you just want to click heads. You don't want to save your gun. You don't want to take all the economy stuff on your head. You just want to go and kill people, take some blood for yourself.
Yeah. I mean, that's obviously speaking about entry fraggers. There's a lot more to Valorant than just that. We saw a little video where the wonderful people at Red Bull went all the way from A to Z, speaking about different gaming terms and terminologies and speaking about all the things that are involved in a game, which is exactly why if anyone tells me, hey, Crips, it's just a game, stop being so salty if you lose a game, I'm going to tell them, no, buddy, it's definitely not just a game. It's a lot more than that. There's a lot more involved in esports than one can imagine. And it's a whole new world that, unfortunately, some people are still oblivious to.
Absolutely. But again, I guess with tournaments like these and the kind of noble causes which the gaming community has brought together, I guess when we stitch acts like this together and, become a better community as a whole, people will start acknowledging. This is how sports came to India. This is how every little activity, began at its grassroots again. So the gaming community, I guess it's gonna follow the same pathway. But still, right now, I'm seriously waiting for the interview, honestly, because I can't wait for these guys to share their inputs.
Yeah, like what stuff are you expecting from them? Because these two people, I've had the privilege of meeting them before. Obviously, the pandemic struck us. Known Ankit Pant since 2016. Met K18 in a couple of PUBG tournaments, and these guys are really talented people. They're really good at what they do, and of course, they're really nice people as well who have gone through a variety of experiences, and they have some really unique stories. If they speak about their stories, some of them are inspiring, some of them are really thought-provoking, and almost all of them are certainly entertaining. So I'm just looking forward to those two guys to hop on as well and join us soon.
Absolutely. I mean, like we have had like quite a few characters or personalities in the gaming community who are definitely entertaining. But again, when it comes to Ankit Pant and K18, you get to see some really hardworking people inside them, right? Not just hard work. Like, they knew what their goals were. They didn't move away from their goals. Every time I watch Ankit Pant speak about his journey, I really feel motivated, honestly, and that kind of keeps me going. Helps me keep going. So definitely it's going to be very inspiring for all the players who are still waiting for that to come on screen.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what must be going through the minds of these players right now. I mean, the 10 minutes that you have before your game starts, those can be the longest 10 minutes of your game. What do you do in situations like those? Do you wait? Do you warm up? Do you listen to a motivational speech or something? Do you listen to some music to pump yourself up? Do you maybe do some, I don't know, exercises, stretch your fingers out a little? What's your pre-game ritual, Salty?
I mean, I don't know, I just step into the game, but if you ask me, I was watching this video, Team Liquid's Yampi. This guy, he watches a documentary of Roger Federer at the age of 45. Before every single game, all right, his teammates ask him, "Are you ready now?" He says, "All right, I'm ready." They go for a triple clap and they start the game. I feel like that is such a nice pre-game ritual. Watching documentaries of sports personalities who have achieved so much in their career, it helps you, get into the zone. You want to be in your zone when you want to frag out different people. Yampi definitely is one of the players who takes a lot of heads.
No, Yampi is just one of the players. I mean, his entire team is full of some really, really talented people. I mean, just the other day, I was witnessing this game where there were absolutely zero duelists in a setup. There were like 2 sentinels, 3 initiators, 2 controllers, 2 initiators, and 1 sentinel. So all these teams, they start innovating to such a huge extent where you don't even know what the game holds anymore. You don't even know what's possible and what's not. Every day you get to learn something new. When I thought, hey, how are these guys gonna play without duelists? I was so wrong. I was so pleasantly surprised to see how that worked out for them. And that's what Valorant is best for, right? I mean, it gives you a lot of opportunities to innovate. It gives you the chance to push the envelope and defy the limits, defy what's possible and what's not, and make your own rules. That's why this game has been taking over the country. It's such a huge phenomenon right now. People are talking about it, playing it, and that's all that some people can think about. That's all that I can think about at times. I mean, that's what I dream of sometimes. I mean, you have these weird dreams at night, right? I have these where I'm an omen, I'm teleporting to some random location, and all of a sudden I'm awake. I'm like, what on earth did I just witness? So stuff like that, it keeps on happening, and that's why this game is on everyone's tongues right now.
Absolutely. I guess the creative aspect in this game is way too big, and the kind of composition and the Asian picks, it really kind of differs your play style. It's not bound to just skill. It's not just bound to how good your aim is or how good your game sense is. You have to be creative enough to pick different agents. You have to be creative enough in using the utilities. Just the other day, I was I was actually watching a clip on YouTube where the jet dash actually helps him to actually jump up. Now that's supposedly a glitch on Icebox, but as long as it is there, you can definitely use it to gain some elevation, and you can use it for your advantage. You can take some weird angles and shoot those daggers.
Are you talking about that one boost that you have at the edge of the attacker spawn on Icebox?
Yeah.
You dash into the corner of that ramp and then you get updrafted way high up. Yeah, that was a bug. It was patched long ago. I mean, I wish I was able to replicate that while it was still there in the game, but that's what makes the game amazing, right? I mean, it's not the bugs, it's the discovery of these bugs. Some guy must have poured in so much time into discovering that, and when he finally discovered it and when he finally implemented that in his game, all his opponents must have been so surprised. I remember back in 2018 or 2017, the newest thing that somebody witnessed in CSGO was the Olafmeister boost, the infamous Olafmeister boost in Overpass. He managed to discover an angle which reveals the entirety of the map to him. And from there, he can snipe away at anyone from anywhere. And nobody expected that. It took the opposing team, Envy, 12 rounds to figure out what he was doing. And at that time, it was the hottest topic ever because that was such a massive innovation. I can't even imagine how much time it would have taken Olaf Meister to figure out something like that. Valorant, on the other hand, gives you a lot more opportunities to discover stuff like this. I mean, the Sage Wall is just one of the examples.
Yeah.
Most people use Sage Wall to block stuff, but no, recently we've seen people use it to gain elevation into some very unorthodox angles and surprise their opponents. The Sage, in some instances, is much higher in terms of altitude than the Jet. And I know some people confuse the Jet with the Sage, with the whole Jet revive me meme. Yeah, Sage literally gives life to that meme by, using a wall for verticality.
Absolutely. I guess that Sage is just one of the examples, and even Riot themselves considered this, that they designed the abilities to be used a certain way, but then the abilities, the players are so creative, they're using the abilities in a completely different fashion, and that just makes the game even more interesting. I saw a pro game where a Sage Wall was used on top of a KJ turret. Now that was a bug again, but no one actually thought about it. Like, imagine how much have you have to be inside the game to think of all right, I'm gonna wall on top of the turret and gain some extra elevation.
Yeah, that was that thing on Ascent B side.
Yeah.
The guy used the wall to get on top of the turret and then shoot from the little window up top. Yeah, that was a big innovation. Similar innovations happen when the Sage Wall goes up on the opposite side of that very wall. The little box where the orb is. Yeah. And then some person discovered that you can teleport through it, like an Omen can teleport through it, and that's how Flex Ninja got a whole new idea for a completely different video. So innovations like these are so possible in Valorant, and at one point, all you can wonder is, how on earth did this guy even think of it? How did he even put his brain in that place and think like, oh my god, can I try this? So you're always breaking the limits.
Absolutely. Again, when I first played Valorant, I had no idea that Raze's satchel jumps could be used the way it's being used. Like, it's outrageous how much ground you can cover at the snap of a finger using those satchels, and now it's almost common. Like, everyone does it. Flights popularized it, the players are adopting it, and now it's a very important part in competitive circuit.
Yeah. There are teams who base their entire strats on their Raze getting to a certain spot in the map very quickly. They play around it, and I'm kind of hoping to see something like that in today's games as well. When you have your backs against the wall, when you're down to an eco round and you have nothing to lose, let your Raze fly up in the sky and get some information, get into some cheeky angles, use those big brains. And not just eco runs when you have nothing to lose in case they fail, but also in clutch situations. That's like the most impressive stuff to watch. The Raze, we've spoken about Raze up until now. We've also spoken about how people use the Sage Walls creatively. The Jet Dash, that one instance of the bug, that was very creative as well. I think that the agent that requires the most amount of creativity are the Sentinels, the Cyphers and the Killjoys. They need to place their utility also in very cheeky angles so that they don't get discovered every round, and you need to keep innovating. I feel like those guys have the hardest job in all of Valorant.
Yeah. Again, I guess there is another agent which requires a lot of hard work. Not just hard work, it requires a lot of knowledge on geometry as well. That's Sova. I mean, you need to learn all those individual lineups.
I know. I mean, I have not even attempted to play Sova because I know what the skill cap is. I've seen players like Ace do it, and honestly, the worst part about CSGO was that you have to memorize all these smoke lineups. In Valorant, luckily, you only need to memorize the Sova lineups. That's like one agent, you gotta memorize it. Of course, some people can memorize Brimstone and Viper Molotov lineups as well, but that's not the only way to play those agents. With Sova, you can push the envelope if you know all those angles and if you know each and every corner. I mean, if you are a Sova main right now in Valorant, your geometry teacher would be very proud of you.
Absolutely. Again, I watched this game for Team Liquid where the opponent team was actually using a lineup for Average Jonas, who is again a content creator for Team Liquid. They were using his lineups against his esports team, And there were memes all around. Like even Team Liquid posted a meme on their official Twitter that I don't remember exactly what the meme was, but it was kind of funny.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we could show this meme to people right here, but at this point, man, you can only imagine what happens when a player like Average Jonas shows up in your game. That guy is so talented, so talented. He managed to come up with lineups in Breeze the day it was released. Like, some guy, I mean, apologies, the day when the map was released, Breeze, a lot of cool content creators and a lot of personalities were given early access to it. And of course, when they land up in the same server as Average Jonas, you will get to experience some of his signature shot darts. And then some guy got hit with an arrow in the back. He was like, come on, Average Jonas, it's day one. How do you have lineups already? How? That's how talented that man is.
It's insane. It's insane. I guess he spends a lot of time on the custom games. For sure, you have to do so. Like, you just feel a lot of people, they just feel like, oh, all right, he just spends a lot of time in the custom games. But the amount of thinking that goes in, the amount of creativity that goes in, he has to, like, ghost around the entire map, look for each and every individual nooks and corners and the angles, and then figure out, all right, I can do this, I can reflect this from here, and then go for it. So, like, each and every individual aspect of those shock darts do you see, I guess no one has been able to replicate that because of the amount of hard work that it involves, and Average Jonas has been able to pull that off. Each and every individual creator has had those individual standout performances, standout creativeness, which actually makes him special. And for Average Jonas, it has been his shock darts and his lineups for the recon.
I know. And that's just one of the content that we have for Valorant. There's a lot of other talent. The Flesh Ninja is supposedly the best Omen player, at least the best Omen content creator. Then we have so many Jet players. The Korean Jet has become the standard right now, the gold standard for any person who's hoping to become proficient with the knives and the dashes. Then we have some players who are proficient with the Viper, who at one point was argued to be one of the worst agents in the game. But then, of course, people become better at that agent as well. And now Viper has been buffed and she's as strong as ever.
Absolutely, she definitely is as strong as ever. You touch that wall, you get taken down by 50%. But either way, we're gonna have a look at the brackets, ladies and gentlemen. This is the quarterfinals, and right now it's Saint Clan versus Seven Sins up front. Next up, we have QQQ versus Randoms. Again, the order of the matches can be different, but okay, so yeah, it is. So 5 p.m. starts Saint Clan versus Seven Sins. Next up, we have QQQ versus Randoms. After that, we have the 5 Friends versus Nasha Esports. I wish Nasha Esports a very best of luck for their exams, though. And finally, we have PGE versus Villainous at 8.
Yeah. All these teams, I wish them the best of luck. We're going to be starting our first game in just a matter of minutes at 5 p.m. That's going to be Saint Clan versus Seven Sins. Now that we have a little bit of time to discuss these teams in particular, let's take a look at their lineups. So I have in front of me the lineup of Team Saint Clan right now. Saint Clan has a guy from Segal, who is to be the captain, Joshua Cruz, Shivam Gujarati, Soresh Dalal, and Mayur Vaishnav. So these 5 players are from Team Saint Clan. Let's move on to Team Seven Sins. Srihari S. Nair from Annamala University. We have there you go. There you go.
There you go.
Speaking about before, we have their photos and their names in front of your screens right now. That's Saint Clan for you, ladies and gentlemen. Praneet Segal over here is from Mukesh Patel School of Technology, which happens to be in Villapale, Mumbai. We have Joshua Cruz, the guy in center from Thakur College of Science and Commerce. Surprisingly, this college is like, 5 minutes away from my place. We have Shivan Gujarati from Kalina University. We have Soresh Dalal. Soresh Dalal doesn't show up on my list over here. Okay, that's probably someone else. We have Mayur Vaishnav with, he's in International School of Design, ISE, and Teeth Patel. I unfortunately don't know which college this guy is in, but I'm sure that these guys spend more time playing video games than actually studying. At least that's what I would have done in my college life.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's honestly very difficult to kind of balance both your both your college as well as gaming life. But then we move on to Seven Sins, and now we have Srihari S. Naya from Trivandrum, we have Divij Thaman from Gurugram, we have Matthew Saju Arakalil from Kerala, we have Kasif Shahid from Mumbai, and then again we have the content creator Swayambika Sachar from Pune.
Wait, Kasif and Swayambika are still in college? Okay, they seem a little older than that. My bad. Maybe I don't know these guys well enough. Kasif Syed, aka Paradox, has played for Rad Syndicate in the past, and he is pretty talented. He's a jet main, if I'm not wrong. Even Swayambika Sachar, Sway, she's a very talented woman player, and really excited to see these teams in action.
Absolutely. Even I'm actually pretty excited to see them in action, to be honest, because I'm more excited on which are the agents that they're going to pick at the moment. I'm not quite sure, but if these teams are going to take some of those zero duelist lineups or something unique like a triple duelist setup, what are your thoughts about it?
I think they'll go for something more balanced, like, I don't know, maybe 2 duelists, a sentinel, an initiator, and maybe a controller. So not too many experiments from them. I'm not expecting that from these teams just yet, because they probably might want to stick to their comfort picks. Now these guys have their vetoes done already. Seven Sins banned Ascent, Sane Clan decided to ban Bind, Sane Clan also they banned Split, and then Seven Sins got rid of Icebox, leaving us with Haven. That's the map that these on.
Absolutely. And again, we start things off in Haven, which kind of makes it feel like the attacking team. I guess Seven Scenes will have the choice of figuring out whether they're going to go on attack or defense. But either way, the attacking team on Haven should have an upper hand in this match itself. And when you have a best of one, the map veto and the round, or whether you start on attack and defense, it makes so much more sense because you don't only have one chance to win the game. And being on attack on Haven might actually favor you to win the game early on.
I mean, that thing can change, Some teams are really strong on their defensive side as well, so maybe they can put up more rounds as compared to the attacking side. Of course, the meta right now does suggest that the attackers have a little bit of an advantage. That's based on our judgment from whatever we've seen so far in the matches of previous tournaments. But anything can go wrong, and anything will go wrong. That's what Murphy's Law is. Sometimes things just don't go according to plan, and these teams are going to have to be very proficient in coming up with backup plans in case things don't go the way they imagined them to.
Interesting. And that is exactly what I was thinking about. Like, a normal game is more like, you head onto a game and you play it and you go for kills and that's it. You probably, get some frags early on, and that is it all about. You click your heads and that's it. But in esports, what you have to do is you always have to be on your toes, right? You can't really allow yourself to you might lose 5 rounds right at the start, but then that shouldn't really be, putting you down or, taking a toll on your mental health.
Yeah, and I mean, mental health is so important. Like, you need to be calm and composed in those high pressure situations, in those clutch scenarios. If you start worrying, your hands will start shaking, and we all know what happens when you have a shaky trigger finger. Never good for you. So you need to be strong, not just in the game, but also mentally, to be able to deal with such high amounts of in-game pressure while you're competing in a tournament like this.
Absolutely. You mentioned about the pressure. That's absolutely right, I guess. Since these players are right at the start of their professional career, probably at the start of their professional career, I assume the fact that they don't really have a lot of experience where they're playing in front of such a huge crowd. Like, imagine how many different channels is this stream going on? Yep, go on, Crips.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to point out that some of these players are actually very experienced, when it comes to playing in front of a huge crowd, especially Paradox is. I've seen him compete in other tournaments as well, ever since the CSGO days. So this guy has his experience. I'm pretty sure his teammates are also just as experienced as him. And Swayambika also has competed in some international tournaments. So yeah, these guys know what they're doing. So I'm feeling kind of confident about Team 7 Sins. I'm really excited to see how do their opponents respond to this kind of pressure when they have such strong opponents in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Even Villainous is rather a professional team. But keeping that aside, we are going to see Team 7 Sins versus Sane right up front. I'm still trying to find out which team is what, but at the moment, the pick is starting, and we can see the defenders. They've picked up a stage already.
Interesting stuff. We have 47 in front of the stage. We have Swoosh picking up Jet, and on the attacking side, we have one Jet, one Sova, one Killjoy. A lot of interesting picks over here. Kind of excited to see what happens when these guys actually lock in their lineups.
Absolutely. Phoenix there on the defenders, not yet picked up, but then hovering over it. I'm kind of thinking like, all right, I kind of felt like he's gonna, run down the clock. But on the other side, on the attacker side, we only have one duelist as of yet. I'm actually excited to find out what Paradox and Sway pick up.
Yeah. I mean, those are the two players that I know about the most. So let's see what they have in store for us. Paradox hovering over the Reyna right now. Probably will pick that up. So we're gonna have Reyna and Jet, two duelists on the attacking side. We have Mind FQ in the form of Killjoy, Sway picking up an Astra instead of Omen. Still a controller, but a much difficult one. Fuse having the Sova. So that's what we have in store for you as as one team. That's Team 7 Sins.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, Omen versus Astra. I mean, lately I feel like the Astra, the kit is much more versatile. It helps you in sort of defensive areas much more than the Omen helps you in attack. But again, Team 7 says picking up Astra means that the gravity well and the stun is going to help them a lot. Entering on the site is going to be a much difficult job with the Killjoy and the Astra on board.
Could be. I mean, Astra can be used aggressively as well as defensively. So that does give you quite a lot of versatility. I'm kind of excited to see how the other team responds to it. As expected, no real innovative lineups over here. We still have your, good old two duelists, one initiator, one sentinel, and one controller setup for both these teams. And that does equal out the scenarios. And especially on a map like Haven, most of the strategies over here have already been discovered, at least in the Indian Valorant scene. It's going to take a real big brain move for these teams to come up with something completely new, something completely out of the box.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, as we can see, I guess, Team 7 Sins, they're taking on an aggressive route, trying to huddle up outside A main. Again, making some noise and then probably falling back. We'll have to find out what they do, but apart from that, look at Team Can. They have kind of figured out that they were trying to go A, 3 of them stack up, but the rest of the players, they're still holding down the other side, so they are still prepared for a rotation.
Interesting. Team 7 Sins really taking their time. The Sova has taken a little bit of damage as he tried to fight towards the grass area, but he's gonna fall back, stay alive for now. We have Paradox trying to sneak in towards the A side, slowly and surely creeping his way inside. But oh my goodness, Max pulled up the camera at the worst possible time. Paradox picks up the first kill, and he doubles up as well. Gets 2 kills on the A side, and he single-handedly opened it up. The rest of his team will now come flooding in. The spike, however, still hasn't made their way on the site, so maybe if the defenders can move in before these guys start planting, things could go wrong. Swoosh, on the other hand, picks up Fuse, who was the lurk towards the B site, but it's still a 3v4. The spike will be planted. Still a lot of utility available for the attackers to delay the retake.
Yeah. Right, now Juzo trying to duel out. He takes down 2 Swoosh as well as 47. Both of them fall, but eventually he finds out Maddox as well. Same 7 Sins. That was good start from them.
Yeah, 2 early kills by Paradox, followed by 3 huge, devastating kills by Juzo in the end to hold off the retake. 7 Sins take the pistol round in style, with only 1 casualty too. That too on a Sova who was already pretty low on health, and he was lurking. If 7 Sins continue playing this way, in such a dominant fashion, I feel like their opponents, Same Clan, are gonna be in quite a lot of trouble.
Absolutely. Interesting bio there. Full shields as well as SMGs. It looks like Team 7 Sins, they really want to get the lead for themselves, huddling out outside C though. Interesting for Team Same Clan. They're actually rushing in. Now this is something which I'm not really surprised. This is an eco round and they want to kind of finish things off early on. And I guess Fuse will put an end to it pretty early.
Yeah. They rush all the way down from mid-window, and now they are at the edge of C-long corridors. Sway holding them off for now. Unfortunately, her opponents also have better weapons right now, but 47 doesn't need a better weapon. A simple classic is enough, and now he should be able to pick up a Spectre. 2 versus 2. This round has gone horribly wrong for Team 7 Sins, as they did not expect Sane Clan to play in such an aggressive fashion. Sane Clan too, I appreciate the sentiment from them. They had nothing to lose, they were on just an eco. I believe they only rushed mid to gather some information and figure out what 7 Sins default looks like. They came looking for gold, but they found diamonds instead. Now it's a 2v2, and it's a very doable round for Sane Clan. Do they decide to go for it though? Because they're taking their sweet time. They're hoping that maybe one of the players of Team 7 Sins ends up giving up their lives, makes a mistake, and Sane Clan can capitalize on that. But that's not going to happen so far. And they wait long enough to get Swoosh healed up.
Yeah, they do so. But I guess they would have better kept it clean and not really given out the guns they had. But Swoosh, he'll find the Chet in front of him. I'm not sure if he has enough time. He doesn't. He falls as well, and the Spectre falls. But eventually, Team 7 Sins, they double up on their first round, and they get 2-0, a lead, which definitely isn't match deciding. But eventually, the game starts from this particular point on.
Yeah, that's when the real game starts. I really love the approach that Sane Clan had in that round. And I love it every time some team rushes out in an eco round, especially mid. They have so much information now. At this point in this eco round, Sane Clan found out that if 7 Sins wants to go towards the C side, they will have virtually nobody watching the A long corridor. So that's hopefully information that they can use in the next round. They know exactly where the Killjoy likes to plant her turret as well. Ooh, very aggressive camera right at the start. And it seems like Sane Clan wants to fight towards the A lobby, but they haven't seen anyone yet because 7 Sins are still on the edge of grass and mid. Now slowly and surely creeping into the garage. They will be met with 47 and his deadly Vandal. Of course, they were up against only Spectre, so they really can't expect to do much. But while all of this is happening, Paradox is also knocking on the doors of the B site. An early pick in the favor of Sane Clan. What do 7 Sins do now that they have a man disadvantage and still not a lot of information to work on?
Yeah. I mean, it's not bad enough, right, Trips? 4v5,
still doable.
Certainly. And if they place all their bets on one side, it's still not a 4v5 effectively. They can barge onto sites and expect like 1 or 2 players maximum. But then Pralit, he takes Paradox, Fuse doubles up, Maddox trades him down. Now it's Max, he takes Mind FQ as well. And eventually it is 1v3. Sway has to do a lot of job. Phantom Sings 1. The Molotov almost took him down. Almost took her down.
Oh, but now she's trapped in that cubby, and everyone on Sane Clan knows where she is. Maddox doesn't even need to peek. He doesn't even need to fight right now. She's probably going to put down a star, hoping to distract them long enough, but she was paranoid about someone coming in from the mid window. Maddox takes it down, and Sane Clan finally put up their first round on the board. Stellar defense by them towards the B side and the garage area. They denied the entry towards garage, and then once they realized that 7 Sins are going to commit towards the B side, as soon as the Astra utility came in, they had people prepared to trade out. They had Pralit waiting at the back of B site. He took one person down. The moment he died, everyone on Sane Clan swung in wide, and they fought, and they destroyed 7 Sins. Good trades by them. Let's see if they keep it up.
Absolutely, Swoosh. He recognizes that there are so many players in front of him. The Marshal, is it going to sing the songs of death? Not as of yet. Juzo, though, with the daggers. He knows exactly what he has got to do, but I'm not sure if he's going to rush on the side. They take information and they fall back.
Yeah, 7 Sins taking it nice and slow, using a cloudburst early on to just capture that black orb. And now they're going to fall back from it. Sane Clan also realized that they're no longer coming towards the seaside, so now they need a little bit more information. They know that most of them are towards the mid area, and that's why Sane Clan has pretty much abandoned the A side. 2 people of their team are on A link, prepared for this B execute. Swoosh and Maddox, though, they are lining up the kill feed, denying 7 Sins entry into the side. And Pralit, he goes berserk as well. What a shutdown. Sane Clan knew exactly what 7 Sins is up to. They were prepared for this rush before it even came in.
Absolutely. B entrance, the shutters were down, the garage was closed, and there was nobody who could enter it. You're not allowed inside B. That is what Team Sane Clan said. Team 7 Sins. Eventually, some other plans have to be deployed. And I mentioned, and I actually noticed that they kept Site A wide open. one of the players could have lurked there. And that could have opened up the match itself. But they instead stack up outside B entrance, which eventually led them to their death.
Yeah, Sane Clan read them like a book. They knew that after they fell back from the C side, they were not going towards A, and they could only go towards B. But this time, it's a very fast attack towards the A side. We have the defensive Phoenix who's already used up his ultimate, and he's rushing down the sewers. But his teammate needs to do a good job of defending the A long attack, and they're doing so pretty well. Prana doubled up. Max also has a kill of its own. Paradox is the only man who's managed to get a pick on the 7 cent side, and there's really not much that he can do right now, and most of his team is dead. The spike, at least they still have a little bit of control over it. But can they now continue going towards the A side? It still looks like very risky to me. Paradox is going to have to deliver, and he cannot. Swoosh instead destroys it head, and Pralit picks himself up a 3rd kill. Sane Clan really strong in their defense.
Absolutely. Each and every single time Team 7sins tried to brute force their way on the site, they were completely shut down. They were read like an open book. The calls were swift, and the rotations were even swifter. I noticed how quickly reinforcements came in from B and C, and team in site A was full of players from Team's same clan. And if that happens, if there's a setup so strong, there's no way Team 7sins can break that.
Yeah, so far Sane Clan is doing a pretty good job of rotating on time and putting enough men on the site to make sure that 7sins can't trade their way inside. That's one good thing going in the favor of Sane Clan so far. But Sway destroys Swoosh. She sees a pick, she shoots, and what a way to get an early pick. That definitely will help them. And even Paradox delivers yet again. Sway with the 2nd. My God, Sane Clan is getting picked apart one by one. Paradox got that nice one-tap onto a player towards the B side, and he managed to go all the way towards the A link before he finally got taken down. But imagine how much ground he's covered so far. They can plant the spike without any difficulties whatsoever.
Absolutely, the Cypher reaches heaven after a very long way, but eventually it is a very difficult post-plant position that he has to break out, and I'm not quite sure if he's capable of doing that. 47 though, he tries to creep out towards CT, but then he has a lot of job in hand. All the players are actually playing outside side. The Sova ultimate is ready already, and that can be devastating. Sway though comes in front of the Cypher, who takes him down eventually. This is a 3v2 right now, but it's still very doable. The Sova ultimate is probably the one which is going to make the biggest difference.
Oh, but not if they get the kill on Sova right now. 47. He has so much trouble trying to jiggle peek around that corner, and Fuse finally puts him out of his misery. 7sins hit back, and they hit back in such a good style. So far, what we've seen 7sins do is that they brute force their way towards one side, and when they do so, Sane Clan was able to rotate most of their players and shut them down. They were able to win the trade game. This time, though, 7sins split up. They had Paradox pick up a kill on the B side. We had Sway sniping away with the Marshal, managing to get a pick on C. And both of them did a pretty good job of getting multiple picks in multiple locations. The result, Sane Clan doesn't know where to rotate. And when they don't have that information, what will they do? Okay, now that's a good way to start the round. Fuse doing quite a lot of damage towards the Jet on Garage, and Paradox rushes in to finish the job.
Absolutely, that was early investments coming in from the Sova, but right now Team Sane Clan, they've already been hurt. Another one goes down as well. Team 7sins, they have so much more ground, so much real estate to work with. Pralit has an army right in front of him. The Jet though goes down, not really checking the right angles, but we know for a fact that
They're surrounded from all different directions. He might not provide any he might not get any sort of support. Max, the last one, he gets 1, but he still needs to get 3 more. Do it, Max. I mean, I was just going to start something immortal. Right? I was just going to start like, all right, hey, let's go, let's get nice 1v4 clutch, and let's make it immortal. But then, fine, next time.
Next time. I'm really impressed by Paradox and what he's doing so far. This man, the moment he gets a pick on the B side, he goes right in. And from there, he's able to get into such cheeky angles that almost everybody is so paranoid about Paradox, they fail to defend the actual areas that they're looking at. Because Paradox was able to get inside the B side this time, Pralit was just so paranoid about getting backstabbed, and he couldn't defend it really well. He did get 1 kill, but this time there's so many early kills going in the favor of Team 7sins. But they get traded out. It's still back to a 4v4. It's an even Stevens right now. The result, 7sins are forced to take a step back and take it nice and slowly.
again, Cribs, a 4v4 isn't really that bad for an attacking team because the defenses are generally spread thin. And if you try and force out the issue on one side, you probably will find 1 or 2 players. That's exactly what Team 7 Sins were trying to do. Paradox falls back, and immediately Team Sane Clan, they have to divide themselves individually. One player holds Garage, one mid, one A. Each and every one of them trying to hold down as long as possible and not give away an open side to Team 7 Sins.
Yeah, Paradox is using his utility on Garage, hoping to distract Team Sane Clan, but his teammates have already started entering the A site. They're gonna commit the Killjoy ultimate, hoping that they're able to get into the site without any hassles and plant the spike without problems. But once the spike goes down, that's when the actual round begins. It's a 4 versus 3, and Sane Clan definitely can go for the retake. Of course, that will only be possible if they're able to clear all the angles out, because so far 7 Sins is not even on the site. Most of their players are still towards the A lobby. There's only one player on site, and that's gonna be a very, very trapped Chuzo, but he still managed to get a kill. Good job. They're gonna be delayed by the Killjoy utility. Time is boiling down, but Maddox goes ahead off his own wall, runs out of bullets, and Chuzo is struggling. Finally, Maddox is able to get that kill, and it's just the Killjoy left towards a shot, but she won't be able to do much. 2 kills, impressive, stylish, but not enough to win the round.
Yeah, she was just tiny bit late to get the diffuser, but then eventually it's 4-all, Cribs. This is cutthroat competition, and neither of these teams are giving each other an inch of space on Haven.
Yeah, that's what it boils down to, right? Space.
Yeah.
You need to have more map control, which is something that Paradox has been gaining for his team every now and then. His teammates are also doing a pretty good job of playing off of him. Sane Clan, on the other hand, hasn't really been able to demonstrate a good amount of map control. But swoosh! He just desecrates Chuzo. My goodness, Paradox, he does get the trade in return, but that right click from the Jet Knives was really impressive. Now that it's back down to a 4v4, the ball is in the court of 7 Sins.
Absolutely. And now Team 7 Sins is trying to creep their way towards A site, which is completely wide open. Look at that. Team Sane Clan, though. All they're trying to do is push Garage. Now, I'm not sure if that's the best strategy. The Cypher traps are certainly set up, and Cypher can definitely rotate back. Swoosh will be back online, but will Team 7 Sins get their comfortable post-plant positions onto A site? That's something which I'll be looking out for.
Now moving in, Sane Clan not hesitating to give up the site at all. They know that they have the numbers advantage. They can go for the retake without problems. They have the ultimate on Jet available as well. She dashes up. She updrafts and tries to see if anyone's available, but doesn't spot anyone. Fuse and Sway doing a pretty good job of killing the people who are on the back lines. That means they just have to worry about the people in the site right now. And they're trying to put down a dark cover so that they could go for a cheeky ninja defuse, but the swarm grenades will delay that. 33 HP, a single bullet can get rid of him. They won't even need bullets. The swarm grenade, it boils him down to 7 HP, and then Paradox finally puts him out of his misery. 7 Sins now have the lead once again. Even though they did not have the man advantage, they managed to somehow hold on to that site and win the retake scenario. So much time is being boiled out because of the swarm grenades. They need to find a way to get rid of them right away if Sane Clan wants to make these retakes successful.
Absolutely. Sane Clan at the moment is being completely outdone by 7 Sins' rotation. Like, I kind of feel like the kind of information that 7 Sins is gathering and then rotating so quickly, Team Sane Clan, they're really struggling. But again, a 4-5 on defense on Haven is not a bad start, Crips.
Yeah, definitely not a bad start. This time it's going to be a fast C push. Lear's put in, the Jet dashes in. Somehow the defenders haven't really played their hand, but Maddox was cheekily holding a corner. He will be found. Even Max, as he tries to enter the site, will be deleted. Yeah, so far they're doing a pretty good job of killing people, but 47 manages to get a nice kill onto the Killjoy without even having a line of sight. That's amazing. Maybe something can happen now. Sane Clan shouldn't be too discouraged if they lose this round. It was Nico anyway. But all they can do right now is hopefully cause some economic damage, steal some guns, and that's exactly what Swoosh is looking to do.
2 kills off pistols of classics.
Not bad.
That's good enough. That definitely is good enough. But moving on, they need to win the next 2 rounds. The Team Sane Clan really want to have a realistic chance of winning the game. 8-4 is certainly not a very good score. They are 6-4 already. And if Team 7 Sins carry on the momentum, like, it's very unrealistic to think that Saint Clan is going to come back. But if Seven Sins, with the kind of rotation that they've showed us earlier, it will be very difficult for Team Saint Clan to kind of, find a way to answer that and get it to 6-6.
Yeah, I agree. And they seem to have it in control when they were winning the rounds early on.
Yeah.
The recon dart doesn't land in the intended place, but that's alright. The drone will get the information that the recon dart couldn't. Doesn't spot anyone so far, but it does force the Sage back out of garage and towards the C side. They're going to reinforce the sites instead because they've already spotted the jet towards the C corridor. Max spray. A little bit of struggle onto Paradox, but he gets the kill nonetheless. He takes his hat off to reveal the positions of almost everyone else. And that's so smart. Look what the Killjoy did at this point. As soon as the Cypher took off the hat, she deliberately moved towards the A lobby, hoping to throw off Saint Clan and give them some misinformation. And now she's going back to mid. Good stuff. Very good quick thinking by the members of Team 7 Sins. Hoping to throw Saint Clan into a pit of misinformation even though they don't have the advantage.
Yeah. 3v5 at the moment, Team 7 Sins. They can actually try and get towards A, but again, Team Saint Clan, I guess they are much more well poised in this one. Swoosh gets sway with the operator. I guess he can double up on it because the KJ is there as well.
Oh.
Now, mind FQ though, he gets Swoosh, and that kind of eases things up because the operator has been dropped now. Only one player from Team Saint Clan onto A side. Okay, so Phoenix is there as well, but eventually, these are two difficult angles that he needs to cover. Jet, as well as the Killjoy, the creep onto side. One player goes down, trades out. Eventually, Chuzo, he has a very big responsibility, but then Pralit is going to stand up and deliver.
Good job by Saint Clan. This time, they did not give away too many picks to 7 Sins. And that's what enabled 7 Sins to get that nice little string of 3 rounds in a row, right? Because they were getting picks everywhere. Saint Clan, once they realized that 7 Sins is not going for a full-on rush, but instead slow picks, they decided to fall back and play their defaults really well. They held their angles, waited for 7 Sins to walk into their crosshairs, and they don't mind giving away map control if it means that they get to retain man advantage. That's what their strategy has been so far. So, pretty good job so far, managing to keep their players alive. But as I say that, it's 7 Sins who are struggling to do so. The operator gets a nice pick. Sova has been deleted. That means they will have very less information to work with because of the missing initiator. What do they do? Splitting up 2-2. Like, both the duelists of 7 Sins are towards the A lobby. The other 2 players are towards C. What do they do in this situation? Pralit uses his ultimate as a very expensive recon dart to spot out the 2 players in C long corridor. He does spot them out. But did he spot the spike? If he would have spotted the spike, this could be a big moment for Saint Clan.
Absolutely. Look at that. Max takes Paradox, and there goes another player. 7 Sins with only 3 players to work with. 3v5 again. One by one, they're falling bodies. Max, the Cypher is doing such heavy lifting for his team. He has gotten 2 players, and I guess he's looking for more. He's holding out his side like Fortress. But eventually, Team Saint Clan, I guess the kind of setup that they have, they are pretty much okay in this particular round. It will take a heroic from the KJ and the Astra to get anything on board in this one.
Yeah, these guys are going to have to pull off something really, really well. At least they have an ultimate to work with. That's hopefully going to force people out of the site. But no, Swoosh, he decides to contest them nonetheless. Ha! And now Swoosh is left all by herself in a 1v5. This could be the clutch of the tournament if she pulls it off. But as she starts to plant the spike, Swoosh is going to jump out, get the kill onto her, and it's a 6-6.
Switching sides.
Yeah, well, that was pretty much what the first half looked like. At the start, we saw that 7 Sins were doing a pretty good job of getting picks early on. What do Saint Clan do to respond to them? They decide to play their defaults and not give away picks. And as a result, because 7 Sins were not getting any of those picks, what they did is get desperate. They started spending too much time looking for a pick. They started spending time towards the mid and the C area and then hoping that they will still have enough time left to go over towards the A site and plant the spike. But that did not happen. Saint Clan, instead of, going for a more aggressive approach, they started to play a little passively in order to deal with the split push of Team 7 Sins. And if they kept their players alive, Seven Sins almost always found themselves in situations where they were in a 3 versus 5 or a 2 versus 5. So, yeah, that's basically what the first half can be summarized as. At least in the second half of the first half, if that makes sense. The first 2 rounds, Seven Sins brute forced their way into the site, and Saint Clan was able to, shut them down by rotating very, very quickly. It's also really nice how Seven Sins adapted to it. Once they realized that Saint Clan is rotating very quickly, they decided to go for the split push rather than pushing all at once. So both the teams did a decent job of reading each other and adapting to the situations, and that's why the score is now stuck at an even 6-6. Well, that's what the first half of this game looked like. Kind of excited to see what Saint Clan has in store for us when they move over towards the attacking side. I mean, if their rotations are as quick as they were in the first half, I'm assuming that they will be able to bamboozle Seven Sins pretty easily if their rotations are still as fast as they were in the first half.
Yeah.
And that's a big, big if. Rotations are so difficult on the attacking side because you never have information to work with. And Saint Clan don't even have an initiator. They don't have a SOA. So what do they do to get that information? That's going to be a big problem to get over.
Absolutely. But then the start of the game was absolutely a blockbuster, honestly, because I was at the edge of my seat. There was nothing. Yeah. There was no moment of, dead silence. There was no moment of absolute one-sided gameplay. For sure, like each and every team had their moments. It was like a pendulum, and the momentum was shifting like the oscillation of a pendulum, like one time after the other.
Yep, that's true. It kept going from the one side to the other. The teams reading each other really well, adapting really well. So this definitely means that these guys know and recognize strengths and opportunities. They know what their weaknesses are, and they make sure that they cover their holes. They know what their strengths are. They play to them. Let's see if they're able to do the same thing in the second half, because I mean, given the lineup of Team 7 Sins, because they have that SOA, they get that information early on, but the lack of an initiator might pose a problem to Saint Clan. But they do have 2 Sentinels, so maybe they never have to worry about backstabs. Now that I know about how Paradox likes to play, because he was getting picks on mid multiple times, I'm assuming he's going to be doing something similar in the defensive side as well.
Yeah.
If he does that, if he starts playing mid aggressively, then they're going to have to be really worried. They're going to have to put down utility just to counter him. They're going to have to put down utility to make sure that nobody backstabs them from pushing A lobby by pushing C corridors. And the double Sentinel does allow that. It keeps you safe from backstabs, but still, the lack of an initiator... I don't know, Salty. It's kind of making me a little nervous. We've seen teams pull it off, but can they pull it off? I don't know.
Only time is going to tell, and even I wouldn't be predicting anything. The game is alive. No predictions at all. We don't do that here, but eventually, Saint Clan 7 Sins go at split 6-6. They come back again, and now Saint Clan, they are on the attacking side, of course. They have a lot of job in hand because generally people consider Haven to be some sort of attacking side, right? Now, if Team Clan are 6-6 at split, this is a time for where they can actually shine, and I'm pretty hopeful that they will. We look at the setup of Team 7 Sins. All the players are quite separated. 2 players stack up mid. 2 players stack up C, pardon me for that. Mid completely left off by KJ.
Yeah.
And some information... Exactly, and some information is definitely required. So is Team Saint Clan. Even they are playing split quite a lot.
Yeah. But they showed faces at A, they showed faces at C. Now they're going to huddle up outside of mid, hoping to hit either the B site or garage. It will be problematic for them to enter both these sides because they are swarmed with utility. Both the Astra utility and the Killjoy utility. So it's going to be difficult. They're going to have to spend a lot of time getting rid of this particular utility or sell a fake so that they can bait out this utility from 7 Sins. Once they do that, they will have a much better chance of making things work. Oh! What on earth, Swoosh? Make sure that you stay away from this guy because he's going to dash right into it and he destroys one player, but he gets destroyed back in return. 7 Sins hit back with much more force. And now it's just Pralit. Poor guy had such a good opening towards the B side, but now he's left all alone and now he has his head taken off as well. In a matter of
There you go.
seconds, Seven Sins decimated Sane Clan. That was too fast. Too fast for comfort.
Exactly. I mean, the start of the round was slow. It was methodical. All the teams were trying to flirt each other out, trying to know what their interests are. But then once it started, oh boy, it escalated quickly.
Yeah, it went from 0 to 100 right in a matter of a second. Oh, Jesus. Let's see if this trend continues. This time, Seven Sins obviously have better weaponry. Sane Clan opting for pistols. A shorty, a frenzy, the dash.
Oh, I was expecting that.
As well, and Sway goes berserk. A triple for Sway. Line up the highlight reel. Make sure you've got your fingers on the replay button because this is clip material. Pralit is aware about a backstab but can't do much to kill Paradox. And now it's just Swoosh with a cheap shotgun who can't do much. But oh my goodness, Sway, those shots with the Marshall. Ooh la la, that was spicy.
That was salty? That was salty. All right, let's say that was
Spicy.
salty.
My God, you're such a narcissist, Salty. Jesus.
I want to plug in anywhere that's possible, but not in the at the cost of Sway. Sway deserves the credit in this
Yes.
particular round.
Yes, stop taking away credit from her. Jesus. That's okay, Sway. We all love
Absolutely.
you. That was a wonderful kill. Wonderful triple kill by the Marshal. Let's see you pull it off again. This time, they're going to be up against much bigger weaponry. Seven Sins don't upgrade their guns. They're still holding on to the Spectres and Marshals, but they're going to be up against Phantoms and Vandals.
Yeah. Again, this can be a very nice setup. Chuzo hits at the leg but takes down Max either way. That is one man down for Team Sane Clan. Again, a different setup. Team Seven Sins, though, they're not actually afraid to take things quite aggressive. I mean, they've invested in the AWP pretty early on. They were interested in snipers since second round itself, but the AWP in the third round, that's quite a big investment.
Yeah, and that's the only weapon that has been upgraded, right? Most of their team is still holding on to Spectres and Marshals. It's just this one op on
Yeah.
Chooser. So, yeah, that could be interesting. Let's see him do it again. The Jet approaching. Oh, he
Oh,
picks
no,
his
no,
first
no,
possible
no.
time. His position's been revealed. He's going to have to go to somewhere else, but Paradox lets him pass. They let him pass. This could be devastating. They haven't checked for him yet. He's letting them enter the side, and the moment they start planting the spike, Paradox is going to go berserk, gets a kill, falls back, and now the game is on. They are pincered from both the sides, and now they can't even plant the spike. While they're busy looking at Paradox, the Killjoy comes up on Heaven, and this is falling apart for Sane Clan. Somehow Maddox, he manages to get one kill, but the Molotov fails. He's still going to have to plant the spike in a very risky position. He gets challenged, and the Killjoy is dropping down to fight him. 1v2, can he pull it off? He's vulnerable too. That means a single bullet should be able to get the kill onto him. And Mind FQ has his crosshair.
Oh my goodness. That was insane. As soon as Paradox did that, we knew that the overlap was coming. The Astra pulled him. The Sova revealed everyone. They revealed their plans. It was read like an open book, and for sure, Seven Sins. We're cruising on defense at the moment. You mentioned about the double sentinel. I mean, the backstab was eminent from Paradox, and no one cared for it. No one could do anything about it. Sentinels, initiators, duelists, doesn't matter. Paradox is going to hit you from behind.
Oh man, he was as sneaky as a ninja. Lets them pass. The trigger discipline you gotta have in situations like these is insanely high. And then he gets a kill, dismisses back to safety, knows that his team can do the rest of the job cleaning up.
Yeah.
What a play. What a play. Single-handedly destroyed every plan that Sane Clan might have had for that round.
He opens up the play, but then look at this one. They don't really have any sort of weaponry. Sane Clan, they are playing it with Spectres and Marshals, which effectively means that they're going to lose another round again. Juzo opens, cleans up Phoenix, Fuse onto Swoosh, and this is going to fall down like a house of cards. Max, the only player who is left, is probably going to be another body that's yet to fall.
1v5, there's really not much you can do except save your gun. And it's not much of a gun. It's,
Whoa,
it's a
look
at
at
this point.
Look at that, look at that. I mean, this is what you want, right? I mean, in between your studies, you play the game, alright, it's esports, fine, but then it should add up to the fun as well.
I think they're having fun. They're having their share of fun.
Yeah, I mean,
why
they're
wouldn't
shooting arrows at each other.
I mean, they have the money to purchase those arrows again. The shock darts aren't the most expensive utility that you can buy, but they've got it well under control. And take a look at the scores. Everyone on Seven Sins is pretty much on the same page. Almost the entire team is on double digits. Whereas in terms of Same Clan, only 2 of their players are on double digits. So not everyone is contributing to the game equally. Seven Sins, on the other hand, everyone's lifting their weight, everyone's doing their job, and that's why they are in such a decisive lead. A 4-point lead for Seven Sins on the second half. Yikes, that's gonna make things a little difficult for Same Clan, especially when they have inconsistent amounts of money. 2 of their players opting for the Vandal. The 4th player can afford a Vandal as well, but Swoosh doesn't have a weapon. I mean, he's got an armor, so he should be able to afford weapons, but this is probably their last buy. I mean, they're going to be living off, what, max loss bonuses after this, so... Yeah, this is probably the last time they can invest in heavy weaponry. After that, they're going to have to go for an eco if they lose this round. This is a very important round. It's a do-or-die round for Same Clan.
Absolutely. And you mentioned about Team 7 since they were almost on the same page. And that is completely right. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. Some trash talks as well. But moving back to the game itself, we had that nice round where the Reyna kind of stayed back, kind of stayed sneaky. And that was exactly the round where I felt like this entire team is so well coordinated. The synergy is almost on point. The timing on the Astra pull, the timing on the reveal, the timing on the way everyone entered side, that was brilliant. And I would like to see something like that again and again.
What I would like to see in this round is a run it back by Maddox over there. He has his ultimate online, so he's probably going to use it to create an opening. But they're taking it nice and slowly so far. None of the teams willing to overextend. None of the teams revealing their hands. But then we have Chooser who's looking towards A lobby, and he's not seen anyone so far, so probably that's going to indicate to his team that Same Clan might be looking to hit either the C or the B side. But that's not really what they're looking for right now. They haven't decided yet.
Over! You're
Finally,
dead!
the joke's over with the committed Maddox. He's going to need so much utility. He's going to run out of most of his ultimate before he can make any sort of an impact. Yeah, no information gathered, nothing doing with that ultimate. And it's a very expensive ultimate to lose. They're finally going to commit to it. Steal the C side, but 2 players are ready for them. The one is taken into a meat grinder. They are getting shredded. And once again, it's poor Cypher left all by himself.
30 seconds
They're getting
left.
shredded, they're getting slaughtered. Team 7 Sins, it's like a walk in the park for them. Max. Oh my god, look at that. This is heartbreaking. Fuse is going to shut down Max. And again, 7 Sins. You mentioned it was do or die round. They died. And we'll have to see what they can actually pull out after this. Now, they don't really have a lot of money to work with. Probably some SMGs. They need a miracle at this particular point. In Team 7 Sins, we mentioned how unbeatable they looked. Even in attack. But again, in that particular time, Same Clan was still pulling off some nice moves. But now, they're almost unbeatable.
Yeah. Same Clan is going to have to do something. They still have enough. It's not even enough. It's barely anything. The Jet is going to have to rely on knives to make something happen. Somehow the Phoenix manages to dodge that shot and make it to its A shot. But Sway, she's getting kills on C. And they've taken control of the entire C corridor right now. They're almost on the T spot.
Yeah.
Same Clan is about to get pincered from both these sides. And now they have to worry about backstabs as well. What good are Sentinels right now?
Look at that. Sova as well as Astra already in spawn. And I guess this is bad news. Paradox is wrapping out as well. All these players. Now, side B is quite wide open and they can actually take advantage of that. But I don't really think that the retake is going to be very difficult. They're trying to clean out all the angles.
I
through
know
the smoke,
exactly
but I
where
guess
you
Team 7 Sins is well prepared. Some sort of
Spike
intel
down,
to work
B.
with, and they can rush onto side. Look at that. He's going to snipe Cypher down, and eventually only one player survives. The spike is not yet planted, and 7 Sins, they're going to hunt him down.
Through the walls too.
I mean,
Yeah, that was
expected.
That was a
Match
little,
point.
yeah, that was a little brutal to see. But hey, I like the fact how Same Clan recognized this opportunity. They realize they're getting pushed from C, they realize they're getting pushed from A, and they add 2 and 2 together. They realize, hey, if these guys are on the extremities of the map, the B side should be relatively empty.
Yeah.
They walk in, they get the plant. They unfortunately can't defend the after plant, but that's all right. At least they are recognizing opportunities. Although it's a little bit too late for that now, isn't it? They need a massive opportunity, and they can't afford to miss that one because 7-6 is prepared. Oh my god! The hot hands does not discourage Juzo from picking that kill.
They still have the revive, so they're gonna pick one man back up. Or will they not able to do
Your
so?
duty is
There's
not
one player who's so close. Look at the soul body. He's gonna rush in though. 47. He has a lot of jobs to do. Oh my god, creeping behind 47. He's gonna get one. Eventually, the jet is gonna come flying. Oh my god, then Sway who can connect a third. Will he get the fourth? Not really. Chuzo gets taken down, but eventually it's Sway with the classic. Not even the operator, with the classic.
There you go. 7-Sins winning the first game of Red Bull Campus Clutch today. What a wonderful performance by them. The first half seemed pretty equally distributed, right? It was a fair game. It was a 6-6 half. But then somehow 7-Sins activated their deadly side. They unleashed the power of all the sins that they had in their bodies. Gluttony, anger, pride, lust, all of them put together will overwhelm the forces of Sane Clan. It's going to drive them insane, and they win the game. From 6-6 to 12-7. What a comeback.
Did
what
they get 7?
game.
I guess it was 13-6. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure.
I mean, it's still a devastating scoreline, right?
Exactly.
So yeah, that's something that I did not expect, honestly.
I mean, something which is so striking is that I didn't probably see a single round where Sane Clan got for themselves. Yeah, they didn't get a single round on attack.
My God.
That's
My
brutal.
God.
Yeah. I mean, they were shut down. The shutters were down. They couldn't even barge on the side on a single one round. And that is insane.
That's what happens when 7-Sins locks out the gates to the site.
Yeah.
They don't let you in. And when 7-Sins became a little confident that, hey, we've reached match point, they started rushing down. They don't even play passively anymore. They just simply walk in C corridor, walk in A corridor, and they get control of the entire map, forcing Sane Clan with only, very little room to work with. They only had the B site. And I thought, okay, maybe Sane Clan will be able to pull off that post plant because they had the positions of all the players, right? The Cypher took off his ultimate. He used the neural theft. That didn't help them at all.
Absolutely. And the early frags really hurt them, Crips. Sane Clan, they were losing players in probably C, A, in corridors and main. And after that, they literally didn't have a lot of manpower to really counter the strength of 7-Sins. But either way, I guess it was a good attempt. I guess it was a good effort overall. The kind of effort that they put in on the first half was certainly nice. But again, I guess it is a joint effort from Red Bull Campus Clutch and our side as well. We have all the donation parties down below, the details down in the description, guys. If you're watching the stream, do make sure that you kind of donate some sort of amount because it's going to help so much. This is Red Bull, and they're trying to provide relief to the entire country who is very direly in a very dangerous pandemic situation. And I guess the gaming community together can come in and help.
Yeah. Give India and Hemkunt Foundation are doing such a noble job of providing relief to the people who are affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. They're helping them arrange for oxygen cylinders, helping them provide treatment free of cost too. And it's such a difficult job to, go out there and put yourself in danger to help people out. And honestly, they're the real heroes over here.
Absolutely, they're the real heroes. But then we're gonna move on to the next game pretty soon. Team 7-Sins, they qualify for the semi-finals, which is on 29th again. I hope they don't have any exams on 29th because that's really gonna destroy the party. But then kudos to them, they played well, and they're gonna come back strong again on 29th. But next up, I remember it was a match between QQQ, and I don't remember the next team though. But it's gonna come on our screen either way. And I'm actually eager to see QQQ because as far as I remember, some of their players are professional players.
Oh, really? Okay, then we're gonna have a massacre on our hands if we've got professional players in their teams. this will be a really exciting match. The first match itself was pretty exciting. I thought that we were going to see a neck-to-neck overtime game with both the teams, doing pretty well in the first half, but then it turned into a one-sided affair, and Seven Sins dominated the second half. Let's see what the second map is going to be like, and I'm kind of assuming that the team compositions will be somewhat similar. We're not gonna go, we're not gonna see something really, really outrageous like 5 duelists or no duelists, stuff like that. We're still gonna have somewhat sane lineups, but the way you utilize them is what makes all the difference.
Absolutely, I guess. The agents, according to Riot as well, it's not the agents that really matter. It's the agents who are in the right hands which actually make the difference. For sure, they make a difference. It's how you create those openings, how you use those abilities. Some of the abilities are supposedly used with tying up with each other, like the raise grenade along with the sage orb. But again, you can use it differently as well, and that just depends on you. And even if there is an outrageous pick, I guess if there is some team who is coming in and justifying their pick, that's fine.
Yeah, why not? It's been a while since I've seen a game with an outrageous lineup, so yeah, I'm hoping to see something like that today. But then, even if we don't get to see that, I probably wouldn't be very mad. I mean, I'm still gonna be happy. Remember that this stream is being done to support the people who are affected by the pandemic. So at this point, it's not just the games. We have the privilege of sitting at home and enjoying these games, but let's also do a little bit of service to the people who are out there, the real heroes who are helping us out. Well, now that we've mentioned that, make sure that you donate some amount to the numbers flashing downstairs. You can GPay them, you can use any form of payment you like, and support them in any way that you can.
Absolutely. I mean, the real dearth was in terms of getting those oxygen cylinders and everything else. So, given in Hemkunt Foundation, they're doing a very good job. But again, we have to have a word of our sponsors, right, Crips, because their contribution has been really, really good. Our gaming PC partners, Intel NEC, our peripheral partners, T-Series, our monitor partners, AOC, Sky Esports, of course, the production partners, and OML. All these organizations, companies coming together, putting up such a great show and helping in this noble cause. But we look at the bracket scripts. 7 Sins, they move on to the semifinals. Next up is QQQ versus Randoms. This match is something which I'm looking for, and another game that I'm looking for is PGE versus Villainous.
I'm looking for all these games, to be honest. The winner of QQQ and Random 5 will probably meet each other in the semifinals, which is scheduled to happen a little later. And I'm really excited to see which one of these teams will make it to the grand finals. I do have a feeling that 7 Sins can make it all the way to the grand finals. They've showed potential. I've seen these players pull off victories against much scarier and much stronger opponents. Yeah. So I do have kind of a little bit of faith in them. I also have a little bit of faith in Villainous 5 because they also are a pretty promising lineup. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the next game, QQQ versus Randoms or Random 5. That's going to be happening at 6 p.m., just 10 minutes away.
I mean, is it Random 5 or is it Randoms? I feel Randoms makes much more...
We'll ask them. We'll ask them.
We'll ask them. I hope we get to interview them, but either way, QQQ is an interesting name as well. Let's see how they can perform. I hope that they can come up with an interesting pick, an interesting play style. But then, of course, the name which really draws so much attention. 5 Friends versus Nasha Esports.
Oh, you're really obsessed with that term now, aren't you? Kenna really tells us a lot about you, Salty.
I hope my mama isn't watching this stream.
Just throwing you under the bus here. I love doing that. I'm such a bad friend, right?
Absolutely. But either way, I guess, everyone is watching, everyone is waiting to watch the game. We had such a nice encounter up front. It was a great start to today. Next up, QQQ versus Randoms. Which map are you expecting, Crips?
Tough. Probably Haven again. I don't know. I think we might even see Icebox. I hope we don't see something like Bind or Split because they're not as tactically advanced as Haven or Icebox.
Yeah.
I won't even be mad if we get to see Breeze.
Exactly.
I love that map. I've not had the chance to play it too much. I've played like what, only 20 something games on that map so far, which is pretty less, but I'm loving it so far. And I'm gonna be honest, there's a lot to learn in Breeze. There's so much more stuff that hasn't even been discovered yet.
Exactly.
So I'm hoping that these teams can bring in something unique and show us something new.
Exactly, as times are gonna pass, I guess people are gonna discover more and more ways of how Breeze is supposed to be played. But you mentioned rightfully, Bind was supposed to be the home ground of competitive Valorant when Valorant Esports started, but then moved on and different maps came as the, I don't know, the new normal. I absolutely love Icebox, honestly, because people hated on the map so much when it first came out, but then you look at the competitive games on Icebox, they're much more tactically advanced, they're much more entertaining. There's so much dynamics in the map, like how you can rotate and you can make your moves. That just makes the map so much more interesting to watch as an audience or cast as a casters.
Yeah. I mean, what else are you expecting in the next map? To be honest, given the way that the first game was, I'm hoping for an even Stevens battle. I'm hoping it doesn't turn into a one-sided affair, you know, as soon as the map switches or as soon as the side switches. So I'm hoping it's gonna be an even Stevens fight. We get to see maybe an overtime or two. I'm assuming we will get to see like at least one overtime in some game during the day. Don't know which one yet, but we'll find out soon enough, I guess.
Yep, sure. And I guess the stakes are going to be high on this one and the next one, because Villainous is a sort of a professional team, so I'm not expecting their opposition to pull them through to overtime. I sort of think like Villainous, I sort of think like Villainous is going to like ease out on their game, but eventually on the next two games there is definitely a high chance of going on to an OT, and I really want to see an OT, honestly, because it's probably the most exciting part of Valorant. You get to, you know, win 2 rounds back to back. It just goes haywire. I still
Remember the legendary game between Global Esports and Team Mai, where it went on to like 21-19.
Yeah, like 5 overtimes. It's too much pressure, dude. Like a regular player would break under that much pressure. They would be, you know, forcing themselves to drag on through the match. Your arms would be aching, your fingers would be fatigued, and at this point you would be just so done with the game. But at the same time, everyone on your team has to do everything that they can to keep the motivation up, to make sure that you do not succumb to the pressure. And that's the, you know, the uncelebrated side of esports so far, because people don't understand how much effort it takes to be in such a high pressure situation and keep yourself calm. It's ridiculous the amount of mental fortitude that's required to become a professional athlete.
True, and absolutely true. And of course, more so for the in-game leaders. The in-game leaders are doing such a great job in coordinating the team. And especially in a game like Valorant, you need someone to be the central force who kind of, not a force in general, but kind of someone who holds all the strings together and really pushes the team in the right direction.
Yeah. And sometimes the IGL is not enough. You need a co-IGL as well sometimes to give you a little bit of a helping hand, to give you an additional insight as to what you could do, explore the other options. Of course, it's a team game. It's not a one-man show, and one needs to be really careful about that.
Yep, and with that said, we move on to the lineup of Team QQQ. We have Kaustubh Rahul, who's from Pune. We have Kedar Manohar, who is from Mumbai. We have Aditya Vijayansh, who is from Pune as well. Gaurav Deepak from Mumbai, and Prithvi Manushk from Mumbai as well. I don't know the universities. I'll have to open up my data, but it doesn't really matter. I guess the names and the faces of these smiling guys, that's all it takes. And when they step out on Valorant, the agents are going to speak.
Yeah. Aditya and Kaustubh over here are from the same university, Savitribai Phule University in Pune. We have Kedar, who is from Raipur University in Navi Mumbai, though, not in the actual city of Raipur. We have Gaurav Deepak, who is also from Mumbai, Thakur College. And last but not the least, Prithvi from Atharva College in Mumbai. So these students, they're going to have their opponents in front of them, and that opponent is Random 5. We have Chirant from Delhi. And let me just open up the sheet and see which universities are these guys from. All right, there you go.
All right.
Chiran Saluja, the first guy on the very left-hand side from Delhi. He's the captain of the team, and he's from Trent University, followed by Arohan. Arohan is a student of Management Development Institute of Singapore in Jaipur. So don't let that name throw you off. Mayank Singh, he happens to be a student of Institute of Technology and Science in Mohan Nagar, New Delhi. Parth Sharma over here is a student of R. Jethani College in Delhi University. And Tanfaiz is a student of Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Technology. So these 5 students up against Team QQQ. It's going to be an exciting battle. And one thing that I've noticed is that none of these players are from like the same university, except like the 2 people from, you know, QQQ that we said are from the same university, Savitribai Phule University. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. And
oh my god.
The map chosen again is Haven. I kind of expected this. I kind of expected all these teams to go for Haven because that is such a balanced map, and it happens to be my favorite, my personal favorite as well. Random 5 got rid of Ascent, QQQ got rid of Bind. They also got rid of Split. That means QQQ did not really want to play, you know, the one-dimensional maps of Bind and Split. Random 5 got rid of Icebox, and we are left with Haven once again.
I would have loved an Icebox, honestly. But then Haven, it does a good job. It's the staple. And again, we're going to see... we kind of saw one team really kind of sort of dominate on the attacking side. We'll have to see who starts on attack this time around.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see. I'm also kind of interested to see what the lineup of this team is, you know, the agent lineup. Given that it's Haven, I'm kind of expecting something similar to happen as we saw in the last game. You know, your balanced lineups of Initiator, Controllers, Sentinels, and Duelists. Do you think anything random might happen, considering that we have a team called Random 5?
I mean, I would really expect something random, but then I don't really think these players are going to risk it out. At this particular point, I guess they are in the quarterfinals. They have played a lot of games. I mean, it really is going to take a lot of balls if these teams start trolling each other with the random picks.
Yeah, right. Even I feel that way. Well, we're gonna have to wait a bit and see what the agent selections of these teams are to actually start theory crafting as to what the match will look like. I was really excited to see Sway in the previous game opting for Astra instead of her regular Omen. I mean, still it's a controller, but both these agents have such varied playstyles. Omen is a much more aggressive controller, whereas Astra has to hang back a little. So aggressive players like Paradox and Sway have to, you know, put a little bit of a break on their momentum if they want to play an agent like Astra. I'm kind of excited to see if anyone will pick up Astra once again. I'm not even going to be surprised if one of these teams end up picking Breach, who has been an absolute menace in the newest replication mode. But they'll find a way to deal with him, because now there's only one of him.
I mean, replication mode, Breach, 3 into 5, 15 flashes.
Don't. I can't see. I literally cannot see.
Definitely. But then I'm expecting Breach, honestly. We haven't seen quite a lot of Breach with the updates coming in. That is one of the agents who hasn't really suffered any sort of nerf or boost whatsoever. It stayed the same. It's still powerful. It's still effective. But no one really wants to use, I guess, Sova is still the default initiator that you want to pick. Yeah. Especially apart from Bind, no one has really invested in a Breach that too often.
I mean, Sova does become a staple pick if you have a dedicated initiator in your team. Sova can give you a lot more information. I mean, to some extent, Sky can also give you information with her flashes, having the audio cue, but again, it's a very different playstyle with Sova and Sky. I mean, Sova can be really helpful in post-launch situations if you know your shock dart lineups and if you're able to position yourself well. Sky, on the other hand, is a little bit between Breach and Sage, you know, with her abilities like that. She also has, you know, a Tiger which she can throw, kind of like a Sova Owl Drone. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what the agent selections would be on these two teams. Unfortunately, I don't know much about these players personally, so I can't, you know, theory craft much. But yeah, we're hoping to see an equally contested match.
Absolutely. And I mean, I would want to see some triple duelist aggressive setup, like we got to see some aggressive gameplay from Seven Sins, even though they didn't really have like a lot of duelists in on board, but they did a good job with Paradox Online. But this time around, I guess if and only if they have like three duelists on board, I wonder what they can pull off, because three duelists were actually a staple pick initially when Valorant came out and competitive was just starting out. TSM used to have their three duelist pickups always, and they won the first tournament that was ever held. That was in Ignition series, and they were the best team in the world, and everyone considered them everyone considered that to be a staple meta. But then after
but
that,
now TSM is so different.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You have something initially, but then the meta suddenly changes. Players start to kind of decode your strategies and find out the weaknesses of triple duelist setup. You get read like an open book.
Yeah, and some teams over here, I mean, not here. I mean, some teams out there are opting for no duelist lineups. We've seen teams like TSM, we've seen them pull off something like that time and again. It's been successful sometimes, been a little unsuccessful the other times, but they are the true innovators, and at the end of the day, I believe that's what Valorant is all about. It's a much more dynamic game than something like CSGO, because there's a lot of scope of innovation, and there's a lot of scope of trying out all this new stuff, all these wacky ideas that you get in your brain. You can put them out on paper. And there's a lot of scrims happening too these days, which you can use to test your theories out, test whether these ridiculous lineups actually work or not.
Absolutely. I haven't seen a lot of Yoru though. I like his hair. Kind of resembles mine, the locks.
Okay.
Wait.
I mean, he can pull it off better than you. Sorry, you had that coming. You brought that up on yourself. But yeah, you're right. I haven't seen a lot of Yoru in competitive Valorant. We've seen him on a couple of matches, but then he wasn't very impactful. I believe even after the buffs, he's not been that impactful as Riot hoped him to be. I mean, to some extent, Yoru becomes a little predictable. Sure, you can pull off some sick outplays. I believe that agent is designed specifically for one purpose, for clip material. for clips. But playing it in a tournament where it's easy to read him can be a little bit of a liability. We've seen how in the previous match, at least in the first half, both the teams were able to figure out the weaknesses of each other and adapt quickly. Sure, if you want to have a Yoru in your team against a team that can figure out what you're doing time and again, that's gonna be a little risky, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not a developer, but if you'd ask me if you can take out maybe the small ball of Yoru which kind of travels when you press E, if they take out that one or probably take out the sound cues, it could be a much stronger agent and probably used much more in lurk situations.
Yeah, that's what a little thing called balancing is all about. You can't make him too overpowered. They did that, right? They made the sound cues of YOLO teleporting a little less audible. The field of vision in which, the ball is observable to your opponents, now that field is marked by a clear boundary, so you know exactly where it will be visible to your opponents, where it won't be visible. So they've buffed him like that, but still those buffs are not enough. In fact, the one agent who has been the true winner of this patch of Valorant has been Viper. My god, she's devastating now. People used to avoid Viper like the plague before this, but now people are actually preferring her. The amount of decay that she inflicts onto your opponents is very discouraging right now. People almost always end up waiting for her utility to go down, for her to run out of her poison gas before they can start pushing, and that buys you so much time.
Absolutely, and especially on broader maps like Icebox or Breeze, that is where Viper really starts to shine. I'm not sure if that'd be the same case on other maps, like, I don't know, maybe in Ascent or something like that, but when it comes to bigger, larger maps like Breeze and Icebox and Haven, that is when Viper really starts to shine. And now the abilities make so much more sense. Like, if you have an agent in your arsenal who is supposed to be a toxic scientist and he has a poison gas, you're not supposed to walk through the poison gas, right? When you walk through, you take damage, and that makes sense. It doesn't even feel like it's overpowered, I guess. Initially, everyone used to just walk through with Viper's wall and with no repercussions whatsoever. Right now, Viper feels at its very best, and it deserves the place that it has. But with the buff of Viper, Brimstone,
Old man, you're becoming a little irrelevant over here. Yeah, okay, don't get me wrong. Between Viper, Omen, and Brimstone, I think Brimstone still has the most impactful ultimate because it can be used to clear out situations from anywhere, right? There used to be a time, when Viper obviously wasn't even a considered agent, when the choice of controller was between Brimstone and Omen. People still used to pick up Omen over Brimstone because of how versatile Omen is.
Yeah.
The only thing that Brimstone offered as an advantage over Omen was his ultimate. The orbital strike is so much more powerful than from the shadows.
Absolutely. But again, people started using From the Shadows really well. I mean, I guess that is one of the ultimates which really deserves a six orb ultimate instead of like a 7. That's probably the worst 7 orb ultimate there is in the game. But now with the addition of Astra to the lineup, controller lineup, I guess things have really changed. People love Astra's kit, especially with Gravity Well and the stun. It can really kind of, cut down corners that you have to check, makes players vulnerable. One shot, you dead.
Yeah. And we saw how Sway was absolutely able to rock Astra in the previous game. We also saw how they used the Omen ultimate as just a really expensive recon dart. Like, he used it to check where the enemies are and then cancel out just to gain some vision on the opponents. That's what Omen ultimate has boiled down to in most circumstances. Maybe you can use it passively to rotate quickly in between sites, but I don't think you can use it aggressively to, get behind enemy lines, because that does become a little bit predictable. Astra, on the other hand, has been a wonderful addition. Of course, now they've even fixed the whole thing of, getting an FPS drop whenever Astra puts up her big Great Divide. But now that they fixed it, Astra is a pretty enjoyable agent to play. Well, without further ado, let's just jump right into the agent selection.
This is where the fun begins, ladies and gentlemen. One player has been picked already. Relic has taken Cypher, which again isn't really very surprising. Greeny also hovering on the Cypher, so we might have a Cypher versus Cypher, but on the duelists, we have one Phoenix this time around. We have Master on Reyna. Trance has already picked up Sova, so Crips, your prediction kind of comes true. We don't really get to see a lot of breaches in this game. We only see Sova, which is again the more stable pick.
Yeah, it's a very staple and stable pick. Trance in the form of Sova. We have Greeny, considering Cypher hasn't locked it in yet. Zoka and Master, the two duelists. These guys are gonna be very impactful for their team. And then we have Realm having an Omen. Let's take a look at the defenders side. We have Bones on the Omen. Relic is already locked in his Cypher. Crosshair hovering over Sova. BB1 on Phoenix, and then Bullet on
Select
the
your
Jet.
agent.
Interesting. We got to see a Jet last time out, and it was really impactful. But this time around, we have two flashers on. We have flashers on each side. We have Phoenix and Reyna. We have Omens, so we don't see any weird controller setup. We don't really get to see any sort of Astras or Brimstones or anything else. Which, again, is not really surprising, right? It was expected.
Yeah, kind of expected. Although I have to point out that one of these sides does not have a single mobility agent. Like, they don't have a Jet or a Raze. Something that always gets picked up on Haven. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do without someone who can cover distance quickly. The Omen is not as effective as a Jet when it comes to covering distance, but hey, he has uses of his own. So pretty stable lineup for both these teams so far. There's not too much to theorycraft over here. These guys can and have always been playing on lineups like these, especially in a map like Haven. So nothing too out of the ordinary, at least for now. But maybe we'll see something unique once the game actually begins.
Yeah. Again, like, this is very surprising to me, Crips. I never really noticed the B side is actually this tall.
This tall. Okay, then. Well, you learn new stuff every day. Maybe going up into the sky gives you a little different perspective. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's just jump right into it. QQQ is going to be starting on the defensive side, whereas we have Random 5 on attack. Well, before we begin the match, let's just run you guys through the agent selection once again. We have Bones on Omen, Relic on Cypher, Crosshair on Sova, we have BB1 on Phoenix, and Bullet in the form of Jet. Now that's Team Triple Q for you. Random 5 on the other hand have Realm in the form of Omen, Master on the Reyna, we have Greeny with Cypher, Zoker playing as Phoenix, and Trance playing as the Sova. So except for the Jet and the Phoenix, the lineup is the same for almost all these teams. I'm sorry, the Jet and the Reyna. Yeah, that's what the only difference in between these two lineups. Let's see what they decide to do with it. I'm kind of expecting Random 5 to take things slowly in the first round, because the way I see it right now, they have their Omen sitting outside of sitting outside of C. The other player is just outside of A lobby, so they're probably going to go for a split push and, you know, take it nice and slow, feel things out, see what the defense of QQQ looks like, and then probably decide to commit towards one of those sites. Whereas QQQ, on the other hand, I'm kind of expecting them to be the team that rotates quickly, because they have the defaults, and almost always when you have defaults, you do have fast rotations as well. At least we saw that in the previous game. Let's see if that same trend continues this time as well.
You know what? I actually like the fact that we get to see these players live. The fact, I mean, we get to see this in every tournament, but again, watching live reactions, it just gives you the feel of a LAN tournament, right?
To some extent. Honestly, I consider myself a little lucky that I got to experience my share of LAN tournaments while they were still a thing before the pandemic hit us. The amount of energy in a LAN tournament, obviously this is pre-COVID, of course, you know, with audiences sitting and screaming and cheering for their favorite players, all the favorite players too jumping up out of their chairs and yelling every time they clutch around or win a round. It's infectious. That energy, that vibe, nothing in the world is as satisfying as seeing your favorite player clutch out an impossible round and then screaming your guts out to cheer him, and the player screams back in excitement as well. That LAN energy, I hope that we get to experience it once again. I hope that this pandemic goes away soon and things go back to normal. The people out there who are working really, really hard to make things normal are Hemkunt Foundation and Give India organization. They have been working tirelessly to help the people affected by the pandemic get a little space to breathe, give them relief, and if possible, ladies and gentlemen, please donate to their noble causes. The donation details will be available and will be flashing throughout the stream every now and then. So let us do our bit to help them out. And without further ado, the game will begin.
Absolutely. Again, Trance getting some early information with this outro. This is so effective, actually. He gets so much to work with. Probably spotted one player, but could have noticed one or two more. Now again, this is Team Random 5 who are on the attack, and they are quite splitting up outside A, but again rotating towards C at the moment. No one has actually broken a Cypher trap.
Yeah, but they do have counter utility being put up. Cypher versus Cypher battle might just happen on the A side anytime soon. The Cypher has one more player to back him up now. The Jet has rotated over. Even the Phoenix is considering rotation. But because they haven't revealed themselves, they probably should be aware about the fact that C can be assaulted any moment.
Look at
and that moment is now. The two defenders are trapped inside of the garage. Luckily, nobody's assaulting from garage, so they can hold their ground. And Crosshair does get one kill onto Master. They will be able to get another one. No, Greeny!
30 seconds left.
Bones, and Realm is doubling up as well. It's just Bullet who's chasing behind them, hoping to get a kill early on, but the Cypher cannot get
Last
it.
player
Still manages to get one more kill. Good stuff by him, but now we have Relic in the 1v2, and Zoker will deny him.
That was so doable. 1v2 for the Cypher. The Omen was already at 30 HP. One shot in the chest, in the leg, wherever. It could have done the job. But not really. Random. They deserved the first round. They completely fooled Team QQQ, trying to make them believe that they're going A, but then going towards C. The move was fantastic. The Omen smoke was perfect, completely locking out all the defenders in Garage and CT. And they had a walk in the park.
Yeah, I kind of loved the approach by Bullet as well, as he decided to get into its garage right off the bat. And here we have a repeat of what we saw in the previous game.
Yeah.
QQQ are on an eco, and they're deciding to fight towards mid. They're winning the fight as well. Relic with a double kill. He's managed to turn the tide, but Greeny is here to save the day, and Trance is backing him up. They are still battling. Relic has his third kill, but Trance is here to save the day. 1v1, can he pull it off? Yes, he does. Trance, he somehow survives and still has the advantage for his team, but it's a 2-0. They win the round, but at what cost? They lost most of their players. QQQ only wanted to cause economic damage, and they completed their objective.
They did more than they could ever want. They probably targeted, all right, guys, let's go and drop 1 or 2 weapons, probably 3, but then they lost. They dropped 4. That's all you want. And now they probably have some sort of economic advantage as well. Look at that. All Spectres coming in from randoms, and they have big guns. They have those big assault rifles, and they're ready to break some skulls.
Yeah, and because they got 4 kills, almost everyone on Random 5 is gonna be on light shields right now. So these Phantoms and Vandals will have absolutely no trouble chewing through them. Bullet, here's the server drone. Doesn't care too much about it, but he's gonna fall back just a little bit. The rotation's already starting to come in. 2 players defending, and Bullet manages to get a kill onto Realm through the little gap in that Cypher cage. 2 kills in the favor of QQQ already, and Random 5 will be forced to reconsider their decisions. But they're sticking to it. They are still committed towards the A side. They want to go in, but they're taking their time. They're hoping that if they stay silent enough, QQQ will overthink themselves and go back towards the C side or something like that, but nothing of that sort is happening. They're still committing, and Relic has his guns ready, pointed in the right direction, pointed directly at their faces. 2 versus 5. What can they do? Not much, apparently.
Not much, definitely.
Oh, no. They definitely can't do a lot. They got 2 kills. Master is making things work. A little bit of team flash, but no problem. Zoka gets the kill nonetheless. He's gonna heal up as well, and now somehow from a 2 versus 5, it's back down to a 2v2. This is doable, Akash. This is doable.
This is certainly doable, but then I almost thought that the Cypher ruined all plans. Bones coming in from short. He can get the Phoenix if he wants to. No way! Zoka confirms the kill. Only 1 player with the responsibility of the entire team. 1v2. He needs to check all the right angles. Master is ready with his Phantom, who connects. It is the Sova. Crosser gets 1. He knows exactly where the final player probably is. He will get half defused. So, oh no, the ultimate, the flash. Phoenix is ready. He's gonna absolutely shatter Crosser as a quad kill for Zoka. He absolutely devastates QQQ and Randoms from a point where they were supposed to lose this round. They had no business winning the round. Zoka stood up. He delivered. He said, it's time. Joke's over.
Joke's over. You're dead. The Reyna and the Phoenix pulling off such a massive round for Random 5. They were trapped in a 2 versus 5. Keep in mind that QQQ, after losing the 2 rounds on, in the first 2 rounds, they thought that they could win the gun round, and they almost did. But Random 5 pulling off that 2 versus 5 clutch, that's impossible stuff right there. Oh my god, and Master continues to deliver. Delivered big in the last round, and this time as well. 2 early kills, but here we have a push from the A side already. They managed to go all the way down to A lobby, and now they're down in mid. Green is prepared for them both.
Absolutely shuts them down 1v4. This is BB1, and he's in the position where Zoka was in the last round, but this is way too much to ask. With the Sheriff, he has the hand cannon, which can definitely be used for some clips, but then Trini shuts him down. I didn't even start something epic out here because I knew kind of that it was never going to happen. It was way too much to ask from him.
Yeah. Unfortunately, QQQ, they lost the gun round. They didn't do much on their eco. But I like one thing from QQQ, right? In the second round, when they didn't have weapons, they fought mid. In this round, when they didn't have weapons, they pushed A corridors, they pushed mid as well. They go aggressive when they're on an eco, when they don't have much to lose. And I like that because, you see, when you don't have much to lose, you can play as aggressively as you want without worrying about repercussions. Even if you lose the round, that's okay because you're not looking to win the round over here. You're just looking to cause economic damage and hopefully gain some information that you can use in the buy round where it will be much more impactful.
Exactly. You get to understand where your opponent team is defaulting and everything else. But then look at that. Creeny all by himself onto A shot. Kind of blocks out that from the opposite side. But then Bullet is ready. The crosshair was on his head and completely butchers down his chest with the bullet. Now, 4v5. QQQ again. What do they do right now? They are well spread out. They have all the information that they need. BB1, he takes down 2 players. Soker wouldn't be able to repeat his heroics. This time around, random 5, so they are completely stuck. But we know for a fact that they converted 1 2v5. This can be one more. Trance gets 1. And now, he probably will be looking for more.
QQ still have most of their members online. Random 5 though. Sneaking up B once again, and Relic knows it. The paranoia doesn't really do much. Nobody will be blinded, and they're still prepared. The camera tagging them up, it distracts them long enough. And now poor Realm, his position's been compromised. Bullets looking at him directly. QQQ finally pulling off a round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know what? Like, I almost thought that they would pull off the third round, which was supposed to be like 2-1, but then. I almost thought like the Cypher pinned down the locations. It was 2v5. There was no way Soka pulled that off. I still can't believe that he did so, but now that he did, it's at 4-1. QQQ, they still have a very realistic chance of making a comeback in this game. But again, if they don't win a lot of round trips, it's going to be way harder in defense. I assume that Random 5 is going to apply a similar tactic and go attacking on defense as well, which is going to make life more difficult for Team QQQ. Look at that. Look at that. Bullet. He has balls of steel and he shatters one player down.
He's obviously looking for more. Most of the defenders are already over here. Bullet gets another pick onto Realm and dashes back to safety. Can he pick up a third? Certainly he can. The attackers are very reluctant to peek him. And especially with the ultimate active on Phoenix, he will try to get another pick. Doesn't get much, but that's okay. He's discouraged them from entering the A-long corridor so far.
Go for the ace, my man. Oh, no. He's missing a lot of shots in the arena, but then Master, he's been pinned down. His position has been completely given away. And I guess they're gonna, climb onto him to try and get the kill. The shock darts dropping in. Phoenix trying to go aggressive. Will connect the headshot. And then Soker connects 1, but he has a lot more to do. Will he be able to repeat? Okay. Okay, gun barrel. Okay. Boy trying to be cheeky. The flash definitely comes out, but the shot... alright, it was inevitable.
QQQ's finally starting to show a little bit of defense over here. They've been doing a pretty good job of holding Random 5 off of their sights, especially that operator in the hands of Bullet has been so impactful. An early pick onto a sewers, then 2 good picks onto a long. He managed to discourage Team Random Fry from entering the site. And even though they saw the operator, Random 5 continued to push. Of course, they were held in their tracks. Reina was even trapped in that little corner, but that's okay. Random 5 still have the lead. They still have a little bit of money left in the tank so that they can continue purchasing weapons. Oh my god, here comes out the big bad laser beams. Gonna be used to clear out the angle.
Wow.
And there's the Sova diff. Crosshair gets the kill onto Trance. And there's another Roman diff this time with Realm picking off Bones. Both the teams back down to a 4v4.
Yeah, this is interesting, honestly. Even though the sites are quite wide open, Team Random 5, they will try and take this sweet time before they enter the site. At the moment, they just try and buy out some information for themselves. Nothing much, just shift walking across different territories. They'll try and creep out outside A though. Yep, Crips.
Yeah, in a 4 versus 4 situation like this, I feel like the defenders have so much more disadvantage because they need to spread out and, play these angles individually. On the other hand, if the attackers, if they clump all their players at once and bum rush a site, they're going to be facing 1 player only. And they will have 4 people, so they will still win the trades. This time though, Master gets the kill onto Crosshair. The Omen teleports right up on top. Probably will be forced to cancel, but he's down in hell, and it's still a very safe place. Relic, though, manages to get a cheeky kill onto the opposing Cypher, so that makes things a little more doable. Still a 3v3, jump up, and he won't get it, but at least his teammate Relic is managing to do quite a big amount of work over here. Oh no, BB1's already here. He denies them the satisfaction of planting the spike.
I mean, the Cypher, he was a nightmare. He was a nightmare for the attacking team. Everyone was looking at them. No one really paid attention to Phoenix creeping up right beside them. It was just target practice for him to finish off 2 players. Now, though, QQQ, they're actually starting to get back onto the game. 3-4 is what the score is. And look at Random 5. Only Sheriffs is what they can afford, light shields to work with. QQQ, on the other hand, they have heavy weaponry and also a lot of cash.
Yeah, finally that 4-0 lead has been nullified. And it seems like QQQ have the potential to win yet another round, especially when Random 5 don't have as much firepower as them. But they're still gonna split up. Random 5 has been doing these split pushes every now and then, and they worked for them early on, but not sure if that formula will be able to yield them any more success.
They have a lot of ultimates ready though. They have the Reyna ultimate, they have the Sova, but Bullet, oh my god, he shuts down Greeny, denies entry onto site. Now Master with the Frenzy, all these guys with their big bad pistols in front of some big bad guns. Bullet probably will be looking for another one. He gets Master. I mean, one by one, these bodies are definitely gonna fall. 3v5, Random 5. What they can do? What can they do?
They also managed to get one pick towards Garage, but they were instantly traded off. So even though Random 5 are failing to get kills on A, they got like one kill towards Garage, but it didn't yield them any more map control than they previously had. Them breaking that Cypher trap wire reveals their position, and BB1 is prepared for that.
Yeah.
Knows both of them are over here. The recon dart is going to make life a little bit easier. Reveals them both, and Realm is able to... BB1 is able to get a kill through the wood.
Wow. Wow. The evade and the shot. It was perfect. Now that the scoreline is completely tied, the QQQ is coming back into the game. Again, this is probably... once again, when the game is going to restart, everything is going to settle down. The economy on both sides are going to be relatively easier. They will be able to buy out weapons, and look at that. Both of them, they have weaponry to work with. This is the start of the game yet again, Cribs. We have spent like 8 rounds, and we come back at ground zero.
Yeah, it's back to square one. 4 versus 4 on both sides. Let's see if they're able to recreate something. Random 5 still with the split pushes. They have a Cypher towards mid, but most of them are committing towards the C side. Bullet, though, is here yet again. The Hunter's Fury will probably boil him out of these common spots, but he still gets a kill onto Realm. Even though he was being forced out of that position, he peeks without any fear.
Yeah.
On the other hand, is also trying to push aggressively towards the A corridors, but he's going to fall back. He revealed this position, put a little bit of pressure onto Random 5, and now he's going to fall back, knowing that he doesn't need to push any further. They have the man advantage. They have absolutely no reason to push and give it away.
Look at that, though. They're very much ready for an A push. Omen is just waiting for them to welcome with open hands. Crosshair gets one, instantly gets traded off. Bullet, though, putting a bullet through the brain of Master. The ultimate instantly shut down. Go for the knife, go for the melee. Yow. Oh, no.
That hurts me right here in my heart. That was such an unfortunate sight to see.
I mean, he almost goes down the gap. The knife was there, but just at the exact moment, look at that. He goes in. Why did he go in for the pistol shot? I guess he kind of just gave away a lot of time for the Phoenix to turn back and shoot at him.
That was really painful to watch. And now, because of that, these guys finally have yet another round. I mean, Bones kind of whiffed on that Phoenix over there, but his team still wins the round, so it's fine. There's not too much damage. Camera, he probably wanted to throw it a little bit farther, but he won't be able to do that. Luckily, Bullet is here to help him out, and Relic is able to spray them down through the smokes and Crosshair. Oh my god, he's spraying them down. This is devastating. This is too much.
I know exactly.
That was a YOLO rush, and Greeny coming in to shut down one player gets double. Now, though, it's a 1v5. It's a 1v3, pardon me for that. A Phantom, and only Phantom on board. We know what damage it can do. Slowly creeping on to B entrance. He doesn't have the spike, though. But he needs to take down all 3 players. Omen falling back to A, trying to find him down, trying to hunt him. Meanwhile, Greeny, he will try and isolate all 3 players and take them one-on-one. It's slow, but it's methodical, trying to check each and every individual angle meticulously. But Team QQQ, though, all they're trying to do is guard down the spike. Greeny needs to find a way to isolate them, take them one by one, and then finish them off. But no, not happening today.
Yeah, Bones teleported back to his team to defend the spike and put the final nail in the coffin.
That's one way to use the Omen ultimate.
Yeah, to join your teammates. Yeah, you know how at the start of the game, before, while we were still on the agent selection screen and everything, I said that
Yeah.
the Omen ultimates can seldom be used very aggressively to outflank someone. Most of the times, you are better off using them to join your teammates and, get faster rotations online. That's probably it. Outflanking with an Omen ultimate can be difficult, especially because he's such a predictable agent right now.
Yeah.
Oh my god, but this is unpredictable. Bullet pushing all the way down. See,
Oh my god. Oh my god, this is brutal. Bullet, you're not allowed to do that. When he gets a fourth, he gets a fourth, get an ace. The knives are out, the daggers are out. He almost connects the one on the Sova, but eventually it's Relic who gets the final one. Bullet. Oh my word, I almost thought. I mean, that's unconventional from random 5. They're stacking outside. See, which isn't really working. And Bullet, this guy, he pushes in, he sprays them down one by one. This is the Vandal, it's not even the Phantom.
Yeah, and he's got so much firepower on that Vandal. They never expected QQQ to push down. Because QQQ has been playing these defaults every now and then. And they only push when they don't see anyone. Yeah, like Bullet usually pushes the A-long corridor when he doesn't see any activity over here, or when he knows that his opponents are towards the C side. But this time he pushes C and gets so many kills. The Hunter's Fury will definitely be able to get some damage done, maybe even a kill. But while they're busy dodging the Hunter's Fury, BB1 and Bullet push down, and they get so many kills. Once again, Bullet has a triple for himself, and QQQ shut down this half in style. 8-4, and they have such a decisive lead.
I mentioned Crips, how things escalated quickly in the last match. QQQ went from like gear 0 to like gear 6 in a matter of rounds. They got back their trailing rounds. It was probably 0-4. Look at the timeline right there, 0-4. And it suddenly overturned the favor, random 5. It's just randoms for us. We get 8 rounds back to back and pull it.
Yeah.
Jet is not even there in the opponent round, but I want to say Jet diff with my heart's content.
Oh my god. Okay, stop. Bullet, he's got such massive cojones to push again and again. He's sitting on 22 frags. That's the amount of kills people end up with after an entire game, and he's got that in the first half itself. And this time, oh my god, poor Realm gets triple peak. There's no way he ever stood a chance. They're gonna force so much utility into the B side and brute force their way in. It's so effective, but hold on, it's not even a bay push. They go from B, and now they're pushing the A side via the links. And this is so effective. The flash fails, BB1 goes down, but his teammate Bullet is more than capable of picking up multiple kills. Master, on the other hand, ends up sacrificing his teammate to pick up that one kill. But this is so confusing, right? Because they were pushing towards the A link, they failed to recognize where the plant is, and now they realize it's on the B side, and they are not in any position to go for a retake. They're still closing in from the A link and the mid areas, but the Sova is doing such a good job of using his shock dust to hold them back, and they can hear the camera pop out in and out, but they don't know where it is. The Omen paranoia, it delays them even further, and it enables Crosshair to peek on the back of it. Such lovely coordination by QQQ.
Absolutely. They outdid Random 5 in that particular round. There was no way they were going to win the round, especially after the initial frag, the way they made their way inside sight, and after that, captured it like a fortress again. Now it's 9-4 Cribs. This has been one hell of a comeback for QQQ. I mean, no one really thought that at 0-4, I really mentioned that this was kind of going one-sided, but then things just completely overturned, and suddenly QQQ are really on it. I don't even feel like Random 5 have what it takes to win another round at this point. This is the momentum which QQQ have developed. Look at that. BB1, he has no fear of death whatsoever. Zoker, though, trades him down, gets 2. And now, at the moment, it's 3v4, but again, Relic shuts him down eventually. 3v3 for both these two teams. Again, the attacking team is certainly doing a very good job. Relic, Bones, Crosshair. The tag team take all the players down from Team Random 5. They get the 10th round on board. And these guys, they're just easing onto the game at this particular point. I feel like they don't even have to think much. Their crosshairs and their guns are doing their job.
Yeah, QQQ are feeling a sudden surge in confidence. The way they rush into that site without even too much preparation just gives me the idea that they have this in the bag. They believe in themselves. They were trailing 0-4 at one point, and now they're leading 10-4. We thought that the comeback was great in the previous game, but this one's even better.
Absolutely. Next up, we have 5 Friends versus Nasha Esports, but oh my god. Oh my god, what happens now though? One player goes down, Crosshair, he takes down Master. And this can be interesting. Bullet takes Trans. Again, QQQ dominating Bones. He lures Greeny onto him. Soka gets 1, but that's not enough.
Like, not even 10 seconds. And the round's over already. Before I can theory talk, before I can even think about where these players are, the round is done and dusted. These guys are rushing in. They want to get this over with right here and now. QQQ, they need just one more round to get to map point. And I'm feeling that they will be able to get it without any trouble whatsoever. They have enough money, right? They have enough money, but they're still choosing to hold on to their Spectres from the previous rounds. And they're going to be up against Spectres as well in the hands of Random 5. Maybe, because these teams are somewhat equal in terms of firepower, they might have a chance. Recon darts exchanged towards Garage, both the teams using their SOAS to gather information, but that Recon dart forces Trans back, and Bullet pushes all the way in. Even the Omen Dark cover has been used to make sure that they can wrap around towards the B side from both the directions. They do push the smoke and they get punished for it, and oh my god, Master is finally starting to answer. He has a response, but now down to 4 HP, there's really not much that he can do. He's being outflanked by the Phoenix already, and this could be devastating. Both these teams now playing at equal footing. Hunter's Fury will be used, and Crosser will be able to pick off Zoker, leaving the poor Reyna at 4 HP in a near impossible clutch. And that Recon Dart will reveal her position as well. Before she could even react, Bullet peeks out. QQQ. What a wonderful round. They use the Recon Dart, force their way into Garage, put the Dark cover in a very unconventional spot from where they can wrap around the B side.
Yeah.
And they don't even need to plant the spike. Like, they did plant it in the end, but then, yeah, that wasn't the plan. They probably just wanted to move in and press mouse 1. That's the vibe I'm kind of getting over here.
I kind of felt like Master was just holding himself back. He had so many players right in front of him, the trigger discipline. I kind of felt like he was trying to get the perfect moment, but then the Cypher pushed in. He tries to get the Cypher, but then couldn't really get more of them. Again. The next round, this is probably the time when QQ would be wanting to finish off the game as early as possible. The call-outs have been given out. They are forcing Team Random 5 out of sight. This is the wrath of Team QQ right now. And I understand the fact that Random 5, they're respecting their firepower. Greeny moves up to heaven, but I'm not sure if he's going to do a lot from that particular position because he has been smoked off, he has been shut down. This is QQQ all dominating inside side. How do they enter that particular position? Greeny receiving some shock darts, Bullet putting Trans to his bed. No more shock darts, my friend. You can't use that in long range. The knives come out, the daggers not really that effective. Omen gets taken down. Not the spray transfer that he would want. Then Master, he moves in, eventually shuts down BB1. Doesn't even need a clear line of sight. Through the smoke, gets Soaker. The winner is here, QQQ. 13 straight rounds from 0-4. They are your winner, and they win in style.
My god. Style is an understatement.
Yeah.
This is as stylish as it gets. From 0-4 to 13-4, QQQ went on an undefeated streak of rounds. I mean, it's scary. I don't even have words to describe it. Like, at one point, QQQ threw strategy out of the window. They said, yeet. They threw out the strat book and they went in to click heads. That's it. And you can see how dominant they are. They decide, hey guys, do you want to go B? Yeah, sure, let's go B. But they don't end up going there. 2 people split up from Garage. They put down Paranoias and Omen Smokes so that they can wrap around towards the B side from both the mid entrance and the Garage. How many times have you seen people use Garage to go to B? Almost never. That doesn't happen in a professional game, but these guys were feeling themselves. They used those unorthodox playstyles and they used the sheer firepower on Bullet to push in and get the job done. That one round where Bullet was able to get 4 kills, you know, when he pushed the C-long corridor on the defensive side, that just gives you a decent idea as to how much firepower these guys have in their arsenal. Bullet on 28 frags. Jesus. And the top 3 players of the match are from Team QQQ. Random 5 never stood a chance.
Absolutely. I mean, Soaker was doing a good job, but then they were completely uncontested crips, and that's the scariest part. You can get 13 rounds, you can get like, all right, not 13, but then 12 rounds, 10 rounds back to back. But none of those rounds really went down the wire. It was all about QQQ and their utter destruction. And that's the scariest part. What happens when this team moves up in the ranks, moves up in the semifinals and the grand finals?
Yep. The hero of this game definitely is Bullet, without a doubt. But ladies and gentlemen, let us not forget the real heroes out there. The doctors, the nurses, the emergency services, and the essential services. These guys are the real heroes of our country and the heroes that we need right now. Hemkunt Foundation and Given Your organization are doing massive charity drives to help out the people and provide them relief from the COVID-19 pandemic. Let us do our job and donate as much as we can to these organizations so that they can do their work, they can fight the good fight, so that they can help out everyone else out there who requires the help the most.
Yep. It's kind of like a chain, honestly. You know, like we expect the gaming community to help these organizations. These organizations are helping the country get back to its feet and fighting this pandemic thing that's going on. And again, if that happens, life returns back to normal. The guys who helped, the guys who came in front, we're gonna come back to our normal lives. We're gonna see all those LAN events and these events again in a physical stadium, players playing physically.
Hopefully.
And that's just so much more exciting. I guess it all comes back. I don't want to put in like philosophical karma thing over here, but I believe that in everything that you put in, it just comes back to you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if I share the same sentiment on karma, but we need to do everything that we can to help these guys, help the country.
Yeah.
Let's do our bit. I mean, the gamers, they stay at home, they play video games. That's the best help that you can do if you're not a doctor, if you're not an essential service worker. Stay at home, play games. Let's not go outside and, put ourselves in danger. And if you can, please donate as much as you can to these charities so that they can fight the good fight. And
Again,
I hope all of us are able to put together something to help them out.
I'm pretty sure we'll be able to put together something. But again, like I would also mention our sponsors who have been like very generous to establish this tournament and really put it out there for the people in such a good manner. Getting all the equipments for an online tournament isn't easy. Intel NUC providing all the PCs, steel series for the peripherals, and then again we have global partners who are providing us with cutting edge hardware and everything. AOC with our monitors. These guys, all of these guys who have joined in to create Red Bull Campus Clutch, they deserve a big round of applause, and you guys can give them back.
Yep, definitely we can. Although, there is one thing that Random 5 couldn't give back to QQQ. A good fight. That's what they couldn't do. My goodness, that was a devastating match, Akash. Here we were at the start of the game thinking that, okay, this could be an even Stevens game, but no, it turned out to be a much more one-sided affair than I would have imagined it to be. At least the previous game, the one where Paradox and Sway were competing, at least the first half was more or less equal. Both the teams were on equal footing. The second half turned into a one-sided affair, but that's okay. But this one, it was dominant right from the start. Like at one point, Random 5 was dominant, 4-0, and then QQQ turned the tide around with 13-4. And it's not like they were, playing with an extraordinary strategy or something like that. They were not going for those 200 IQ plays. They were just going and pressing W and pressing mouse 1. That's it. Especially Bullet over there.
Absolutely. And the thing about which I actually liked about QQ was the fact that in spite of the fact that Random 5 was sort of dominating in the early stages, they still looked formidable. They still looked like they had what it takes to win those rounds. And once they got in the groove, once they felt those beats inside themselves, they danced on those beats on Haven. And they made Random 5 dance as well, but on their own terms.
Yeah. I love the timing of the attacks of Team QQQ. The moment the SOA puts in the recon dart, the Jet is immediately there to follow up. As soon as she walks into the door, there's a dark cover to protect her so that she can check the angles that need to be checked so that she doesn't have to worry about too much. The recon dart, which is already in place, eliminates further angles that she needs to check so she can focus on, the more important stuff. And then, as soon as they have control of the desired location, let's say if you're putting down the utility on garage, if they have control of that area, they pause, they take a little second, and then they burst into the site. And they've been using this two-step approach. They take control of mid, then burst into B. Take control of garage, have one player outside of C long, then burst into C. So it's like a two-step process. They take control of the corridors, then they move into the actual site after the utility's back online. And poor Random 5 really couldn't do much. They thought that they were, holding them back when Team QQQ paused after getting control of garage or any of the corridors that they wanted to. And that, I think, is what messed around with the minds of Team Random 5, because QQQ stopped in their tracks. They thought that they're doing a good job of holding them back, but that was actually an intentional pause. So that they can reset, so that they can get all the utilities back together, so that they can burst in together as a team. Those set piece executes were just so good.
Yeah, it was something which you can only replicate from the drawing room. You have to practice a lot together to perfect the timing on each and every one of those utilities and connecting them together, stringing them together to make a cohesive move, which makes some practical sense in a competitive game. But then QQQ, they move up the ladder, they move on to semi-finals, and we move on to a very short little break. My name is Salty, and with me is Cribs. We're gonna go take a little chill pill. You guys do the same as well. We're gonna come back very shortly. Till then, stay tuned. You can speak now.
Bro, are we really on break? What the fuck?
Yeah.
into the next rounds.
Pro tip. When you cause damage to an opponent without killing them, let your team know they're tagged and they aren't at full health.
U is for utility. That's what we call an ability that works as a useful zone control tool. Things like smoke, walls, blinding abilities, and flash grenades.
Coach is very aware.
Speaking of control tools, did you know that it's pretty much impossible to cheat at Valorant? The Vanguard is always watching.
Moving around makes a lot of noise. Pressing shift to walk makes it easier to lurk.
If they do find you, hit the X key. That's the default trigger for your ultimate ability. You'll want to save that for when you really need it.
Yoru is the 14th agent to join the Valorant roster. A skilled illusionist, his unique abilities include fake out, gate crash, and dimensional drift. New agents drop at regular intervals, so you'll want to try them out to get used to their abilities.
Last but not least, zoom mode. Different weapons have different types of zoom mode enabled. Zoom in by right-clicking. So, that's Valorant, from A to Z. Now that we're primed, I'm gonna go play. BRB.
Oh, we almost forgot the most important letters.
What's that?
GLHF. Good luck. Have fun.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Red Bull Campus Clutch. My name is Salty and with me is Crips. And Crips, we saw some amazing games. Two sort of dominations, I would say. You were expecting an overtime and we got delivered something completely opposite. So never make a prediction.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop making these predictions. Kind of makes me look silly. But hey, that game itself was pretty silly, you gotta admit it. At one point, every semblance of strategy, anything that even resembled sense, it was thrown out of the window and these teams started going ahead, clicking W and mouse 1. At least that's what Bullet did. Let's hope that the others, the other games are not as one-sided, and if they are, the other team at least puts up a little bit of a fight. Random 5, it was just not their day. It's not like they were doing anything wrong, right? They were still holding on to their defaults, but they failed to adapt to the neck break speed that QQQ brought to the table. Once they got that little confidence in them, they started moving in at blitzkrieg speeds.
Yeah.
Before Random 5 even had a chance to react, QQQ would be already in the sides, and even that two-stage process that I spoke about earlier, they even sped that up towards the end of the game. So there was absolutely no chance for Random 5 to hit back. There was no reset button, and they couldn't figure out how to adapt to this sort of a playstyle, because at one point you saw QQQ going for defaults, then they switched to something more aggressive, that's two-step process, and then it's just W. So how do you react to a team that constantly keeps on upping the pace, upping the speed?
Yep, for sure. And that exactly reflects on the process that they kind of came up. And something which I realized is that on both the first game and the second game, the teams who have been playing a faster paced game were coming out on top on a lot of different aspects, getting more information, getting more control over real estate on the map, and when they got more real estate, they eventually get the round.
Yeah, that's true. The real estate does often translate to rounds and often translates to information that you can use to convert into a round. But then, yeah, we've seen instances where even after getting control of a certain part of the map, they were not able to convert it. Like, let's say, for example, in the second half, how Random 5 was able to at least get onto the side, but the moment they started, planting the spike, a lot of utility was thrown towards them, and then they were frozen. They couldn't do much.
All right, I guess it's fine. But next up, we have some more amazing matches, and I'm still waiting for the game for Villainous versus PGE. But next up, there is one team that we need to look out for. Nasha Esports, come out, bring in some heavy guns.
I don't know why that name excites you so much. It's
they have exams.
Childish. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that could be a thing, right? They have exams on the 29th from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. That's like during the match time. So I don't know what they will prepare for. Will they prepare for the game? Will they prepare for their exams? And I don't know. I certainly would be very conflicted if I was in a situation like that, and pretty sure my parents won't let me play games on the day of my exams. Kind of frowned upon, at least Indian parents.
You're a very disciplined kid, by the way. But I mean, if they're like me, though.
I mean, am I though?
I mean, if they're like me, they wouldn't even care for the exams and play the games, because that's what fun is. It's fun, but again,
That's what risk is. As well.
that's risk for sure. Again, we need to kind of think of them. I mean, firstly, they need to qualify for the semifinals, right? They need to qualify for the semifinals, and then we might, reschedule their matches. It doesn't really matter. Eventually, they face some team which I'm not really recalling. Do you have any idea which particular team they're facing right now? I'll have to look into
The bracket? Yeah. So
I guess, yeah, they're
team.
playing 5 friends. They're playing the 5 friends. Yeah. Interesting.
It's interesting that they call themselves Five Friends. I mean, I'm looking at their lineup right now. Five Friends has a guy called Snehal Shukla and Kunal Rajput, both of them from the same university, IPU University in New Delhi. And then they've got teammates from Navi Mumbai, Gurgaon, and Hyderabad. So, like, it's a little mixed team with 2 people being in the same college. For non Esports, though, still not over the fact that they have exams on the day of the finals, but none of the players are from same universities. They're all from different parts of the country.
I mean, I'm sure it shouldn't really be a barrier, but then again, sometimes the call-outs, we can be some sort of language difficulties, and I really feel that, honestly, when I play in different servers, when I play in Singapore servers somewhere else, I generally use English to give out call-outs, but then the players who are playing in their native servers, they're not always giving out call-outs in English, and they're like, what are you saying? So that's something which can be a pain.
I mean, these guys are from the same country. Hopefully, they all speak in the same language. If they don't, well, then that's their problem to figure out. Honestly, language is not the biggest barrier when it comes to communication and competitive Valorant. Sometimes you don't have information to give out to your team. If you do, you don't know what to make of that information. Like, we've seen several instances where people call out, I don't know, for an example, let's say 2 guys A. With that information, you relay what you don't relay is what you want to do with information. So that is the communication barriers that a lot of teams end up running into.
Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting. It's quite interesting, honestly, that these guys come and play from different cities, but I really want to see what they can actually pull together up against Nasha Esports. They're my favorites, honestly. I really feel for them. But again, I'm just waiting for.
I can see why they're your favorite. It really speaks volumes about you as a person. Either way, I'm gonna stop pulling your leg, and we're gonna pull right into the bracket screen. Take us to it, Salty.
Absolutely. So we got to see Sane Clan versus Seven Saints. Seven Saints. Oh man. I mean, it was still even Stevens till the first half, but when the second half started, they gave no room, no breathing room. Absolutely, Sane Clan got completely cleaned up. And next up, we had QQQ versus Random 5. I mean, Random 5 did try hard, especially in the initial stage. They got 4 back-to-back rounds, but after that, QQQ destroyed them. They completely wiped the floor with Random 5. Again, now we have the 5 friends versus Nasha Esports from 7 p.m. This is going to be interesting, but one match which I'm really looking forward to is PGE versus Villainous. Now, Villainous Crips is some sort of a professional lineup. I wouldn't say pro lineup, but it's some sort of semi-pro lineup, and it can really make a difference in amateur tournaments like this when the other teams don't really have equivalent experience in terms of playing pro, playing from boot camps, or playing with good systems. I'm not assuming the fact that Villainous have all those benefits, but if they are semi-pro, it probably means that they have some sort of synergy going there, some sort of performances together going there. So they have the experience of playing together.
Well, experience is all that counts, and it's not just the experience that you have, in terms of how long you've played or how much time you have invested in the game. It's also about the experience of how you are able to convert information and use it against your opponents. Let's jump right into the rosters, and here we have in front of us the 5 friends. Take us through them, Salty.
Absolutely. So the 5 friends, the captain is Snehal Shukla, he's from New Delhi. Kunal K. Rajput from New Delhi as well. Dhurvesh Mali from Mumbai. Rushi Guliani from Gurgaon. And Mir Hassan Ali from Hyderabad. Now, I don't personally know each and every one of these guys. I mean, I don't know any one of them. So I wouldn't be able to theory craft what agent they're going to play, what their play style is all about. But I really want to see something new, Crips. At this particular point, we've seen the same tactics. We've seen the meta repeat itself, the stable picks, the stable maps, playing it all safe. But the only difference has been in terms of speed. One team plays fast, one team tries to play slow and methodical, but the slow and methodical gameplay has generally been triumphed by the fast-paced Valorant. We were talking about rash, aggressive Valorant early on, and that is the kind of playing style that is really winning, getting those informations, getting those picks early on, and then really counting on them. Nasha Esports, on the other hand, they have Jishnu Narang, who's from New Delhi. We have Dushyant Yadav from New Delhi as well. Sahand Hitalamani from Karnataka. We have Aman Yadav from Noida. And Amia Baspur from Mumbai.
Well, does happen to be your favorite team. I mean, I've pulled
that was a joke which I've overused. It's a joke that you have overused as well. Let's just move on.
Thank God we didn't choose stand-up comedy as a career choice. Either way, we'll take a look at which colleges these guys are from. Nasha Esports, their first member, that is Jishnu Narang. This guy is from... I don't know. He's the only player whose college I don't know. Let's talk about the other teammates. Dushyant Yadav happens to be from Bharatiya Vidyapeeth Institute of Computer Applications. The other players, Aman, are from Amity. Amaya is from Mukesh Patel School of Technology in Mumbai. And then Sahan is from SDM CET. And these guys have decided to opt for Ascent. Finally, a break from Haven.
Yeah, finally. I mean... you realize, right, the sigh of relief from my part. Yeah, finally Ascent. I really wanted to see a different map, honestly, because Haven, it was kind of becoming similar. The game style, mid pushing, corridor pushing, and those A shot pushes, everything was kind of similar. I wanted to see some sort of different style coming in. Ascent is going to provide that. It is very different from Haven, Cribs. It's small, close quarter combat. You need to check all those nooks and corners. No long corridors as such apart from the mid area. There are going to be operators which are going to be devastating for sure on this map, especially from maybe A short, maybe on mid, all those long lines of sight. But then the entire battle boils down to those short passages, those first lanes in B, the second lanes on A short, and others, garden, everything else.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Ascent is one of those maps which can be a little puggish if you want to play it that way. Of course, it doesn't have as much strategic scope as Haven does, but Ascent, being a little more puggish map, does have the tendency to become a little one-sided if one of the teams is winning on the basis of only their firepower. On the other hand, if both the teams are equally matched in terms of aim, then it boils down to how much utility you can bait out of the other team, how much resources do you force out of them, and how many errors do you force out of them. That's what it all boils down to. Because forced errors are the only way to guarantee success in a map like Ascent. Of course, any plan that you have might not survive first contact, but boiling out utility out of your enemies is one way to guarantee a little bit of success.
Yeah. And one default pick, I mean, according to me, of course, I feel like Astra is so lethal in this particular map. You smoke out the entrance and then put out a gravity well on top of it. An entire side that's trying to barge in, they get pulled to hell and they can go nowhere. They're vulnerable. They are shot from all different directions. That's my take on Astra in this particular map. But which agent are you looking forward to? Are you looking forward to some sort of duelist, maybe?
I think Jet is like a staple pick in a map like Ascent. She's almost always picked up. You can replace the Jet with Raze if your teammate wants to play, an explosive duelist. But yeah, Astra certainly can do wonders on this map. I'm not sure if Viper can be as effective as she is on maps like Breeze or Icebox, but sure. Ascent is, one of those maps where if you pick up any controller, you will still be able to do a decent job because it's not as strategically oriented as something like Icebox or Breeze or maybe Haven. So any chest of controller, you'll still be able to pull off the executes because almost all the controllers are used in the same way on Ascent. Maybe with the Astra you can pull people together, maybe with the Brimstone you can have a little bit more control and a little bit more options in the post-spawn situations. With Omen, of course, you can have a little bit of outplay potential, but not too much. This is not Icebox, this is not one of the maps where truly shines, right?
Yeah.
Of course, he's like a stable character, but I believe that there will be a lot more duelists in this map. I think SOA will be absolutely essential in something like this. Maybe teams will even pick up Breach, maybe even both. Ascent is probably the only map where you can walk away with a double initiator setup.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of theory crafting. We move on to the actual thing, and right off the bat, Alike picks up a Sova. Jet on the side of the attackers. We have Hoax in here as well, picking up Phoenix. Amaya Sayajin, I guess I recognize this particular player. I might have casted this player before. I kind of recognize the name, but KJ on this particular player. Omens hovered on both sides. One side, TFFRG, he's already picked it up. Doggy, he's still trying to figure out which one he wants to play. Does he want to play a boomer or does he want to play a dead man?
I mean, both those players are close to death than much closer to death than you would imagine. Either way, somewhat similar setups. I mean, both the sides have Jet, Killjoy, Sova, and Omen. So, yeah, more or less, it's gonna be similar for both these teams. Other than that, I don't really see too many differences. I mean, of course, it is a puckish map at the end of the day, so a lot of it will boil down to the early few seconds. And I believe we're gonna be seeing a lot of situations where we have 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3 right at the start of the round, because you probably might go for those early picks everywhere.
Yeah.
And after those early picks in a map like Ascent is when things tend to slow down a little. Then you know, a little time to reconsider what you are doing, what your plan is. Do you want to stick to the plan or change it? So those mid-round callouts will be extremely important. And I believe a lot of these situations will boil down to 2v2s, 3v3s right at the start. So that's why first contact is the most important in this part. And I'm pretty sure no plan will survive first contact.
Absolutely. I remember this is one sort of map where it's not like if you win the early game, you kind of ensure a victory for yourselves. I remember one comeback coming in from Noble Esports. They were like 2-9 and they won the match from that particular point on. But this match, we have 3 attackers who are trying to creep in from rafters, and they've almost closed the distance. They have no resistance whatsoever. One player is already down. Sova and Hawks, they're already picking up the money. They've got 2 kills already. TFF, they've been completely shut down. The smoke is going to take out Alike from the equation as well, and the Jet is there to guard them down. Shots being thrown at him, but Team TFF, they don't really have any sort of control in this match, do they? In this round.
Yeah, and Hoax is already trying to get anyone who's trying to move in from window gets a nice kill. Anyone who's trying to make a comeback into the side will be shut down. Hoax has a triple for himself. It's just RG, and there's really not much he can do. Hoax wants his quad kill. He's trying to get the kill onto Omen, but the classic burst will be able to let him a kill. A second one as well, making a third. He's making it possible. Could have been a nice highlight moment for him until Doggy comes in from behind and shuts him down for good. Nasha Esports win the first round.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess RG, it was really a good moment for him. Hawks could have got the kill if he didn't whiff it out. But then RG connecting those really good headshots at HP. That was fantastic. But the first round on the bags of Nasha Esports doesn't really make a lot of a difference, though, apart from the fact that they're going to have SMGs in the next round.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen rounds where people fight mid very aggressively and win against SMGs as well, so maybe something like this can happen. Of course, fighting mid on Haven is a completely different ballgame from fighting on Ascent, but they're gonna do it nonetheless. In all 3 games, we've seen the defenders move in for a mid push when they were on an eco. And in almost all 3 games, we've seen them get completely mowed down, except for like the previous one.
Yep.
This time too, poor Wind, trapped in the corner,
remaining.
will have chop darts and bullets thrown at him, and it's just overclocked, trapped in a 1v4. The best that he can do at this point is probably try to yoink a gun away and maybe save it for the next round. I don't believe he will be given the luxury of doing so. The fact that the nanoswarm grenades are being thrown towards him indicate that his position is known. And oh my god, the Jet looks away at the first possible time, but Jin is still alive.
Oh my god, overclock. Did he get one? Not really. Not really. I mean, speaking of overclock, I really want to thank our sponsor Intel NUC PCs, of course, which can be overclocked to a massive extent, and you can really, take out as much juice, as much performance from it as possible.
Yeah, really good plug-in there. Huge shout out to our sponsors, Intel NUC, Steel Series, our monitor partners, AVSC, and of course, our
Global partners.
Yeah, our global partners. So these guys, they've been making this tournament possible. And of course, Red Bull themselves. Name's kind of there. I mean, it's kind of there in the name of the tournament itself, but still, you gotta mention them. Wind. Gonna fall back once he sees that owl drone being thrown towards him. Gonna tell his team that there is a potential A take in the process, and the rotations will be called out as well. But JN walks right in, gets the kill onto Wind.
Wow.
And now what do they do? The dark covers are already in place. The Nasha Esports team can start moving in now, but that's not what they're opting to do. In fact, they're gonna fall back. This could be interesting. There's a massive responsibility on the shoulders of Reyna right now, who's watching the mid area. If she sees anyone come towards this direction, she's going to relay the message to her team, tell them that it is indeed a B take. And the fact that Nasha Esports haven't moved in towards the A side should be a clear indicator of this thing. They still have left the server in the A-long corridor, so he's gonna have to do a good job of selling the fake. Airhead has to make a lot of noise over here and keep as many defenders on the side as possible. And he is indeed the best salesman in the world. Look at that. The B side is completely open. No resistance whatsoever.
No way. That was so sweet. Sova was actually, Sova from Team TFF was actually holding B down with the Big Daddy gun. Odin is off on the board on the 3rd round itself. But then immediately the recon that comes in from Nasha Esports, which completely broke down Team TFF's composure. And now the Odin definitely is going to do some sort of damage. I'm expecting some kills from it, but nah, Spectres, these guns, these overpowered guns, they don't always deliver, do they? There is some sort of RNG involved.
Yeah, I mean, if he held that angle which he was holding earlier towards the B crossing, and it was an off angle as well. It's not like he's fighting them directly in the B tunnel area, right? He's holding an angle from which he can shoot down as they are trying to cross into lane 1. But once the Odin's out of place, there's really not much that it can do. You need to hold it. If you peek with an Odin, you probably will not be having an advantage. This time, with just a bunch of sheriffs, they're gonna try to pick up a fight early on. Miss the shots, but the shot darts do a little bit of damage. Nasha Esports are going for a split push this time. 2 people outside of B. They've already managed to get a pick on mid, and Airhead is making things even better. From B-Link, he picks off one. The Odin in the hands of Doggy, now making way too much noise on top mid. It's going to discourage anyone on bottom mid from peeking. And when they don't peek, Nasha Esports gets even more room to work with. But TFF has their own way of fighting back. They know that nobody's coming towards the B side. The turret is going to discourage the Sova from pushing any further. But at least now they know that Nasha Esports are going to its A. And hopefully the Reyna will arrive here just in time. Apparently not.
Yeah, I mean, the smoke has definitely taken him down, taken him out of the equation. JN puts him to his misery. They don't really have a lot of weaponry to work with, just a couple of pistols, but then they'll try and drop some guns. They'll try and keep it clean, not probably lose a lot of players. They've lost 2 already. They lose the 4th one. RG will still try to drop a gun, maybe. Nothing to save, nothing to be afraid of. He'll just run in. Maybe try to connect a 1-tap and probably clip it out and put it on his Insta story, wishing so that Scream watches his story again. But yeah, he connects 1, but not anymore.
Is that why you tagged him in your Instagram story last time? You want his attention, don't you? Okay, Salty, let me tell you something. Not everyone has the same intentions as you.
Alright guys, exposed, Salty exposed. Biggest controversy in the gaming industry. Salty
stop
exposed.
Stop it. Okay, but jokes aside, here's what I've noticed so far. Nasha Esports rely a lot on fakes. The pistol round, they tried to fake A, went B. Did the same in the next round as well. Did the same in the fourth round as well. Have TFF caught on?
Cover going out. Joke's over.
Nope.
You're dead.
Absolutely not. And there comes Hooks with the ultimate. Arena has been competing. Oh god, he's gonna try and get a kill. He gets one with the Sheriff trying to take it out, but eventually he kind of falls back chain with 1 HP. Overclock takes him down. This is 3v2 right now. TFF they still have the resource to work with. Eventually Overclock gets taken down as well. One operator on board for Team TFF, and I guess they will get this kill for themselves. Yes, Wind will get one. 1v2, very doable. Will he get this? If he actually gets this can be epic. He knows exactly where one player is, I guess. Oh my god, connects shot. Not really. Will try and save the up, maybe? Okay, so he exchanges the gun. He really sees a realistic chance of getting this round for himself, but Airhead, he connects headshots through the walls. He needs no lines of sight, Cribs.
It's not even like he had assistance from the recon dart. No, that was just pure instinct.
ADS and spray.
That's the Odin power right there. Nasha Esports, they've been doing these fakes since the start of the game, but this time they commit. This time they don't go for a fake. They put all their eggs in one basket, and then the eggs hatch. They get to enjoy a nice meal. 5-0. That's a pretty comfortable lead, I'm not gonna lie. And they still have 3 ultimates online. So, you know, it's not all bad. They used just one Phoenix ultimate, got so much value out of it. Poor Overclock was trapped in lane 2. He did get 1 kill, but there's really not much that he could do when the rest of his sight just completely fell. And this time they're using mid very aggressively. They put down the smoke so that they can get into his mid market and they're gonna wrap around towards the side from both directions. But these guys, TFF, are holding their ground. They shut down players on mid, getting kills on B main as well. Finally, Amaya responds in kind and turns it into a 2v4. This might just be TFF's first round, unless of course Amaya and the Sova can pull off a clutch.
Yeah, right. I mean, this is pretty rash from Team TFF. The mid push wasn't really compulsory. You don't want to change something that's working fine, smooth. But eventually, this is a Amaya gets one onto a like. KRT goes down as well. This is a 2v2 and suddenly it's very doable. RJ, he puts him down. 20 HP on the Sova. Omen almost dead. Almost. He's supposed this to be. He is in a dead man. And that's exactly what I was talking about. He is a dead man. He knows exactly what it is like to live being dead. The 8 HP doesn't really matter. He will get the kill and he will get the round. But Nasha Esports, I guess they kinda gave away the round.
I also like the off angle that RG held. He was able to get the kill onto both the Killjoy and Airhead at the same, respectively.
Yeah.
But it was all because of an off angle he held. So KRT, he kind of had to sacrifice himself for his team, but then RG on the other hand, he held that angle, baited Amaya Sajin into walking towards the button area, and as soon as Amaya wasn't looking in the right direction, RG got the kill onto him. Again, the Sova in the form of Airhead, he tried to peek out of lane 2 because he knew that Jet was towards B main area, but then that was denied as well. This time, TFX only uses his ultimate to cancel information, but it's going to be cancelled out immediately. And Nasha Esports realized their positions. They walk right into the Gardens area, get 2 kills. They even commit their ultimate. 2 ultimates, should I point out? And finally, the Sova Hunter's Fury will be able to destroy the lockdown, but it's a bit too late. Nasha Esports have already planted the spike. The lockdown served its purpose. He's gonna pre-fire around one, but Hope still gets the kill. Luckily, RG is here to trade, but it's still a 2 versus 3. A very difficult scenario for these players. Win is the only healthy player on their team, and he has a lot to do. RG, his position's been revealed. He isn't really trying to mask his sound as well. Breaking the door, and Doggy, he has a nice angle to cover him already. The turret will be the first point of contact. Wind, on the other hand, needs to play off of his teammates. Both of them slowly creeping in, but that recon dart, even though it doesn't blind him, it reveals his position. Both of them get 2 headshots. headshots. Now he's just down to Airhead. He can give the shot down. He's gonna get challenged by Win, but he's done his job. Well, he bought that enough time, and Nasha Esports win yet another round.
This was so exciting. Team TFF were this close. I mean, I can't show my camera, but they were this close. But I mean, wow.
You're holding up your fingers, aren't you?
Yeah. I mean, they were this close, but couldn't really get the defuse. They did all that was necessary. I mean, now, not a lot of money for Team TFF. They invest in 3 weapons, and probably 2 of them are going to buy Spectres. So semi-buy coming in from Team TFF, not really the ideal moment where we can possibly pull together rounds and possibly pull together something which can work in favor. But Nasha Esports have been connecting these rounds after rounds, stringing performances, whatever is necessary. Once again, the Hound's ultimate gets cancelled, but the Airhead is there to shut him down eventually. This is Nasha Esports once again trying to make the presence spell. Doggy puts them down. Overclock has been completely shut down. Now though, 5v3 alike. The Odin has been set up, trying to spray down anyone inside, but then Team Nasha Esports, they know that the Odin is there. They're not going to risk it. They're going to fall back. Omen from Team TFF is there.
Hold on, I think TFF already know what Nasha Esports is up to. Look at those preemptive rotations. They're already in place. The Killjoy and the Omen, both of them on Heaven and Garden respectively. They know that Nasha Esports is coming towards the A side, but the question is, do they have enough firepower to stop them? A 2 versus 5 definitely will be very difficult, and KRT's position has been revealed. The paranoia is prominent, and the Omen has already teleported to her left-hand side. He stopped the battle! Rebound coming in anytime soon, and there you go. 2 kills, done. It's just Alike and his big bad gun. Can he do much? Yes, he can. Certainly gets the first 2 kills. Recon dart available in 15 more seconds, but it's a bit too long. And he can't even afford to drone out to gather information because people can obviously backstab him. He's just gonna have to play and do it quickly.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god.
But Alike pre-fires across the corner, gets the kill onto Hoax. That recon dart reveals the position of Airhead as well. Now he knows exactly where his nemesis is. But down to 6 bullets, there's really not much that he can do in this situation. Can't even reload, and he has too many places to check at once.
Yep. I mean, at one particular point, it almost felt like it was doable. He was really pulling off. He was really justifying that Odin right there. But Doggy, he completely outplayed KRT. Didn't really get the sound cues. It wouldn't really have been this long, honestly. If Alike had let Omen pass through the shutters, I don't really think he would have got so many kills out there.
Like, I like how TFF, canceled the Phoenix ultimate right at the start.
Yeah.
But then they failed to keep their players alive. They got rid of the initial body, but couldn't keep their players alive. After that as well, we had Alike put down a nice recon dart, which could have helped the Reyna get a couple of kills, but again, that was mistimed. So, you see, TFF has little sense and a little semblance of what needs to be done. Tactically, they're not doing anything wrong. It's just that their timing is a little bit off. That's the only thing that Nasha Esports is doing better than them. But slowly and surely, TFF is also catching on to them. The preemptive rotation, it's indicative of the fact that TFF has finally figured out what the Nasha Esports playbook looks like.
Yeah, that's true again, but the sort of firepower that I'm seeing from Nasha Esports, it's really hard to replicate, honestly. Like, few players from Team TFF, they're actually popping off sometime or the other. Sometimes RG, sometimes Alike, sometimes Wind, and that's fine. But it's not going to win you rounds for sure, because each and every single time they're in a clutch situation and getting 2-3 kills, and after that they're just falling on their back. So I guess getting those initial frags will be really important. The only thing which Team TFF is struggling right now is trying to hold down the initial aggression that is coming in from Nasha Esports, getting those initial picks, and after that, falling back.
True. Maybe they can, make a little bit of a compromise. Maintain man advantage by giving up map control.
Yep.
Maybe they can do that. They don't have to lose everything at once. They can retain at least one of those things. After making noise towards the B side, Nasha Esports have already started falling back towards the A side, and it's kind of obvious that they're gonna do it. RG is on a little bit of a reconnaissance mission. He's gonna push down B link, and that's the first time that TFF have actually taken any aggressive steps. He's gonna find a lot of information, realize that there's nobody over here, and now he knows that this is indeed an A take. But JN has overclock. He was the lurker. He's managed to draw the rotations back. Every piece of information that the Omen managed to gather has been nullified because of JN.
But again, like, even TFF bet that out. Overclock was there trying to hold back JN. And even that was read like an open
30
book.
seconds
Sure,
left.
Nasha Esports have side
Spike
control, but I
planted.
really love the fact that they assumed that there is going to be one player who is going to hold back. I didn't like the fact that Overclock kind of pushed him before getting any sort of information, but then it's fine. It's absolutely fine. They are definitely catching up, but it's just the gun power where they're kind of losing their men and falling bodies. The ultimate invested from Team TFF trying to force out the issue, but I don't really think they will really be, you know...
Oh no! No! Oh, okay, he fell back in time. Cool. He got tamed, but that's okay. Are they gonna stick it? The Steelers gonna stick it?
Exactly.
Hunter's Fury definitely won't let them do anything.
Yeah.
And they win the round. Well, there you go. That's the end of things. Two things happened in this round that I feel good about and bad about at the same time. This is the first time TFF took up an aggressive approach, right? They had their Omen walk down mid. RG went to its B link, did not spot anyone. What is the call out? He tells his team, guys, they're going to go for A. And that was kind of true. The information that RG managed to gather was kind of true. But then JN was still lurking around towards the B side. And the moment he got a pick on B, TFF were in two minds. Is Nasha Esports still going towards B? Are they still coming towards A? They don't know. And that's what caused their defeat. This time, though, Win manages to get a nice kill yet again. And they've been successful in getting those early picks, Nasha Esports, but finally, it's TFF who wins the initial battle.
Yep.
The first time that this has happened.
Yep, exactly. But again, I don't really think that's gonna change anything. Nasha Esports, they would still try to force out the issue, but instead, this time, they lose another body, and now they would want to fall back. In an ideal situation, they would fall back, rotate back to A, and try and contest A main or A short probably. But then, this time around, they're not actually doing so. They're still trying to force out the issue onto this side, try and clear out different angles, but then do they have the resources to do it?
Here.
They really need those utilities back online, the smokes and the recons, and I guess that is what the Sova is doing this time.
Now finally getting into the site, Airhead gets a kill. Overclock immediately
One
trades him out.
enemy remaining.
But most of them are
Spike
still
down,
winning
B.
their duels. Overclock gets a double. Amaya
30
does manage to
seconds
get into
left.
the site, but he doesn't have the spike. Can't really go for the plant right now.
Yeah.
And he might just get shot to the wall. Taking over the green box, hiding, ducking. Just trying to stay alive, but the round is already lost. TFF realized that they have the win. All they need to do is not die and retain their weapons. Maintain the economic advantage.
10 seconds
Oh my
left.
god, you're such a turn off, Crips. I was trying to think that, alright, I'm actually a positive thinker. I thought that Amaya is going to kind of do something magical, but then, alright, okay, the classic. Fine.
Salty. I mean, don't you feel good that TFF finally is able to put up a round?
Yeah, right? But I'm the guy who looks for clips. Let's go. Highlight clips.
I'm sure we'll have plenty of those. I'm confident we'll have plenty of those in the round that are yet to follow. Nasha Esports sitting at 8-2. Pretty good economic advantage as well.
This time around,
The
I guess
Jet-
they had the early drive to really put them at some sort of an advantage. Look at the advanced positioning. The Jet and the KJ try and get some initial picks. Again, Nasha trying to barge onto site. Wind
Joke's
will
over.
have his operator online, but then Phoenix really bringing out the shot from the operator. KRT taking down J and Nasha is really putting the brakes on themselves. They're trying to force out the issue, brute forcing their way onto side, but then they're falling on, they're axing their own feet.
Okay, then. At least TFF managed to hold off the initial aggression towards
Yeah.
A. And now, the Reyna and the Omen, in the form of RG, are actually pushing towards mid. The Omen teleports back, but this is only to deal with RG. And RG seems to know exactly where Doggy is. Still looking in the right direction. The timing... Oh, no! He switches to the smoke at the worst possible time, and Doggy doubles up. Everything that TFF had worked for has now gone to waste. It's a 2 versus 3. Still a very doable round for Nasha Esports. The only thing working in the favor of TFF is the fact that the round is down to 30 seconds. They just need to hold on for a little bit longer.
30 seconds left.
And I guess that Team TFF have sort of the idea that they're going to be, yes, the Jet and the Sova are already on the rotate. The Spike, though, it's huddling outside. A shot, KJ holding this angle. KRT has a very big responsibility on his shoulders. 12 seconds on board. I'm not sure if it's enough. Omen goes down. Phoenix already on the move. I guess he will be shot at the back of his head. No time to plant. No time to get kills. Okay, so he does drop Operator, but eventually it will be picked up.
Yeah,
Last round
not
before
bad
the
from
switch.
Nasha Esports. TFF seem to have finally figured out their win condition. They realize that what Nasha Esports are doing is A, either try to go towards the A side and, you know, make some noise and then fall back towards B. But Nasha Esports isn't really taking too much mid control, and that's something that TFF is capitalizing on right now. They try to push out mid every time, and only this time they kind of failed because Doggy, you know, got a double kill over there. Still, things could have gone south really, really fast. Now that we're down to the last round, I hope TFF have their win conditions ready.
Oh my god, look at this. This is probably from the...
You should
I mean, I love the I love the Odin spam right from the boxes, because it kind of deals a lot of damage. Honestly, it's some sort of a silver meta. Honestly, something which I would see more in my lobbies. But RG, he takes J in. The Phoenix ult is online as well. All of Nasha Esports are trying to barge it. Airhead takes down a like. The Odin is off the charts. He doubles up onto Overclock, and now they have complete side control. The Jet waiting for his teammates to arrive. The Operator might not really sing in these close quarter combats. RG and KJ will have a lot more responsibilities on their shoulders. Doggy knows exactly where they're gonna come from. Mid has already been guarded.
The Sova utility is helping them out so much.
Yeah.
First the Hunter Fury keeping them at bay, and then the Recon Dart enabling Doggy to get a double kill. Finally, Wind puts his killing spree to an end, but now he's in a 1v3. Although it can be possible for him if they keep challenging him like
One enemy remaining.
Are you serious? They tried to go for the knife?
Yeah.
That's a disrespectful moves right there, and Wind boils it down to a 1v1. But there's really not enough time.
Yeah. I mean, that shouldn't have been done, but either way, it doesn't really matter. 3-9 is the score. Nasha Esports, they are having a formidable lead at this particular point on, but then TFF, they can replicate what Nasha Esports did, trying to be aggressive, get those quick rotations and get some initial picks, get all the information, and you have an open sight in your hands.
Yeah. The 3 rounds that they managed to pick up were on the basis of some mid aggression and early information. I mean, it's not like TFF was doing something wrong, right? They were trying to figure out what Nasha Esports would do, and to some extent, they figured out what Nasha Esports playbook looks like. It's just that they couldn't formulate a perfect counter strat in time. They managed to get it online, but it was a bit too late by then. So let's see if TFF have something to say in the second half.
I mean, the kind of playstyle that we got to see from Nasha Esports, it wouldn't really surprise me if they would go rushing and all guns blazing, but then we need to find out. Yeah.
I mean, they are already rushing the A corridor. They are forcing RG to stay towards high mid and hopefully hold them back.
Oh my god.
And he's getting pummeled. Even the Molotov is forcing him out of position, but while RG is busy dealing with his aggression, his teammates, they get A-shot control. They're already moving in from gardens. And in Nasha Esports' bid to fight towards A-long, they end up losing the site. But no, it doesn't matter to them because JN and Hoax can still put up so many kills from long and Heaven put together. And now TFF is trapped. They have absolutely nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. The Killjoy has nothing that she can do, and Nasha Esports take the pistol round as well. It's the round that TFF needed desperately.
Yes, and they got it. They got it. After losing those few rounds at the end of the first half, a lot of teams could have actually stumbled, you know, Crips. It really puts a break on your momentum when you lose few rounds on the back of like a winning streak. But then Nasha Esports, they didn't really give up on the momentum. They still had everything under control, and they got that. And with this round, I guess they set themselves up very well for the next few rounds. At least in this round, look at that. Jain already on the judge. He's kind of ready to blow some skulls off.
Let's see if those shots connect to the skulls. Both the teams opting for a force buy. TFF don't really have a lot of rounds left, so they're gonna put in everything that they've got in the banks. The shock darts do plenty of damage, and all of them are so low on health. But at least they're managing to get the picks. TFF have 2 kills in the bag. They won the fights on mid, and now they have a lot more options. They know that the Sova is towards the B side, but that's probably the only piece of information that they have that they can act on. Killjoy utility being baited out, so now they have a little bit of an idea as to where she could be. But do they have it in them to breach the site?
Found them. Killed my bot.
3v5 should really be a very difficult job. JN gets wind, and Team TFF, they again fall back, but then this JN smacks him and takes him down. There goes the charge, and suddenly Team TFF, they are in a very winnable situation. 4v2 shouldn't really be very difficult, honestly, because they got guns from the ones from Nasha Esports who have dropped them. 4v2.
Beacon dot reveals 2 people. Can get spammed through the smokes, but somehow RG is just still alive. Plenty of damage just out though. More utility being put out to hold them back, but Amaya ignores the smoke, walks right out of it. Ferrari peeks him. RG is down. 2v3. Both the players still pretty healthy, but the time is of essence over here. Alike doing a pretty good job of getting the win against Sova. Killjoy kills Killjoy, Sova killed Sova, and TFF finally are able to put up a round. And you know, this might just work out better for them.
Yep.
We always speak about how essential the pistol round is, but we seldom mention how advantageous it is to win the second round after you force stuff out of them.
Exactly.
This puts Nasha Esports economy down in the dumpster, and now they're going to have to go for a save. The result, TFF have another opportunity to close the gap.
Absolutely. And effectively, if it's a 10-5, TFF aren't really way off. And in terms of gameplay, they're definitely not way off. They are definitely up there. But just the results which haven't really been stringed together. If they get this round, though, they will have a realistic chance of getting this match back somewhat.
Yeah,
but again,
somewhat.
Yeah, right. I mean, but what does Nasha do, though? Nasha Esports, they're still trying to hold back. We've seen Eco wins. TFF did that. We've seen other teams do that. It's not impossible.
Look at how much ground Alike has covered. Already inside Gardens, but he gets deleted by Jen. Okay, then, at least a little bit of kills going in the favor of Nasha Esports right now, but that wasn't even an assault. That was just a distraction. And now the team is going to go in towards the B side, where it's an even trade. Both the sides end up getting multiple kills, but it's still Nasha Esports on a disadvantage. A 2 versus 1.
Yeah. The smoke, it's going to reveal everything. Doggy knew that already, that they're going to run towards A side, but where do they come from? They've already made their way in. The spike being planted. He has a Spectre online. He can easily make it count, but eventually Wind with the Vandal is definitely going to have an upper hand. 5-10 for Team TFF. Not bad. It could have been worse.
Now the real acid test begins. JN picks up the big bad zoom banger. He's got the operator in his hands and he's ready to snipe down people on mid. We pointed out in the last half, right? TFF's win condition is getting mid control. If Nasha Esports can shut that down with the operator right now, they will be taking away any and every piece of hope that TFF have. Let's see if they're successful. It's gonna be up to Alike to push the operator into an off angle or into an uncomfortable position with his utility. If he can't do that, then he's not doing enough for his team to secure some space. But oh my god, is this really happening? They really are playing so passively. The operator is not even on mid. It's holding the B area, the B tunnel, and nobody's coming this way. The Killjoy is playing all the way in defender's spawn, which means TFF have plenty of opportunity to take mid control, but they're not doing it. At least not yet. They're now starting to sneak in towards Catwalk. Nice and slowly, they're gonna take their sweet time. Docky is holding an off angle. The first point of contact will be him, of course, but they won't check for him right away. His gun battle can be visible if they look in this angle, but if they don't, then Doggy might just be able to pull off something that Paradox did in the last game. JN opens up, finally getting a kill onto KRT. That's going to be the killjoy here. But look at that. They're going to pinch this side from both the areas. Doggy has been knocked out of the action, and there's not much that he could do to stop them. That smoke enabled them to cross safely and plant the spike. Yep. He was completely made redundant and irrelevant over there.
Absolutely. But now though, post-run positions, a very difficult retake, honestly. They have the Odin, so definitely they can spray some of these guys down. But honestly, operator is going to be a very important cog in this wheel. TFF, RG, oh my god, look at that, the flash. All these players climbing onto him. It is an Omen versus Omen. Doggy confirming the kill in style. Nasha Esports showing what they're capable of once again, getting back. And really... This was a good retake, and I guess this can really dent Team TFF's hope of getting anything from this particular game.
Doggy was a really important cog in the wheel in this particular round. That off angle that he was holding earlier could have devastated TFF as they tried to enter gardens, but then the dark cover made him redundant. No problem, Doggy said that. He says, no problem, you can stop me before the plant, but after the plant, I'm gonna lock out you guys with my dark cover, forcing you to fight instead of hide. And when you guys are fighting in the post-plant situation, of course, the defenders have an advantage.
Oh my god.
Here.
Oh no.
I'm not even gonna say anything about that. That is just a series of unfortunate events. Luckily, TFF also hit back, right? So it's still a 4v4.
Yeah.
They didn't lose the jet for absolutely nothing. But they might just lose the Sova. No, GN misses. Gonna fall back. Still a 4v4.
Yeah.
Not too much damage done to either side. And we are back to square one. For now. Situation might change when Hoax decides to use his ultimate over here. If he does that, he has a chance of taking down so many players. He doesn't even need his ultimate. Gets a nice headshot onto RG, and now without their controller, they're gonna have a very hard time getting into the site. Of course, there's no dark cover to lock out JN, and he's gonna be able to get a kill onto Overclock. The Killjoy will use her lockdown, but it's just gonna force out another ultimate from Phoenix. Luckily, the lockdown wasn't destroyed, so the Phoenix will get detained, but they're gonna have to protect their Phoenix now. And Alike is making so much noise towards mid. What's going on?
30 seconds
Oh
left.
my god. KJ falling back yet again. 15 HP to work with. All that Alike has to do is hold down the rotation, cut down the rotation from Nasha Esports. At this particular point, JN is still holding, still hoping for a possibility that they might actually come back to A side again. But KJ is already on their way. The grenades pop up. Amaya takes on KRT. Alike is the only one who's still left. The operator is there. Amaya will be there for the overlap from both the sides. It is too much that Alike can handle, and eventually he's gonna fall to his grave.
A series of unfortunate events directed by TFF. All right, let's break that down. Let's see what happened, okay? In slow motion. TFF, losing their player right at the start of the round, decided that they want to go towards the A side for a bit. Did not work out in their favor. Went back towards mid. They put down the Killjoy ultimate right outside of A long. They forced out the Phoenix ultimate from Nasha Esports. Both the ultimates cancelling each other out. They even detained him, but they did not go towards the A side later on. They decided to go towards B with 20 seconds left. And all of Amaya's utility still online. The result, they don't have enough time to clear out the utility, and they run out of time, they run out of rounds, and Nasha Esports is on match point.
Yeah, absolutely. The owl drone though gives them some sort of information to work with. The flash
Spike
comes
down
out as
mid.
well. Now the operator is gonna sing the songs of death. RG gets taken down. This is gonna be the wind. He has those daggers equipped. Jet using his classic doggy, shutting him down. Eventually, not really finding doggy through the dark covers. This is what the Omen is made for: sneaking through the covers, sneaking in the dark. KRT shuts one down. 1v3 for Team TFF. Nasha Esports have 1 foot on the semi-finals. Now they have to. Doggy shuts them down. The winner is Nasha Esports. And they can prove the fact that I wasn't really favoring them for no reason. But hey, I'm not going to take credits for their good performance, alright?
My God, I said that you're a narcissist and I was right. Either way, let's not make it about ourselves. Kudos to Nasha Esports for winning this match. They were in the driving seat right from the start. There were some instances where TFF fought back. Like, TFF figured out what Nasha Esports playbook looks like, but they just couldn't find a way to counter it.
Yeah.
one of the solutions that they came up with temporarily was getting mid control, but then Nasha Esports decided, you know what, you can take your mid control. What are you going to do with it when you can't use that to get into the site? So Nasha Esports really held down the sites. They did not play too much around mid, but that's okay because it worked to their advantage. In the first half, they were relying on plenty of fakes. They messed around with the minds of TFF, and in the second half, they held down the sites like an iron fortress.
Absolutely. JN with 18 frags. I mean, you mentioned Crips that last game we had one guy, I guess it was Bullet, who had 22 frags at the end of the first half. We don't have 22 frags at the end of a game in this one. So it just goes to show how good he was in that match. But talking about this game, it was more even Stevens than any other game that we have seen, right? I mean, in terms of tactics, I guess Team TFF were just up there to Nasha Esports' level. It was just those gun plays and few outplays from individual players like Doggy or JN, which really turned few rounds which should have been in favor of Team TFF into theirs.
Yeah, and even though the scoreline is 13-5, you gotta realize that some of these rounds boil down to 1v1s.
Yeah.
And it was indeed a pretty close match, even though the scoreboard says otherwise.
Absolutely, I guess it was really, really close, especially those individual rounds. If you actually go back and watch the entire game, none of them will actually realize how close this match was. And this is exactly what I was looking forward to. I was waiting to see some tactically good game, and this was one such display. But then again, TFF, had they kind of invested a bit more in terms of, like, you know, getting the shots right, they could have really put up the fight against Nasha Esports.
I agree. I mean, of course, people in the chat will probably be like, what are these guys saying? It's 13-5, it's not even close. But then you gotta understand where we're coming from. We just witnessed a massacre before this, where people like Bullet were shredding apart their opponents. Compared to that match, this one definitely seems a lot closer because it was boiling down to 2v2s, 1v1s every now and then. So, kinda close. It's the closest game that we've had so far. Of course, the first game was as close as it gets because 6-6 in the first game on Haven. That was probably the most evenly contested match. This was not as evenly contested, but it's still better than the one-sided affair that we were having in the previous game. Either way, kudos to Team Nasha Esports. These guys have made their parents proud. These guys have made the universities proud. Most of these people from Delhi, some of them from Mumbai, and they are gonna move on to the semifinals. Unfortunately,
I guess now
it is the end of the road for the five friends.
Yeah. Now it's on the admins. You know, they have to kind of reschedule their match because they had exams on 29th from 3 to 5. Remember, right, that Crips?
I mean, even though that's not something I'm concerned about, to be honest. I mean, they'll find a way to work around that, but then what really concerns me is that how are they going to prepare? Do they prepare for the exams? Do they prepare for their the matches? Surely they win this game without a lot of trouble, but the next opponent that they face will be certainly stronger. Difficulty level obviously keeps on rising as you progress through the tournament.
Guys, Crips is from a very early age. He is not aware of online exams and how things work here. So yeah, I mean, forgive this old guy. Forgive this old man. We move on to the brackets, and next up is PG versus Villainous, and this is going to be interesting. The winner of this match is going to play against Nasha Esports in the semi-finals. 7sins already play QQQ. So that match is going to be interesting already. But Nasha Esports versus one of PGE or Villainous is something which I'm really looking forward to. The match starts from 8 o'clock. And I'm really excited, honestly, because I got an input that Villainous is a semi-pro team. They've participated in the Sky Sports League. Got pretty far, not to the different tournaments. Not the Sky Sports League, the Esports tournament. I'm not quite sure of the name, but eventually
some tournament somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't really matter, right? I guess if they have some sort of competitive experience, playing against university sides wouldn't really that much of a big deal for them. But again, we'll have to find out. PGE can actually pull out a rabbit from their hat as well.
Yeah, if they do pull out a rabbit from the hat, if they do complete the magic trick, then they will be reaping the fruits of labor. Honestly, it kind of really, how do I put this? They need something unique in order to come up with an adaptation. So far, the only match where we see teams adapt to each other was the first one.
Yeah.
In this match too, I mean, TFF somehow realized that they need to get mid control in order to make a little bit of a comeback, but they realized it a bit too late. And even though they realized it, they were not able to completely pull it off. They were not able to execute what they had in mind. So far, still, the only game where teams were able to adapt to each other's playstyle was the first half of the very first game that we saw today. That's it. Everything else has been more of a one-sided affair. I mean, if that trend continues, then PGE versus Villainous will also be not as exciting as one would have thought it to be, but still, I'm looking forward to it.
Yep, even me, I mean, even I don't have any sort of clue how these guys are gonna play. This is probably the first time I'm gonna watch these teams in action, so definitely there is a lot of ifs and buts, but then it all kind of boils down to when this match starts and what sort of agents and what map do they pick. Now, I mean, coming back to the basic question, what map are you expecting? What map do you want to see? And what agents are you kind of considering?
The agent selection will depend on the map, obviously. We've seen Ascent, we've seen Haven already. I'm hoping we get to see something like Icebox.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, why
It's
not?
pretty
It's
hot
pretty
in
exciting.
here, I guess. The
I know.
cooling.
I'm sweating already. Look at this. We could use some Icebox action.
Exactly, the cool environment of Icebox, it's really pleasing to the eye, and I would personally love to see the map because it's so much more tactical. There's so many different elements. Elevation factor, Crips. Very important.
Yeah, elevation factor. So if you do end up picking Icebox, agents like Omen, Chet will be essential. Raze can also be a good option, but that's debatable. I mean, the only reason I say Raze is because she has the element of verticality. Other than that, there's not really much that she offers.
Yeah.
One would much rather pick out a Sova or something like that.
I mean,
so, yeah.
I mean, if you would ask me, I guess for smokes, you would have an Omen maybe. The default picks can be a Sova, Sage, Omen, Viper, and Jet. That's my lineup.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, oh yeah, I completely forgot about the Viper factor. She can be very useful in a map like Icebox. I said Omen because he has like the ability to get, to vertical angles, and there's a lot of angles which Omen mains can use to outplay people, but then obviously the impact of Viper will be really, really big in a map like Icebox. Because the map is somewhat symmetrical, you can put down your wall and just bisect the map in two. I've seen people even pick up Sage in Icebox because she becomes kind of essential to lock out the tube area. You put down that wall vertically over there, you never have to worry about tube. Sometimes people even use the Sage wall creatively to get verticality. And
Exactly.
we've seen those weird boosts, right? And they almost always catch people off guard. So I'm kind of looking forward to that map. But then, of course, that's going to depend on whether we actually get to see that map or not. Of course, we are yet to see the map beta, which should be starting anytime soon. Right now, I believe the teams have come in contact with each other. They might have joined the lobby at this point, and hopefully the map beta will be done soon. We should be going live with the match anytime now. It's 7:53 p.m. The match is scheduled to start at 8 o'clock, so we've got like, 7 minutes of time before the next match begins and the action resumes.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of time, honestly, and we can actually theory craft our brains out at this particular point. There's not much that we can really predict at this particular point. The maps, the Asians. It's again, it comes out later on when it comes to our screens. But until then, I really want to play professionally, Chris.
Really, ladies and gentlemen, look at what he's saying. Look at what he's saying. Okay, Salty.
Silver
I wish I
to
had-
Jet main, ladies and gentlemen. If anyone has some sort of offers for me, I'm free. My email ID is down below, guys.
कौन है तू? I don't know this man. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, there's a reason I keep pulling your leg, Salty. You bring it upon yourself. I don't even know what to say anymore. Either way, enough narcissism. Let's focus on the real heroes. That's not you, Salty. That's not you. Let's keep in mind that. The real heroes out there are obviously the people who are trying to help everyone in the time of this pandemic. The real heroes over here are the Give India organization and the Hemkunt Foundation. These guys are working tirelessly day and night to supply oxygen cylinders and other important resources to people who are in trouble. If you wish to help them out, you can use the link below and the numbers that are flashing on your screen right now to donate as much as you want. Every little penny counts, so make sure that you help out Hemkunt Foundation so that they can help out other people in return. They're the real heroes of this pandemic, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely, and I love the initiative from Red Bull, who not only created a gaming extravaganza for university students. Now that's a good deal already. They combine that with helping the country. They're gonna bring in people. A lot of celebrities, a lot of influencers are going to join by. You guys are going to have some sort of fun, sitting back at home. And again, you can give back to the people who are not really getting that share of fun, and probably make their lives a bit better. We're going to move on to the lineups real quick. But before that, the UPI ID is on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to donate a penny or whatever it is that you can afford, please do make sure that you do so. Moving on, we have Team PGE Crips, and you want to run us through the lineups? You have all the universities and stats ready.
All right, let's see. Akash Nair, the first person of this team today, happens to be a student of R.A. Podar College of Commerce and Economics. That's in Mumbai. I've been to that campus. It's a pretty cool college. Then we have Aryan Ravindra, a student of B.K. Birla College of Arts, Science and Commerce, again in Mumbai. Nachiket, I mean, all those players are from Mumbai, right? So let's just get that out of the way. Nachiket, this man is from BK Birla as well, just like his friend Aryan. We have Sarthak Rajesh, who happens to be a student of AP Shah Institute of Technology in Thane. And then last but not the least, we have Sumit Dige, a student of HSNC University. So two of these students, that's Aryan and Nachiket, both of them happen to be from the same college, so probably they know each other in real life.
Yeah.
The other students, though, the other players, I'm not sure, but that's okay. I think college never really stopped us from playing games together.
Absolutely. And this is probably the first team who actually has all 5 players from the same city.
Yeah, that too.
So that's kind of nice, and it's going to help probably. We'll move on to Team Villainous pretty quick, but Team PGE, whatever you got. Right now, we see all smiling faces. Do these faces smile at the end of the match?
Hopefully. I mean, maybe they'll be frowning, but maybe it's a good frown.
Maybe.
The one that you put on your face up to get a nice, satisfying headshot, something like that. That's not even a frown. That's more like a squinting eyes thingy where you
look at me. I'm the boss. Something like that.
No, you're not.
Not me, I'm talking the players, but either way.
I'm not gonna miss a chance to pull your leg.
Yeah, shock darts on your way coming. Again, these players, we don't really know anything about them, right? I mean, what sort of agents do they play? What is their play style? But I'm actually excited to see these new up-and-comers. Generally, there was a very conventional idea that the entire Valorant esports scene is dominated by the players who are from the Counter-Strike scene. But then these new guys, we don't know any of these faces, and that's a good sign.
I know some of them over here.
Okay.
Let's start with the lineup of Team Villainous. First of all, we have Gaurang Yadav from Mumbai University. Then we have Harsh Yadav, and this person is from Manipal University. His in-game nickname is Bullseye. Now, here comes Darshan Madan, a guy that I happen to know because he was quite an active member of the CSGO community. He goes by the name Cruiser. He's a streamer as well, a student of Indraprastha University in New Delhi. So that's one of the people that I know from this team. That's all. Moving on to his teammates, we have Raghav. He's from Christ University in Bangalore. No, wait. Yeah, he's from Christ University in Bangalore, but he lives in Gurgaon. So probably like a traveling student. We also have Meet Patel, in-game name Quake. And this man is from NMIMS University. the university that I'm from. So can I have something in common with this guy?
Interesting. I like the fact that all these players are college students, but they have like nice grown beards, and I don't have any. But either way, the map pick is ace, ladies and gentlemen.
What even? Okay, never mind. Let's just ignore that.
Yeah.
We're gonna be seeing Ascent again. So far we've seen Haven twice, we've seen Ascent twice. We did not get to see Icebox, something that I was hoping for personally, but PGE voted that map right out of the way. They also voted Haven out, so PGE definitely doesn't want to see a repeat. But then Villainous, they ban out Split and Bind, the maps which rely a lot on mid control. Of course, Ascent also happens to be a map which relies a lot on mid control, but it happens to be their map of choice. So that's something that's gonna be happening today. We're gonna be seeing Ascent once again. Let's see how different this match is from the one that we just saw.
Yeah. I don't really understand like these players. I'm sure that Bind isn't really a staple pick anymore, but what do you think the reason being Split taken out of the equation? None of these teams wanting to play Split, which according to me is a more balanced map, especially after the change. Initially it was kind of defense oriented, getting into side was kind of difficult, but then after the change that was introduced in Split, I feel like it's pretty balanced. What are your thoughts on it?
I like the changes, but then you see all three of these maps, Split, Bind, and Ascent, are not as tactically advanced as something like Haven or Icebox or Breeze would be.
Yeah.
But then probably, when these maps are similar, when Split and Ascent, both these maps come down to map, I guess the only reason why one particular team would ban out a map is the comfort factor.
Yeah.
That's all that it boils down to. How comfortable are you on one particular map? How comfortable are you having to play a fish map? So it really kind of depends over there. Of course, Ascent is kind of reminiscent of Boston, which happens to be the most popular map of CSGO. So that could be one of the reasons. But we'll find out what the other ones are soon enough.
No, absolutely. And I guess Ascent, the fact that Ascent is picked, it kind of shows that we might see another very aggressive game. Like the last match was pretty aggressive, especially in the initial phase, especially outside B, especially outside B lobby, especially outside A. Those initial contacts are pretty aggressive. It's not like hey, when you kind of split up and you try and gather intel. Most of the teams, they try to rush to the smokes, flashes here and there, and then try and scramble for information. So that's something which I'm expecting, honestly.
Scrambling from information. Yeah, I think that's an important point that you mentioned over here, Salty. Remember how the TFS pushed down towards mid? That was not to put in the flank in the works or anything. That was just to gather more information.
Yeah.
That was just to figure out whether Esports is actually committing to a site or they're going for a fake. If you have a little bit of information over there, then you can easily figure out what is a fake and what isn't. Unfortunately, sometimes all information really wasn't put to good use because the lurkers from Nasha Esports caused so much confusion and so much. That's what it's going to boil down to at the end of the day. How much information do you have? What decisions do you make out of it?
True, absolutely true. And I would also love to see that. What information do they have? What we can actually make out of it. But then again, for that, we need the match to start. The map has been picked. The agents, though, didn't come on our screens as of yet. You predicting similar lineups?
More or less. I mean, we might random being thrown in the mix, but I'm expecting Jet, Nova.
Yep.
Maybe somebody will pick up an Astra instead of an Omen, but I still think Omen is the must pick in a map like this.
Yeah, again. But like, something which I really like about Astra is that the smokes can be a bit short in terms of durations, but which you literally have unlimited smokes, and the smokes recharge like almost instantly. You have 5 points of stars.
You can only use
Yep, go on.
Stars to turn them into smokes.
Yeah, of course. But then again, if
pretty
within like 10-12 seconds you get the smoke recharged and you can use it again and again if you don't use the stars for something else. So if you don't use up your stars individually, you can place literally 5 smokes even before the plant itself. The recharge time isn't really much because like I've played Astra a lot, and this is one of the reasons why, because it allows so much more versatility. The Omen smoke recharge is definitely quite long. You can probably use up to like 3 to 4 smokes at max. With Astra, that's not the case. You have unlimited smokes. You can use a gravity well twice again. You can use the stun twice again if you have the stars. So the stars are really the main concern, and you can reuse them. You can deploy them. You can pull them back and again use them. So I feel like the kit is so much more versatile. The kit makes so much more I don't know, it feels like a very wealthy kid. It feels like Astra is from Wakanda, you know, the technical... yeah, right? I mean, they were technically so advanced. Like, Astra's kit is so much more advanced like anyone else's.
One thing about the Astra kit is that you can probably place it somewhere. Little figure, you can place stars, you can pull... It's kind of like committing the to sell the fake. You see the stars being planted towards the ace that you can pull in a rotation, then you just take them back and go elsewhere. So
yeah,
9 games are certainly possible, but that's possible with the Omen. So both the regions have a little bit of a little bit of mind game possibility. Of course, Astra forces you to play a lot more as compared to the Omen, but we'll see whether or not these teams pick up for real, because too much speculation also isn't very good.
Yeah, true. Again, I'm still waiting for the match to start, honestly, because like we have really crafted a lot, but all it comes down to is real business. You want to see the game. Yeah, I guess.
Oh well,
it's time.
Yeah, without further ado, we are gonna jump right into the next game, and that is gonna be Ascent. We have the agents being picked up already. Cruiser God in the form of Cypher, Quake using the Sova, Gorong using the Astra. So yep, you do get to see some Astra action. I'm thinking you're gonna be pretty happy with that, Salty.
Yeah.
Bullseye and Vision picking up duelists in the form of Phoenix and Jet.
Yep, true. Again, Clay is probably the last one who is yet to pick as of now, hovering on the Phoenix. I guess a flasher is going to be really important on this map. And both the teams opting for a Phoenix, that's something which is really interesting, because the Phoenix ultimate is a really good utility that you can use to gather some intel or probably even deal damage. Like, it does 2 things at the same time, and it can open up some of the rounds that you have. Certainly, I believe it's a better pick, especially in competitive stage, over Reyna. But what are your thoughts about it?
The Phoenix definitely is more versatile than the Reyna, in my opinion. Like, you have a Molotov, a wall, and a flash. Arena, it's kind of like you have the heal, but then so does Phoenix. So, you know, a little bit of give and take over there. I believe the Reyna is a little bit more of a pub stomping hero, but the Phoenix can be used tactically. The only reason why Phoenix wins over the Reyna is the ultimate, of course. The second life is just, I don't even have to mention how important it is.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, there comes the potential of being knifed, and no one really wants to do that. You gotta protect your original body. Again, so we have the lineups, we have everything in place. The final match, ladies and gentlemen, is about to start, and I'm really, really excited for this. I really want this match to start just now. And you know, I have high hopes from Villainous, from the speculations that I've heard, from the kind of information that I've got. Let's see.
All right then. Yeah, I mean, we did get a little information that Villainous probably has a bunch of pro players as well who compete in a lot more tournaments than just this one. So I'm kind of expecting them to be the more experienced team over here. If that indeed is true, well, then their opponents are going to have a pretty difficult time dealing with a veteran lineup like this.
Absolutely. This is going to be interesting, honestly. Ascent, and you have an Astra. I'm really looking forward to those smokes and the gravity well combo. I'm looking forward to those stun combo as well. So those are really good in terms of cutting out quarters. I'm really excited. I'm not really excited, rather. I'm intrigued to see not a race pick coming in, because using those paint shells can be really useful in cutting a lot of different cubbies and everything, you know, clearing them out for your team to enter site. Also, in terms of defense, you can use the boom bot to get so much more information.
Yeah, but then I guess the information gathering job now happens to be in the hands of Sova. So, yeah, I mean, you don't really need the raise when you have a Sova over here. Plus, the Jet and the Phoenix in the form of duelists offer you much more utility. So maybe Raze not being picked up isn't that big of a deal over here, even though Raze happens to be in the, you know, the artbook of all the tournament assets. So that's a little funny. We haven't even seen Sage being picked up, so that's also pretty interesting. Both these characters who happen to be pretty strong, not really seeing a lot of picks in this tournament. We saw Sage like in the first game of Haven, but after that, I don't believe we've seen it again. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, that's a little thing to notice about the map composition of the tournament so far.
I mean, it's interesting, you know, like we don't see any breach.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised we haven't seen any breach, any team pick a breach today. Not even a single time he was picked up. Astra was picked up twice.
Yeah.
Omen gets picked up every now and then. Phoenix and Jet have been literally the most common picks. Or Cypher and Sova. But we haven't seen breach, haven't seen Sky. Nothing of that sort.
Initiators, I guess Sova still dominates the initiative department, but right now we have Team PGE who start on defense and Team Villainous start on attack. I believe that this is something which Villainous would have wanted, but then again, we need to find out the performance, what they can actually pull forward. Right now, all of them are huddling outside lobby, a lobby rather, and the Sova Owl Drone is going to give them some sort of information to work with. Spots one on to shot, and again, Bullseye, he just rushes in. He has no fear of death. He sprays down Clay, not sprays, but spams down Clay. In fact, Spike will be planted. Gordon clears up Arangs, and now shouldn't really be a very big problem for them to get the spike planted. The retake though is going to be very, very difficult.
Yep, it is going to be difficult indeed. A 3 versus 5 already. Villainous seems to be pretty strong over here. This might just be a problem, but Bunny does manage to get a kill. So maybe he can start things off if he can steamroll on the momentum forward. The dark cover is going to hold 2 people back, but Cruiser, he is going to get the better of our scene. And now it all relies on Bunny. That's a second kill for the round, but he gets dashed in the face, and Quig is the one who picks up the kill. Wow, Villainous, what a scary round.
Oh, certainly scary. The way he dashed in towards... That was very well coordinated, honestly. And Villainous with 1 round in their bag. I guess they are looking for more. I guess they're looking for the second round. They have SMGs. They have full shields. Heavy investment crypts. I mean, generally, we get to see light shields and maybe Spectres or Stingers, but this time around we have heavy shields and Spectres, which definitely goes to show that they're not really saving their hats for the next round. They just want to go in this one. Bullseye once again going up close and early. The drone though will have to spot out anyone that they can. Clay will deploy the molly to try and prevent the rush, and Villainous immediately fall back. They oblige and don't really cause a flush, but then look at the Jet. I guess he is trying to be, you know, holding them back again. Frag Thief will still try and be aggressive, but then the Jet will try and shut him down. There is no possibility of the Sova coming in and providing intel onto the B side. It is going to be all stack B, and only the Omen is there. Vision, he gets Frag Thief and confirms the kill. He gets a triple kill on Clay and RC. Will he connect kill? Not really. Quake coming in with a headshot. Bunny gets taken down. This is nasty from Team Villainous. They didn't even give them a chance. Flawless coming in from them. This was brilliant. Again, this was an eco round. You don't really expect anything different, but like, Villainous, the way they pushed in, the way they rotated, and the way Jet, that's Vision, he held back Frag Thief, and any sort of backstab coming in, the possibility of a backstab. That was job well done. They're still saving their weapons for the next round. They're still going in Spectres for the next one. Big rifles, big assault rifles on the hands of Team PGE, and that should definitely help them get 1 round back. But we'll have to find out how the SMGs function. Vision.
Let's go!
Yeah.
The one-way smoke isn't really going to work out for them. They use it on it back and get so much control, pushing all the defenders back. Villainous have control of the site, but there's no spike. They're going to have to go back for it. This could be an error that PGE can punish.
Yeah.
Can they do it? I hope that the players of Villainous do not overextend. The flash is good. It doesn't plant too much of his jet, but yeah, they're still going to hold their ground.
Yeah, absolutely. 3v4, in fact. It was a 3v5 Vision getting taken down. This kind of makes life easier for Team BGE, but again, they don't really have a lot of time to work with, and they've really used up a lot of time in the Heaven region trying to clear off site. I don't really think they'll be able to save their weapons. That is not the case for Team Villain, as they have only SMGs to work with. Villain, it was Cruise God confirming all the kills, but
one fell swoop.
yeah, that was one fell sweep, but PGE, they drop all their ARs. And that's going to hurt them. And Team Villainous, they didn't even pick up a single AR on that particular round, so that was even surprising.
Yeah, like Cruiser was able to get all the way from the gardens to the window and then spray everybody down who was looking to enter the site from Heaven. They did not even check him, even though he wasn't, being very discreet. He was running up there. It's not like he was walking and he managed to catch them off guard. They just did not hear his footsteps at all. That was kind of weird. Let's see if they can convert, these rounds, these little advantages that they have, and stop giving up so many kills. PGE this time. Oh my god, a 5-man A push? This could be devastating. Cruiser is about to have a nasty surprise as he sees so many people over here. That's gonna be a clear indication to his team to make their way towards the B side, or at least be aware of an impending mid-top push. 3 people pushing down that area. The Cypher already taken down, but hey, how did they still have control of mid? It's so surprising to me. Villainous are still managing to hold their ground. They lost a player, but they still don't have too bad of a disadvantage. They can still make things work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, PGE, they fell back immediately after they got the Cypher. They didn't really overextend towards the mid-region, so that is the reason why Villainous didn't really have a lot of trouble. But then look at the flash. That was really good. But then eventually it's Garan through the smoke, shuts down Arsene, and then clears out the site for himself. PGE, though, will have a tough time reclaiming the site for themselves. Bunny still holding his ground, trying to
30 seconds left.
Trying to make something out, but not
planted.
really anything. Sheriffs, SMGs, nothing enough which can really, make the kills sing.
Yeah, but maybe Clay's ultimate can help them clear some ground. He doesn't get a kill, but he's managed to pull all the players of Villainous into uncomfortable angles. Maybe PG can punish this. Nope, says Vision, as he's gonna walk right outside and get the kill onto Clay. And Quake takes the envelope and pushes it even further. They walk out of the sites to complete the fights, and PGE do not manage to win that round, even though they got the first pick.
Yeah. That was really good comeback from Villainous. I guess they held their ground. They didn't really lose their composure, and that's the most important thing. You can't lose your composure after getting the first, after suffering the first kill. Villainous 4-0 up. They really want to capitalize on this one. Goreng setting up his stars. I guess this kind of shows what they're probably trying to do. They will once again try to take mid control and not give away any sort of information whatsoever, smoking off A shot in mid, which basically gives them a lot of time and a lot of space in mid to capitalize on.
Yeah, both the controllers using the utility to block out top mid and the A-shot and B-link respectively. Even the L rolls are used at the same time. It's comical how these teams are literally mirroring each other. But no kills yet. Not too much information exchanged. It's still the defaults. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that you would have guessed without using your utility as well. I guess it's going to boil down to a war of attrition. Which team has more utility left at the end of the day? And so far, Villainous are doing a pretty good job of baiting it out. Arsene, he does have a good angle. He can climb up on top of that box and still get some kills, but nobody's really revealing themselves. Finally, they walk into his crosshairs, and PGE are starting to put up a little bit of a fight, but Quake and Gordon answer back, and Bullseye, he puts the one nail in the coffin that could actually lower them into the grave. Villainous, now with complete control of the site, will plant the spike without getting contested too much.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be very difficult for Bunny as well as the Omen to take any sort of ground. Arsene trying to kind of make his presence felt in the heaven region, but then there is the Astra Star. Any sort of information and he's going to pull them, stun them, one shot, even through the wall bang is going to completely lower them down to the grave, and that's exactly what is going to happen.
They're right above him.
Yeah, exactly. But he doesn't have a flash. One flash could have done so much good job, but Cruz a god. Oh my god, he's been taken down. Stands on top of Phoenix, and Phoenix was like, alright, I'm going to shoot on top of me. That was kind of comical, honestly.
Yeah, that was pretty damn comical.
We got to see a little bit of Spiro, Keithan, and Zeref out there.
Yeah, for those of you who are wondering where did those guys come from, keep in mind that this is just the English stream.
Yeah.
There is a Hindi stream happening at the same time, but those three guys are having a little watch party of their own. They're having fun as well. And you know who else is having fun? It's Villainous. These guys are leading 5-0. Can PGE be the heroes and step up?
Now, they will have to pull off a QQQ against Villainous at this particular point. Will they be able to do though? Early investment coming in from Quake, using the ultimate pretty early on in the round, not getting any, but kind of clearing out few angles for his team though. Vision, look at that. Oh my god! This was really risky from Arings. Gets one onto Bullseye, but then gets faded off immediately. Vision trying to connect the wall van, but not successful enough. Complete side control yet again. PGE being blocked out. Information being given out as well. Nothing really working out for Team PGE as of yet.
Yeah, and Gorong makes sure that it won't work out ever again. All the cameras and all the utility that the defenders are trying to throw in there is being cancelled out. There's so many people alive on the side of Villainous. They're just winning these fights. A side has been their bread and butter so far, and every time they use something different to get onto it.
Yeah, exactly.
Last round they used the catwalk. This time they used the Hunter's Fury to clear out the obvious angles and rush right in from A long.
Yeah.
In the round before that, they split up, they took mid control, and then they pursued it. So, Villainous have a very deep playbook, and it seems like PGE are kind of struggling to deal with all of that.
Absolutely.
They're not able to pinpoint, one thing that Villainous is using like bread and butter. They're not able to point out the win criteria, and that's, I think, the biggest problem for PGE so far. Not the fact that they're losing rounds, not the fact that they don't have enough economy, but the fact that they can't get a read onto Villainous. How long will it take them to realize that?
Exactly, and that is because Villainous have way too many pages in the playbook. Look at that. After completely dominating A side, most of the teams would be like, all right, we're winning on A side, let's go again. But no, they start huddling up outside B lobby. It's quite interesting. Look at that. PGE though, they are kind of anticipating an A push, just like it happened previous times. B is completely thin. They do have the Cypher trap set up, but that's not what they're playing for. I guess they will wait for Cypher to rotate as well. Sova and Phoenix trying to line up outside A, trying to pull Cypher there as well, which will completely open up the side. But now, okay, so they move towards mid, where RS already has its AWP, and he takes Vision. Nobody can actually contest this guy on the AWP. I've seen him play before, and certainly he is delivering again.
Let's see how much can he deliver more. PGE finally get an opening pick. One of the only rounds where they've had an advantage like this. Let's see if they can convert it though. The Cypher's he's doing a pretty good job of holding them back so far, but they're gonna ignore that utility and go to the site nonetheless. They're using the Astra Stars to clear out the most obvious angles and make their way into the site. Bullseye did commit his run it back, but he didn't get too much out of it. That's okay though. His team is already in the site, and at this point, they won't really have to do much except dodge the Hunter's Fury. No follow-up on the back of it, which means Villains still have a little bit more time, but they don't have enough men. Gorong and Cruiser God brought it back down to a 3v3, and Cruiser God doubles up even further. Fracty Fidarsin finally managed to boil it down to a 1v2, but that preemptive shot might just make things a little easier for Quake. He's trapped in that corner, getting double peeked. The Paranoia won't do much, but the shock dart saves him. 30 HP, can he pull it off? Yes, he finally does. PGE, it was labored, it was difficult, but they finally put up one round on the board. I almost thought that he will be able to clutch out that 1v2, but it was just a bit too tall of a task. No problem though. Look at how much utility they forced out of PGE.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, I was rather surprised the Astra didn't pull off her wall out there, because that was perfect situation. She'd have completely locked out the site with her wall.
Yeah.
Not granted any sort of entry, but then didn't really want to use it. I guess they'll try and use it in a pre-planned position, trying to gain access to a site. But then, that's only theory crafting. That's only theory crafting.
Finally, PG convert that early man advantage into a round. But I think Villainous won't give them the opportunity this time. Quake tagging 2 people towards the tree area. Now his team is gonna go follow in.
Yeah.
Astra Star is not in place just yet, and they're gonna go in without utility.
No!
That is so good, Clay! 2 big frags holding off the players, and he makes it a 3rd one. Can this man go for the ace? Has the heal online again, has his ultimate as well, but no, he's finally gonna get shut down by Quake. But he's done a good enough job. PGE managed to make this a 2v1 yet again. One of the only times they will be able to convert yet another round in a row, which means if they win this round, not only will they get this, but also a lot of economic bonus. The spike is also in their control, so they're gonna have to make Cruiser God come from an unconventional spot, but he catches Bunny off guard. Oh no, this could be problematic. But he doesn't know where Arsene is just yet. Arsene just needs to be very careful. He's caught control, and Arsene hears him. He's got this in the bag.
Yeah.
High pressure situation, and Arsene delivers yet again.
Absolutely. You know, all his senses are active. His ears, his eyes, his fingertips, all of them at the peak performance. And for sure, PGE kind of crawling back in the game. 2 rounds back to back. Some sort of money and weaponry to work with. They're still buying light shields to afford that op, but doesn't really matter. Villainous, though, they are 1 gunshot. I guess the Jet is going to play on her knives. The daggers are pretty good enough, a weapon itself. It'll be interesting how effective they are in this particular round. Again, they're trying to stack up outside A. This time around, I guess they're going to go aggressive. At least that's what it looks like.
That drone has been so successful in tagging Clay almost every round. But this time Clay has a much better ultimate. He gets a kill. Nice stuff. Once again, a man advantage for PGE. And in the last 2 rounds, the only reason they won those rounds because they have that early man advantage. Let's see if they can convert it yet again. So much utility being dumped to keep them off of the sites, but Arxins misses a shot. Luckily, Arsene is still around to help him out, and this time he doesn't miss. 2 versus 5. It seems like certainly Villainous have this in the bag. Unless, of course, Bullseye can pull off something huge, and Gordon doubled up on him as well. Back to a 3v2. Can they pull it off this time? They have a backstab in the form of Phoenix already, so they better be careful about this. And the spike is nowhere in their control. Bullseye might just get shot in the back of his head if he doesn't check for Clay.
No way, Clay. Oh my god, I guess it is going to be the end of Bullseye. The moment he peaks is the moment he's going to shoot him in the head. Yes, he does. Gorung has a lot of responsibilities and Molotovs from all different directions. It's Clay who will get the kill for himself. Triple kill for him. This guy has been firing in all cylinders and has been instrumental in 3 rounds which PG have won. But again, like PGE, they're still crawling back, Crips. They're stringing together performance after performance, and they're doing the unthinkable. No one really thought that, you know, at one particular point, PGE could come back. But this is not just performance. This is convincing performance, round after round.
Yeah, and you were right. Clay has been so instrumental in his team's success. A triple kill in the previous round from Generator, triple kill in this round using the ultimate, and the backstab as well. He has just been so crucial, and maybe Clay's performance is what discourages Villainous from going to its A side again. This time, they tried their luck on B.
You're dead!
The gun barrel was barely visible. Now the Bullseye will try and go. Oh my god, look at that vision. He gets orange through the smoke. Cruiser God gets 1. Gorn gets another one as well. Villainous completely destroying PGE in this one. Kind of returning the favor for the last 3 rounds. Play way outside side. Has a lot of distance to cover. RC trying to break the wall. Trying to break the grate.
1 enemy remaining.
Couldn't really out of his vision. Gets a triple kill for himself.
Oh. Imagine losing 3 rounds in a row to one guy on the A site, and then he discourages you from going to its A. But you find more success on the B side. You find people through the smoke.
Yeah.
It's almost like PGE brought this upon themselves. Well, Villainous have shown us how devastating their A sites execute can be. They've shown us how effective they can be at clearing out the B site, and to some extent, the Astra has been really instrumental in their success as well, because she clears out the most obvious angles and makes PGE players very uncomfortable in the positions they're holding. Arsin, though, very good kill onto Bullseye this time. Can he double up? Jet versus Jet battle on A3, but Gorang is holding off the push from A-Long. No, the spike is in their control. Clay gets the kill onto Gorang. He has the spike in his control. He needs the backup of his teammates right now. If he doesn't get this, most of the people of Villainous will converge upon him and get the kill on him. But he's fallen back from that area. He realizes that his teammates are in no position to help him out, so he might as well just fall back, let Villainous retrieve the spike, but at least keep himself alive. They know they have the man advantage. They don't need to sweat it out too much.
Absolutely, but then TPG is completely spread out, Crips, and they can easily get 1v1. That's exactly what Team Villainous is looking for. Frag Thief, though. Will you check the angle meticulously? He does. Barrel visible. P5. Oh no, we didn't see that. We didn't see that. That didn't happen. All right, production, please. You know. But then daggers onto Arings. Clay comes in with the flash. Kinda not getting the shot that he wanted. But then the Jet moves in as well.
Grounded.
There you go. Vision. Clean headshot. But then it doesn't really matter because Team Villainous, they have complete side control onto B, and there's so much time given away. They have to travel a long distance, a long rotation for PGE. 2v2. Doable, but I don't really think it is.
Yeah. I mean, let's see what utility they have left. Only one cloudburst, so it's not like they can, tap the bomb and force something out. Maybe they can use the Phoenix Wall to maybe buy themselves a little bit of ground, use it to get closer into the site. But now they're gonna go in. The Jet dashes in into Cruiser's crosshairs, and he spray transfers onto Clay. My God, this man is nutty.
I kind of hate the fact that the Phoenix kind of flashed his own teammate, but never mind, it kind of happens, right? I mean, the guys in the chat, you will relate to this so much. Never play with the Phoenix at random. Dodge the map. Sorry.
Also never play with Salty.
I mean, I play random. I play with randoms all the time now. Every time they see my name, they're gonna dodge. Crips, don't do this.
Oh, come on, stop it, stop it. Okay. Two good things, two bad things. Okay, you know what? One good thing, one bad thing. A, Oxen getting a pretty good kill onto the people outside, but one bad thing is that even after having all that advantage, they do not hold on to it. Nice paranoia and rush combination, but Cruiser, he gets a kill onto a short this time. So all that aggression on A-Long didn't really pay off dividends, but they lost a player towards a shot, and that is kind of bad. Look at how outside that player was. Look at how far that Jet had come. She was way out in the open, and without any teammates backup, without any trading potential, it was guaranteed that she would die. Spotting out the side B utility.
Go on.
Yeah, that wall is indeed good. It denies vision onto anyone who might be playing cheeky angles. Maybe via generator buttons or towards lane 2. Hunter's Fury committed this time. Can this actually result in something? Yes, it does. Gets the kill onto Arsene. Oh my God. And Cruiser is going berserk. He's picking up people everywhere. He got that early kill onto the Jet on mid, and then stopped anyone from coming in through market. What an impactful player.
Absolutely. But again, I was talking about the Gorang's ultimate. I was talking about Astra ultimate, which was sort of a wall which probably tried to deceive team PGE that, all right, we're going to come towards A, because it kind of cut off all the angles where you can shoot at the teams entering the site A. But then again, they went B. Sort of cheeky play, supposedly cheeky play. I'm not really sure if that really deceived the opposite team, but it doesn't really matter because they got the round either way. It was because of Cruiser as well as Quake, who great combinations again. 3-9 Crips the score. It's going to be very difficult to come back from this particular point. John, they need to string together momentum after, momentous rounds again and again, like they did for the 3 consecutive rounds, but they need to do it way better this time. They need to do it 6.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess
No, lineup.
it's gonna.
Lineup.
Yeah, the
Average Jonas.
Revealing
Average
edge.
Ignition.
Okay, then somebody needs to cut off your meme supply. They're putting up all this utility on the A side, but they're not going in just yet. What's going on? They use the recon dart, they use the dark cover, kind of indicating that they want to hit A, but because they don't make enough noise, it's kind of obvious that they will be hitting the B side later on. And now they're starting to move towards B.
Yeah.
Spike moving on from the T base, but they still have the Jet lurking around mid catwalk. So it's going to be up to her to hold off, any rotators or catch any players off guard. But she's near the stairs right now, so now she's kind of stuck. She's going to have to wait for her team to make a move and then catch the rotators. So far, it's still a pretty default setup from Villainous. Now they're just starting to rotate in towards the B side, but it might be a little too late. They're probably not going to have to give up the side and then maybe go for the retake.
Oh,
Gara
no.
picks off people, and so does Cruz. And God, they're finding little chinks in their armor and they're exploiting it, ripping the armor apart. Finally, the retake begins.
Oh my god. 22 HP to work with. Very low on HP. Quake connects a headshot. Gets the kill for himself. Cruiser God comes in from the other side. Bunny, the last one who is left. All players trying to climb on him. I like the fact that they didn't go for the melee. I like the fact that they kind of paid respect and used their weapons.
Not everyone is as salty as you, bro. Villainous reaching double digits.
I was referring Nasha Esports, but okay, alright.
Okay. Okay. See, there's a reason none of us went for a career in stand-up comedy.
Yeah,
right? Either way,
wonder.
I love this approach from Team Villainous. They're playing so calmly, they're so composed. They found little gaps through the smokes, they pushed ahead of them, and they killed people off Team PGE as they were trying to cross into lane 1. Especially Cruiser. This man has been so good at finding these chinks and ripping them apart. It's not even funny anymore. He's sitting on 20 kills with only 5 deaths. That is a massive KDA. Vision trying to fight towards mid, but he's probably going to be discouraged for all the utility thrown at him. Now going to peek along with his teammates, but Quick is using his drone to figure out where Team PGE is. Now Villainous know that they are going to be clumped up towards the B side, and even though they have the information, they do not hesitate fighting. Quick picks up 2 kills, makes it look very easy. And they know that PG is going to come towards the B side, so you know what? They don't even care. They let them have the side and they can go for the retake safely. In fact, before they even move in, they will have good positions. Clay is the only one in an off angle, and he's good for only 1 kill too. Oh my god, this looks so one-sided.
Yeah, kind of looks one-sided, honestly. Because, but again, this round was an eco round. You can't really blame them for the sort of display. But
True.
But again, they have SMGs up. Villainous have SMGs up instead. So up against big rifles, this is a little chance for Team PGE to join the dots, maybe, connect the small dots and get something back online. But again, the kind of momentum that Villainous have, they're probably going to run and gun them with their SMGs, and they don't even care at this particular point.
Oh my god. Bullseye sees way too many people on the screens. He gets scared, falls back. Good decision.
Yeah, again.
Has backup in the form of Gorang now because he's rotated over as well. And here comes the run and back. Can it stop him? No, the ultimate gets denied. No information, no man advantage. It's all back to square one. And guess what? Even the rotation's here now, so this is going to be very difficult for PGE to enter. It's spraying them down. Bullseye burns Bunny to a crisp. And it's just down to Frag Thief right now, who does get a kill, but can he get any more? No, Cruiser lines them up.
Absolutely, the smoke gravity well combo from the Astra. No one could actually beat it. All of them were vulnerable, and Cruiser God, he obliged, sprayed everyone down. Gorang got some kills as well. Increased his tally. He's sitting at 14. Cruiser God, 22. You mentioned about the KDA. That's insane.
I know, right?
I mean, oh my god, this doesn't even look like a pro play. All right. Anyway, I guess PGE did have their opportunities, but Villainous have been very dominating throughout the game itself. Vision, RNX was dancing cross mid, so
Ooh.
was the PG. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Finally, it seems like PGE are starting to get some opening kills. The Bulldogs are actually pretty good. And you can see down in the chat, Vision acknowledging that shot.
Yeah.
But the question still stands. Can PGE use this to convert the round?
To 4v3 rather. Nothing really bad for Villainous, honestly. They can play around. Now 4v2. So Villainous, they've probably lost half of the round already. PGE have this in their pocket somewhat. Again, you see Gravity well on the smoke combo, but again, it was timed a bit too early, which allows side entry. No one actually saw Gorung, but he was only good for one. Reveals everyone, but eventually it's gonna be Frag Thief. Gets the 4th kill, gets a quadra kill, and PGE, they get 1 round. Then again,
finally.
Villainous, they're gonna get bad guns, right? They're gonna get guns online again. And which basically means that they might go pretty aggressive this time around and connect some shots.
Yeah. You gotta keep your eye out on Vision. This guy's got the op on his hands already, and he's looking to put up some big frags on the board. That round was all Frag Thief show. 2 early kills with the Bulldog burst, opens up mid, then more towards B so that they can hold the post-plant situation. Kind of won the round for his team, but now that Villainous is on match point, he's gonna have to pull off a miracle yet again. Frag Thief and Clay have been the ones who are really stepping up for PGE. The rest of the teammates also need to lift their own weight. This time though, PGE is playing really, really passively. They know that Villainous have big guns, and they don't want to give away too much to Villainous. But how long can they keep on waiting? It's been a minute in the round already.
Yeah.
So they're just wasting too much time, and they haven't gotten any information out of it. They haven't even baited out Villainous utility. So now they're gonna have to walk in with Villainous at full strength and with less time. PGE are lowering themselves into the grave with this thing.
Absolutely. You're exactly right. The smoke trying to kind of do any sort of blockage, but then it doesn't really matter. Vision. Complete disrespect out there. The daggers are already out, and I guess it can deal so much damage. It can probably gonna crush down Team PGE, but then we'll have to wait for it. The cage, some sort of protection. Bullseye is gonna shut down Bunny as well as Clay. Gorung gets taken down, but Cruz God, he returns the favor. Arzine. Oh my god, it's a 1v3. Will he get one? Not really. Yeah. Cruiser God finishes things off. An obvious victory for Team Villainous. Nothing really fancy. But I like the way Villainous played this entire game. They didn't really give any sort of breathing room to Team PG, right?
Yeah, I mean, the few rounds that PG managed to put up were also on the back of individual heroics of Clay and Frag Thief. You take that away, and as a team, they did not really have much to offer. Villainous, on the other hand, knew exactly how to exploit the mistakes of PGE, and there were several mistakes. First of all, utility usage. In the last round, you saw, you yourself mentioned how that cyber cage has a little gap in there. The gap resulted in all the players walking into lane 2 getting decimated. And because of these gaps in the utility of Team PGE, they couldn't really do much on their attacking side. Even on defense, they had several Sentinels put up their utility, but Villainous just basically disrespected their utility and pushed right in nonetheless.
Yeah.
3 out of the 5 players on the top of the scoreboard are from Villainous Gaming, and look at the massive disparity in frags. 24, 17, 15 kills on Cruiser, Vision, and Gorung respectively. And then comes Clay with 12.
Yeah. There was no way PG was going to come back, especially after making so many unforced errors that they did in this particular map.
Yes.
Villainous, they just capitalized on those, and they didn't really do anything flashy, didn't really do anything, I don't know, outrageous. They just played typical Valorant. They were just good. They were just good. And they didn't have to do anything insane. They played around with the opposition. In the first half, they were kind of on the attack, especially. They were varying things up really well. They were mixing things up on their strategies, trying to go A, trying to mix things up with B, and then kind of faking B, going back to A, and doing all sorts of things, trying to get mid control. PGE just couldn't step up. And that's the only thing.
Yeah. And I also love the way how you mentioned the most important term of the evening today, unforced errors. That's what PGE was basically making a lot of. There were gaps in the utility. And when there were no gaps, even then, people from Villainous were going ahead of the utility, ahead of their smokes, and picking a kill, falling back to safety, and they were getting away with murder. No trades on the side of PGE. Faulty utility results in them losing the game, results in Villainous walking into the semi-final.
I mean, cruising into the semifinals would be a better term, Cribs. But either way, we have some awesome semifinal matches set up. Seven Sins, QQQ, Nasha Esports, and Villainous. I would say that each and every one of these teams, they have played high-octane action matches today. I mean, each of the teams were fast, they were tactical. When they battle it out in the semifinals, it's going to be interesting. And we do have some amazing semifinal action set up. The finals, though, are going to be even more interesting because it's going to be a BO3 and everything is coming down the wire on 29th, ladies and gentlemen. So if you want to catch the semifinals and finals, do make sure you tune in to any of the streaming channels that you've been watching this entire stream on. And you'll be getting to see the semifinals, the finals, tons of celebrities coming in, big influencers, performing, talking, inspiring, and again, you having a lot and lots of entertainment at your home. But don't really forget the noble cause, ladies and gentlemen. We have Red Bull is in association with Give India as well as Hemkunt Foundation. We are trying to raise relief funds to provide relief to the COVID-19 pandemic affected families. The UPI ID and all the details of the organizations are given down below. So if you want to go check them out, please do so. And again, donate as little as possible, as much as you can. Doesn't really matter because every penny counts, Crips.
Yeah, every penny certainly counts. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in. I mean, we basically reached the end of the day over here. That's all the matches that we had in store for you today. But we will have a lot more in store for you on 29th. So mark your calendars. The semi-finals obviously will take place on that day. Those are going to be best of ones. And the final is going to be a best of 3 affair. So mark your dates. Make sure that you have your popcorn ready on that particular day. And we'll be seeing you again soon. Before we log out, though, we're going to thank our sponsors a lot for supporting this tournament. We have Red Bull, obviously the title sponsor, global partners as well. We have Steel Series as our peripheral partners, AOC monitors also sponsoring this tournament, and last but not the least, Intel NUC. Thank you so much for showing us so much support. Of course, Hemkunt Foundation and Given Your organization also need your support, so make sure that you use the UPI IDs given below and donate as much as you can for a noble cause so that you can help out the people affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This is it from our side today.
Bye-bye.
Do you know your KDA from your IGL? Fear not. Bull Campus Clutch has you covered. Whether you're preparing to dominate the tournament or celebrate your squad.
KDL, IGA? I don't know what you're talking about.
We're here to make sure you can letter in Valorant from A to Z.
Ladies first.
A is for aggro, which is a playstyle that sounds fun, and it's a valid option if you're looking to open up a flanker for an off angle. But it's also going to mean that more crosshairs are on you.
And they're pushing into Garden. They're playing this super aggressive.
A also works for abilities. Each agent has a unique set of 3 standard abilities plus 1 ultimate ability. Some are diabolical. Others merely devastating. Paired with your weapons, abilities become powerful tools for executing all kinds of strategies and earning credits for
the buy phase. Use this short window of time before each round begins to spend credits on new equipment, like weapons or armor. Buy for yourself or splurge on your teammates.
Clutch is when the last player alive wins the round, either by a team's goal or by killing all the opposing team.
If somebody mentions ball, they're talking the strat getting teams the most in their current meta until the next patch. The tried and true spots to play spike or defend are default.
This is in variation to try and get value card rounds.
During an eco, your entire team needs to rotation buy phase and save your credits so you can make more powerful strategic purchases later. The opposite of an eco round is a
force buy, aka time to spend that money. Strategy where you and your team don't have enough credits for the perfect loadout, but decide to spend everything in an attempt to surprise me and win the round.
A bit obvious, but watch this. G is for G.
The G key on your keyboard can be used to drop the spike. Make sure you give the spike to a teammate before you peek a risky angle. Or better yet, don't peek.
Find what the best spots are to hold angle.
Okay, that's definitely one way to impress your IGL. In-game leader. On a competitive team, the IGL is responsible for strategy and makes sure everyone knows where to go and what to do.
In Valorant, sometimes the best thing to do is stay put and do nothing but jiggle peek. Basically, pop left and right and cover to see what's going on, or to bait the enemy into giving position.
Maybe jiggle peeking if I pop left to let you know that KD means kills, deaths, and assists, and then popped right to say that a lurk is an offensive lookout position to catch and surprise the enemy.
Pro-level jiggle peek. You're good to visit all of Valorant's maps.
The coldest of which is Icebox.
Icebox brings a lot to the table with zip lines, jumping techniques, endless angles, and more. When holding the A site, watch out for the funky plays coming your way.
They'll never know I'm here, because N is for Ninja Defuse. Defusing a spike without the other team noticing.
While you're doing that, I'll be out collecting orbs. They're scattered across the map, and grabbing one gets you 1 point towards your ultimate ability. But they do make noise when you take, so be warned.
Crosshairs in the right will help your aim instantly. You'll be able to fire immediately and help your accuracy tenfold.
Some weapons are great up close, but why not get up close from far away with a quick scope? It's a high-risk technique where you scope in and spray away.
Is Asana going to be able to stop this?
Life is full of second chances. For example, retake half when a group of defenders get position to regroup, coordinate, and try to recite in a more controlled manner.
Saving is another strategic retreat. When a round is about to end and you're looking to keep your weapon for next round, play it safe, hide, and stay out of trouble.
Still running around here, he's going to die, and didn't want to save, would rather have the money going into the next rounds.
Pro tip. When you cause damage to an opponent without killing them, let your team know they're tagged and they aren't at full health.
U is for utility. That's what we call an ability that's a useful zone control. Things like smoke, walls, abilities, and flash grenades.
Speaking of control tools, did you know it's pretty much impossible to cheat at Valorant? The Vanguard is always watching.
Moving around makes a lot of noise. Pressing shift to walk makes it easier to...
If they do find you, hit the X key. That's the default trigger for your ultimate ability. You'll want to save that for when you really need it.
Yoru is the 14th agent to join the Valorant roster. A skilled illusionist, his unique ability to fake out, gate crash, and dimensional drift. New agents drop at regular intervals, so try them out to get used to their abilities.
Last but not least, zoom mode. Different weapons have different types of zoom mode enabled. Zoom in by right-clicking. So, that's Valorant, from A to Z. Now that we're primed, I'm gonna go play. BRB.
Oh, we almost forgot the most important letters. GLHF. Good luck. Fine.
Do you know your KDA from your IGL? Fear not. Red Bull's Clutch has you covered. Whether you're preparing to dominate the tournament or celebrate your squad.
KDL, IGA? I don't know what you're talking about.
We're here to make sure you can letter in Valorant from A to Z.
Ladies first.
A is for aggro, which is a playstyle that sounds and it's an option if you're looking to open up a flank off angle. But it's also going to mean that more crosshairs are on you.
And they're pushing into Garden. They're playing the super aggressive.
A also works for abilities. Each agent has a unique set of 3 standard abilities, 1 ultimate ability. Some diabolical, others merely devastating. Paired with your weapons, abilities become powerful tools for executing all kinds of strategies and earning credits for
the buy phase. Use this short window of time before each round begins to spend credits on new equipment, like weapons, armor, buy, or splurge on your teammates.
Clutch is when the player alive on a team wins the round, either by achieving the team's goal or by killing all the members of the opposing team.
Now left in a 1v2.
If somebody mentions default, they're talking a strategy that's getting teams the most wins in their current meta, at least until match. The tried and true spots and a spike or defend a bomb site default.
This is a different variation of value on these eco rounds.
During go round, your team needs to rotation during phase and the credits so you can make powerful strategic later. The have an eco round day
For spy, aka time to spend that money. A strategy where you and your team don't have enough credits for the perfect loadout, but decide to spend everything you can in an attempt to surprise the enemy and win the round.
a bit up, but watch this. C is
The G key on your keyboard can be used to drop the spike. Make sure you give the spike to a teammate before you peek a risky angle. Or better yet, don't peek the angle.
find what the best spots are to hold an angle.
Okay, definitely one way to impress your IGL. In-game leader. On a competitive team, the IGL is responsible for strategy and makes sure everyone knows where to go and what to do.
In Valorant, sometimes the best thing to do is stay put and do nothing but jiggle peek. Basically, pop left and right from behind cover to see what's going on, or to bait the enemy into giving up their position.
Would I be jiggle peeking if I pop left to let you know that KDA means kills, deaths, and assists? And then popped right to say that a lurk is an offensive lookout position to catch and surprise the enemy.
Pro-level jiggle peek. You're good to visit all of Valorant's maps.
The coldest of which is Icebox.
Icebox brings a lot to the table with zip lines, jumping techniques, endless angles, and more. When holding the A site, watch out for the funky plays coming your way.
they'll know I'm here. Because N is for defuse. Defusing a spot without the other team noticing.
And that, I'll be using orbs. They're scattered across the map, and grabbing one gets you 1 point towards your ultimate ability. But they do make some noise when you take them, so be warned.
Your crosshairs in the right placement will help your immediately. You'll be able to fire immediately and help your accuracy tenfold.
Some weapons are great up close, but why not get up close from far away with a quick scope? It's a high-risk technique where you scope in and spray away.
Is Asuna going to be able to stop this?
Life is full of second chances. For example, retakes when a group of gives up their position to regroup, coordinate, and try to retake this in a more manner.
Save another strategic retreat. When a round is about to end and you're looking to keep your weapon for next round, play it safe, hide, and stay out of trouble.
Still running around here, he's going to die, and didn't want to save, would rather have the money going to the next round.
Pro tip. When you cause damage to an opponent without killing them, let your team know they're tagged, and they aren't at full health.
U is for utility. That's what we call an ability that works as a useful zone control tool. Things like smoke, walls, blinding abilities, and flash grenades.
Coach is very aware.
Speaking of control tools, did you know that it's pretty much impossible to cheat at Valorant? Guard is always watching.
Moving around makes a lot of noise. Pressing shift to walk makes it easier to lurk.
If they do find you, hit the X key. That's the alt trigger for your ultimate ability. You'll want to save that for when you really need it.
Toru is the 14th agent to join the Valorant roster. A skilled illusion, his unique abilities in Scout, Gate Crash, and Dimensional Drift. New agents at regular info, you'll want to try them out to their abilities.
Last but not least, zoom mode. Different weapons have different types of zoom mode enabled. Zoom in by right-clicking. So, that's Valorant, from A to Z. Now that we're primed, I'm gonna go play. BRB.
Oh, we almost forgot the most important letters.
What's that?
GLHF. Good luck. Have fun.
From the start to the finish, I exist in a realm that's unnoticed, sun-soaking, sun-focused, racking up gold tokens. Tapped in my network like mobile phones. I look around and see clowns winning, I don't condone. So many wonder how I keep the faith when the whip part keep a smile on my face. I ain't trying to win the race, I accelerate, take it to a better pace. Lighthearted like a featherweight, never see me boxed in. You top 10, locked in, see through the facade you disguised. Naturally a rebel boy, I revel in the moment. Hand raised when it's over, y'all can settle the atonement. Yeah, I'm on the top of my game. I'm the truth, boy, these haters never stopping my reign. Yeah, I'm on the top of my game. Elevated in my throne, still dropping that floor. I'm on the top of my game. I'm the truth, boy, these haters never stopping my reign. I'm on the top of my game, elevated in my throne, still dropping that flame. I'm on the top of my game, I'm the truth, boys never stopping my reign. I'm on the top of my game, elevated in my throne, still dropping that flame. Top of my game, I'm the truth, boy, these haters never stopping my reign. I'm on my game, elevate my throne, still dropping that flame. I'm on the top of my game. Oh boy, these haters never stop aim. I'm on the top of my game. Elevated in my throne, still dropping that flame. Give me some room to breathe. I'm on the mission to get it. I'm showing true prestige. Life of a true MC. I'm calling plays like coach in the culture. Rocking like I'm a king. Isolated futures. Every day in my city, but I'm still here. Repping for my people stuck on welfare. No health care. Ready for the next move. That's move. I'm dead smooth. Born inside a cesspool. Cooking up like a chef school. Grind all summer. Take my time. All winter next year. Get it poppin' like a blister. I shine while they flicker. I shimmer diamond in the rough. Press play, bet the bass, knock the lining out your truck. Yeah, I'm on the top of my game. I'm the trees, haters never stopping my reign. I'm on the top of my game. Faded in my throne, still dropping that flame. I'm on the top game. I'm the truth, boy. These haters never my reign. I'm on the top of my game. Elevated in my throne, still dropping that flame. I'm properly prospered, the realest in the campus.